other beings from other planets came to teach the different parts of this reality. They understood Earth was talking to us through vibration. We have harmony, and that resonates with other galaxies. At a young age, I began to remember living in a colony of the ancient civilization of Atlantis. The goal of the Confederation is to be in harmony with all the process of evolution. I started to understand how everything I remember has a purpose in my mission here and now.
Communicate in English easily. Use Grammarly and feel confident with effective.
So we'll get going, and let's see. With me, I'm really an archaeological writer. I write about archaeological mysteries, and I write on all kinds of things: anti-gravity, UFOs, Bigfoot, various mysteries, whatnot. So for me, megaliths are what's important. And I've been fascinated traveling around the world. I love seeing giant walls and the mysteries associated with them. The largest megaliths that we know about right now are the megaliths at Baalbek in Lebanon, which is right near the Syrian border. And in fact, here's a friend of mine, also a British pilot named Ralph Ellis, and he's there at one of the giant stones at Baalbek. These stones weigh about 1,000 tons. I mean, they're just so huge. And in fact, it's only been recently in the last 5 years or 8 years that the very largest stone that's ever been found in a quarry was found at Baalbek. And it had a bunch of rubble on top of it, so they cleared it out eventually. And it's a stone that's 1,650 tons. I mean, these stones are so super heavy that moving them, even modern construction companies would have difficulty moving stones like this. Normally, you would have to build a crane or something at the site to move these things. So why are people building with such giant blocks of stone, which would seem so difficult to us? And I maintain ultimately that it was easy for them to build with these giant stones because they had advanced technology, including levitation and things like that. Now, what you have at Baalbek is this ancient platform of giant blocks of stone, and the largest blocks never actually made it there. And then a Roman temple is on top of it. We have the same thing in Jerusalem. In Jerusalem at the Solomon's Temple, which we have the same thing. Part of that's called the Wailing Wall in Jerusalem. And it wasn't until about 20 years ago that the Israelis themselves cut a tunnel going to the left of the Wailing Walls, and they cut a tunnel going into an unexcavated part of King Solomon's Temple. And what they found was this giant block here. And the woman is standing here in front of it. The block is really above her. We don't know how much this block weighs, but it's also like 1,000-ton block of stone. And then these smaller blocks that she's standing next to, there's about 4. They're perfectly fitted together. There's some articulation. But this is a gigantic megalith. We don't even know how much it weighs because we don't know how deep back the stone goes. But so King Solomon's Temple at Jerusalem is similar to Baalbek. It's built on top of another ancient structure that's gigantically huge, and we don't know what these things were. I'm also fascinated with obelisks, underwater ruins. I think that some of the largest ruins in the world are probably underwater. In the Mediterranean, I'm a scuba diver too, and so I do scuba dive when I can to ruins. And this is interesting. This was just discovered about 6 years ago off of Sicily, and it is an obelisk that fell over there near Sicily. I'll go back to it. There's over 200 known sunken cities in the Mediterranean. And they weren't built underwater. So there's evidence that at one time the whole Mediterranean was flooded in a cataclysm, and it filled in the Mediterranean. And today we have, as we say, over 200 sunken cities, including this fallen obelisk just off of Sicily. This is, speaking of obelisks, this is the unfinished obelisk at Aswan in southern Egypt. It's an aerial photo. This is also one of the largest megaliths in the world. A typical obelisk weighs about 500 tons. The unfinished obelisk is important, and it actually weighs about 1,000 tons. But what happened with the unfinished obelisk was that whoever was quarrying it, perhaps it was the Egyptians, although it could have been some earlier civilization, they were quarrying through this red granite at Aswan, which is in southern Egypt. And as they began to cut underneath the obelisk, they realized that there was a natural crack in the rock that they hadn't seen yet. And once they saw that crack in the rock, all work on the obelisk stopped, because the obelisk wasn't going to be perfect. It was going to have a crack in it. And they couldn't use it. Any obelisk that wasn't perfect, and obelisks, by the way, when they're made out of granite, which most of them are, they're infused with quartz crystal. So in many ways, an obelisk is a crystal tower, a quartz crystal tower in many ways. So, and quartz crystals emanate energy. They can even lasers can encode quartz crystals with information, computer information, just like a memory stick or a CD or a DVD or something like that. So we'll talk more about obelisks as we go along. My new book, which just came out recently, is all about obelisks, including obelisks on the moon. We'll talk about that a little bit later. I've always been interested in ancient civilizations and Atlantis, Lemuria, Mu, ancient India, all that stuff. And of course, I love to travel to all these places. The story of Atlantis is the story of a pre-flood civilization. Some civilization that's before, say, 10,000 BC or something like that. And Atlantis, the story of Atlantis is an Egyptian story that's told through the Greek philosopher Plato and his uncle Solon, who was a Greek statesman, and he went to Egypt. This is about 500 BC or something. And the Egyptian priests in Egypt said to him, to Solon, they said, "You Greeks don't even know your own history. Greece is a much older country than you even realize." And then they tell him the story of Atlantis. And Atlantis is out beyond the Pillars of Hercules, the Straits of Gibraltar. Atlantis, in theory, according to Plato, was out in the Atlantic, say perhaps where the Azores are today, and that it had concentric canals that went into a center of a city, and there were huge temples there. There was a large mountain to the north. Atlantis had huge fleets of ships, and the Egyptians tell Solon too that the Atlantis and Greece, or what we would call ancient Greece, and the Mediterranean, that they've even fought a war. There's other lost lands too, including this one, Kumari Kandam. This is the Tamils in southern India. They have this tradition that there's this literally a lost continent that goes south of India down to Australia and Madagascar. Somehow there's this lost civilization that's underwater in the Indian Ocean. So for me, it's traveling around the world, seeing these megaliths, megalithic structures, perfectly fitted together. Blocks of stone, the blocks are weighing 80 to 200 tons. Even a megalith that's weighing only 5 tons is a very large, heavy stone. So once you start building with 20-ton blocks, 80-ton blocks, and as we were looking at Baalbek, 1,000-ton blocks of stone, it would seem so difficult to us. These ruins here are in Peru. They're at a place called Ollantaytambo. And you see here how the massive red granite blocks are fitted together perfectly. What you're seeing in the background is the remains of an unusual wall at what they call a sun temple. And this is what you see today when you go to Ollantaytambo. Huge blocks of granite just scattered around like some kids' play blocks that have just been destroyed by an earthquake, or modern archaeologists think that it was just never completed, this structure. And they're saying that the Incas built this only like 100 years or 200 years before the Spanish got there. But this is what it looks like today. This is what it looked like during the Spanish conquest. This is what it looked like during Inca times too. The Incas were themselves, and the Spanish, they were unable to move any of these blocks. Even the modern Peruvian government today, they can't move these either. And they're on top of a cliff, these things. What you also see at Ollantaytambo are these things, what are called keystone cuts. They're these T-shaped cuts that are cut into granite, as you see. And sometimes they're hourglass shaped too. But there has to be another one on another block that's fitted together. And it's going to have a corresponding T-shaped keystone cut like this. And then molten metals are poured into the keystone cut. So there's a metal clamp there that's joining two blocks. This is an unusual way of fitting blocks. But we're going to see it, and it's around the world. And we'll see more of these. So in fact, you can see that at Ollantaytambo, this is going around the corner of one of the blocks. You'll see up here towards the top on the right, another keystone cut, but it's on a vertical wall. That's not where a keystone cut can be. A keystone cut has to be on a horizontal wall because molten metals are poured into it. So this keystone cut and this whole block that it's part of, it's not meant to be there. It was meant to be part of something else. And it would have, of course, another corresponding cut there. And here we can see Inca construction, just these blocks, these rocks put in here, but it's put next to these gigantic granite blocks that were apparently part of some other structure. As you walk up into what they call the Sun Temple at Ollantaytambo, you go up these stairs, you see again these perfectly fitted but jigsaw granite blocks with these strange knobs. Archaeologists do not know what they're for, although they assume they have something to do with moving the blocks or quarrying, where it's still a mystery of these knobs. You can see these large orange patches of lichen. You come up here. I mean, this is really amazing structure. This is Machu Picchu, which is not very far from Ollantaytambo. Machu Picchu is today, it's the most popular tourist spot in all of South America. It's a megalithic city. It's a secret city on top of a mountain. The Spanish never knew about it. And it's a spectacular site too. I hope you all get a chance to go to Peru and see some of the things there. So those buildings that we were just seeing, they're near Cuzco, which is to the north of Lake Titicaca. This is a satellite photo of Lake Titicaca. Lake Titicaca is on the Altiplano of South America. It's at an altitude of about 12,500 feet. It's said to be the largest navigable lake in the world. Parts of Lake Titicaca are very deep, mainly the very north side up here is extremely deep, about 800 feet or something like that. The southern part down here is shallower. It is said that there are sunken cities and ruins in this lower part, and also around the island of the sun, which is this island in the middle right here. A lot of UFO activity is seen around Lake Titicaca. And supposedly late at night, people witness UFOs coming up out of the water, out of the lake. And in fact, South America itself is quite a hotbed of UFO activity. And in South America in general, the subject of UFOs is a common one. Most people totally believe in UFOs in South America, and local news stations and things like that, they're constantly reporting on UFOs and have footage of UFOs. It's especially in South America, talk of UFOs is very, very common. One of the strange things of Lake Titicaca is that there are seahorses in Lake Titicaca, which geologists cannot explain. Seahorses live really in tropical coral reefs, like in Indonesia and Hawaii and stuff like that. They're not in alpine lakes at 12,500 feet. So how did seahorses get to Lake Titicaca? In a sense, what geologists would say is that, well, Lake Titicaca was at sea level at one time and had seahorses in it, and it would have been part of the ocean. But today, it's at 12,500 feet.
This is the reason why I've canceled my doorbell camera subscription.
This brand new...
As I said, there are some sunken ruins in Lake Titicaca. It's very difficult to dive there because you're at such a high altitude, you need to use mixed gases and things. Some Italian and Argentinian expeditions have gone diving in Lake Titicaca, finding underwater ruins. And in fact, a couple of years ago, this Italian expedition off of the island of the sun made the astonishing claim that they had seen a solid gold obelisk in the water off of the island of the sun, which is pretty incredible. So this is the Maquiacta Chulpa in Espanar province, which is near to Lake Titicaca, going south of Cusco. And around Lake Titicaca particularly are all of these strange towers. They're megalithic too, they're called chulpas. This one has an unusual dome on it. It's megalithic, it's also perfectly fitted together. And also near Lake Titicaca are several sites of Silustani and this one called Cutimbo. Cutimbo is up on top of this mesa up here. And when you hike up there, you see all these strange buildings. Some are towers, some are square buildings. They're megalithic too, perfectly fitted together, partially destroyed in some cases. And one of the things that you see on the buildings there at Cotimbu and at Silustani and other places, also in Cusco, are serpents carved in what we call bas relief on the rocks. So in other words, to have a serpent on these rocks on the left or there in the middle, you actually have to carve all the other part of the rock away and then leave that serpent. So this is especially difficult to make. Some of the other towers have things like pumas on them also, but the serpent symbol is the common one. And here's another serpent in a bas relief on this tower at Cotimbo. Now, not too far from Cotimbo is the site of Silustani. More tourists go to Silustani than they go to Cotimbo. And Cotimbo is at this, right along this lake called Lake Amayu. According to people, I've been to the site many times, and I'm told by the locals there, they say, yeah, late at night, we see UFOs come out of this lake. That's what they say. There's another lake near Cusco, where also people say, yeah, UFOs come out at like 4 in the morning. Probably not every night, but yeah, UFOs are coming out of the water. It's like they have bases in these lakes and stuff in South America. So at Silustani, and there's part of the lake in the background, once again, we're seeing these megalithic towers And we see the serpents carved in bas relief. So the builders were doing this. Now, what's interesting is that, and we're talking about the Anunnaki and ancient Sumeria. If you go to northern Iraq and Kurdistan, the temples there of the Yazidis, which is really one of the oldest religions in the world, their temples have these same serpents on them. And they really are these people are the inheritors, essentially, of the ancient Sumerian religion, of the ancient Sumerian culture. And it's their religion. The ISIS and these, the war in Iraq and whatnot, one of the things that these jihadists were trying to do was destroy all these people. And there's only a few of these temples left in Kurdistan in northern Iraq. So there's some connection there, and we'll see some more. So here we go. Here's a modern photo of one of these temples, again with the serpent on there. And in Cusco, you also see all this. I could show you literally hundreds of photos from Peru of serpents on these walls. So on the southern part of Lake Titicaca is Tiwanaku. And Pumapunku is part of Tiwanaku. This is Bolivia. Half of Lake Titicaca is in Peru. The other half is in Bolivia. This is the famous Gate of the Sun at Tiwanaku. It's been split in an earthquake. This is a monolithic door. In a sense, it's a door carved into one giant solid piece of granite. And that is Viracocha at the top, said to be Viracocha. He's holding two strange staffs on either side, some kind of rods. And there's many stories too that and Moses had one of these staffs, these magical staffs that you could strike. They could perhaps levitate rocks. Moses had water coming out of a rock when he struck it. But it seems that Viracocha is holding these staffs. We'll see a picture of him in a minute where he's actually got tears coming down on his cheeks. And they say those are the tears of the sun. And the tears of the sun is liquid gold. It's molten gold, molten metals. That's the tears of the sun. So Tiwanaku itself, this is what I maintain in my books, was a metallurgical complex for washing ores, and the towers are actually kilns and for furnaces for melting the ores. Now, on either side of the Viracocha are these birdmen, and they're running toward him. We'll see that in a second. So here's Viracocha. You can see there the tears coming down his eyes, the tears of the sun. Molten metals, molten gold. And in fact, at Tiwanaku in ancient times, and mainstream archaeologists know this and they admit it, at Pumapunku and Tiwanaku, the buildings were wallpapered with gold. I mean, it was literally this golden city of the sun. Some historians have suggested that the story of Jason and the Golden Fleece is a story of a trip to Tiwanaku and the fantastic golden city. And by the way, around Lake Titicaca and all through Peru and Bolivia, even today, there's hundreds of gold mines and copper mines. It's tremendously rich in metals. So if you're there to find metals, gold, silver, copper, mercury, all that stuff, you're going to find it in this area and in the Andes. And so here you see the birdmen too. They have wings. Some of them have bird heads. They have men. They have crowns. They all have wings, and they're running toward him. Birdmen, men who can fly. Here's an Olmec birdman found in Costa Rica, made out of jade. He's an Olmec. He's got the elongated head. He's got wings. He's a birdman too. He can fly. So how do these guys fly? They fly in airships. They're flying in vimanas. They have, just like we have today. They had ships, huge giant ships for the ocean, but they had airships as well. They had power tools. They had the capability of perfectly cutting and fitting blocks of stone. They had to have power tools to do this. They had to have the ability, and we still don't know how they did these things, what they did. So this is Puma Punku. We're now looking at the larger area of Puma Punku, which is very much destroyed. You see some of the H blocks in the back. These are huge sandstone platforms. The H blocks are made out of granite. And through excavations, they don't allow you to go into this part of Puma Punku anymore, but you'll see again those keystone cuts that I was talking about earlier. The T-shaped cuts, you see them here, that they would have had metallic clamps put in them. You can see how they were used. They're perfectly fitted together. Here we see more of these keystone cuts on the sandstone slabs. Huge, I mean, and these are massively huge slabs with very large keystone cuts too, where they would pour the molten metals. These slabs are so big, you wouldn't think they would be going anywhere, but they have the molten metal clamps that harden, and I mean, it's part of the building. At the very least, it's to hold the blocks together. It's been suggested to me that one of the things the molten metal does, the clamps, is that as the molten metals cool, they shrink a little bit, and it helps pull the blocks together. That's what's suggested to me. Other people have said it has something to do with technology and electricity and something like that. And that may well be the case. I can't figure out how that would work, though.
Atera is the IT painkiller. Remote monitoring and management, remote access, help desk and ticketing.
Here are what some of the clamps look like. They're an alloy, essentially a bronze. In South America, they would often add a little bit of gold to bronze and other alloys. Gold is indestructible. All gold from ancient times still exists today. You cannot destroy gold. Other metals will oxidize. So after a while, they'll rust, and iron and stuff like that. Gold is too soft, really, to make. Gold is okay for electronics and stuff like that, but it's really too soft for, say, clamps and things like that. But you can add a little bit of gold to alloys, and it helps, it keeps them from oxidizing and stuff. All right, now let's go across the Pacific to Vietnam. And this is the same also in Angkor Wat, in Cambodia. You're gonna see this at Borobudur in Java. The same keystone cuts. These ones are in basalt. And this is at a city called My Son in central Vietnam, built by the Cam people or the Compa people. They're gone now. And at that time, before the, what was that? What happened there was that the Vietnamese kept moving down from the north, and the Thai people were doing the same, moving down from the north into Thailand. And this is all just within historical times. In fact, the Vietnamese only took over Vietnam in the mid-1800s. But before that, central Vietnam down to the south, to the Mekong Delta, was the Cam people, and they were darker skinned. They were Hindus and Buddhists. They were Shivites. They went out into the Pacific, and one of their cities was called My Son. It's near Da Nang today. And they were very similar. Their statues and things look very Egyptian, but also very Tibetan. They would have statues of Shiva, but they also used these same keystone cuts. And these ones are in basalt, which is even harder than granite. All right, so let's go back to South America, back to Lake Titicaca. Here are those H blocks. They have keystone cuts too in some of them. And this is actually a painting that's at the museum at Tiwanaku. So here you see, and this is, to me, this is very typical of museums, where you have a real paradox, a dichotomy of this highly, sophisticated and articulated blocks of granite that are perfectly cut, and megalithic. They're going to be fitted together perfectly. But then you have these Indians in simple cotton tunics, and they got a campfire over here that they're melting, metals in. So it's a strange mixture of a primitive people and a primitive technology with what is like a super technology. And it doesn't make sense. I mean, whoever's building this, and they have to have power tools, among other things. What's also here at Lake Titicaca and Tiwanaku and Pumapunku, if you look to the west, you will see this pyramid. And there's a village over here too. I took a long telephoto shot of this. And one time when I was here at Tiwanaku and Pumapunku, and I was with my guide from Bolivia, and he pointed to this thing. He said, "Oh yeah, and there's a giant pyramid over here." And in fact, it hasn't been officially made an archaeological site by the Bolivian government. I mean, no one has said this is a pyramid, but that's what it is. It's a giant pyramid, and the people in the village are looting it. They're excavating it themselves. And I told the guide, we were in a little minibus, I said, well, let's go to that pyramid. Let's go to this town. And he was like, well, okay, we can go a little bit of the way. So we drove part of the way there on a dirt road. But then before we got to the town, he stopped. He said, we can't go into this town. The villagers won't let us come there. They don't want anyone coming and visiting this place. So, and in other countries, Bolivia is kind of different. Bolivia doesn't have a real strong central government. So people are able to do stuff like this, do excavations on this pyramid. Now, one of the things that came out of that pyramid or nearby it and that village is this. This is called the Fuente Magna Bowl. And it was found in 1960, just near that pyramid by a guy's house. And a Catholic priest was visiting him, and what he saw was this man using this, it's a ceramic bowl, using this ceramic bowl to feed his pigs. And the priest thought, this is interesting bowl. This is an ancient bowl. And the man said, yeah, I dug it up. When I was digging a well or something, I dug this up near my house. And so I'm feeding my pigs with it. And the priest said, we need to get this to La Paz and to the archaeologists. So what they did was they traded him a house. They traded him a house for this bowl, a small house. And now, even though it was found in 1960, it wasn't put on display in the museum in La Paz, and that's where it is. It's in the Gold Museum in La Paz today, which is a national museum. And this is the big deal with this bowl, the Fuente Magna Bowl. It has two types of Sumerian writing on it. It has Sumerian hieroglyphs on the right side, and then it has Sumerian cuneiform on the left side. So this bowl, it's in the National Museum in Bolivia, but this bowl can't be there. This mainstream archaeology cannot ever recognize this bowl as being authentic, because it would mean that Sumerians had been coming from Sumeria to South America and to Lake Titicaca and to Tiwanaku, and that they were doing some of the mining, and that they were building some of this. And this is an archaeological time bomb in South America, in a national museum. All that mainstream archaeologists can do with this is ignore it. They just pretend it's not there. They just won't talk about it. You won't see it. Even though it's in a national museum in Bolivia, they're not going to talk about this, because this one object singularly destroys all of the history that they're claiming about South America, North America, Sumerians, people traveling across the Pacific, across the Atlantic, people traveling around the world in ancient times. I mean, this bowl is probably from at least 2000 BC, more like 3000, 4000 BC. A lot of the dating is kind of strange. That's my friend Christopher Dunn, who's from Manchester, standing there in the background. When you're in the museum, they tell you, don't take photos of this bowl. Well, you know, yeah, give me a break, you know. First thing I did as soon as the guard walked away was start taking photos, you know. But that's not all. Well, here's the H blocks too. Wait, did I miss? Yeah, I missed something. Here we go. Yeah, I went to, yeah. Okay, there's another one. There are two artifacts. Also found in that pyramid that I was showing you is the Pokatia statue. It too has Sumerian writing on it, which is here. The writing is on his thigh. This is a red granite statue. It's about 4 feet high. It's been broken in two. It's also in that museum, but it's not on display. I've seen it because when Ancient Aliens went there to do one of the episodes, they brought it out. And I took all these pictures, but it turned out my camera had already run out of, you know, I'd already filled up my camera. But so you won't be able to see this. If you do go to La Paz, you'll be able to see the Fuente Magna Bowl. So here, once again, we have Sumerian writing on an object that's found near Tiwanaku. All right, so the famous H blocks, they are cut in such a way and articulated in a very fancy way. I mean, the way they are cut, very precise cuts and articulation, even fancy decorations like you can see on the inside. Extremely well made. They're made out of granite. This is what they would kind of look like if they were being fitted together. And here, we'll have a look at how these walls might have been constructed.
This simple yet brilliant trick to heat your home in 90 seconds will save thousands of pounds on your heating bill.
So yeah, just watch this for a minute. So these blocks are kind of like prefabricated Lego blocks or something like that, and they're made to fit together. Yeah, so here they come down and they would make this really like a giant wall. So you can see that this H blocks and what's there, it's tremendously sophisticated. And so this goes back to where we saw the Indians in their simple cotton tunics with a campfire, you know, making all this stuff. That's just clearly not the case. And this is such a problem with mainstream archaeology, is that, yeah, when engineers look at this stuff, they can see that this is a tremendously advanced technology and building. This is not done by simple people. So here's Christopher Dunn again, my friend from Manchester. He lives in Illinois now, and he's a great engineer. He wrote the Giza power plant book, which I totally endorse. And we've traveled a number of times to Peru and to Egypt. This is the Serapeum in Saqqara, just west of the Giza pyramids in Egypt. And to go into the Serapeum, which was closed for many years in Egypt, you had to, for about 15 years, you could not visit this. I had been there in the kind of mid-'80s or so, and then they closed it, but then they did reopen it again just a few years ago. But when you go there, it's just flat desert, it's what you're looking at, but then you start walking down these stairs and you enter into these catacombs. And what's in there are these gigantic basalt boxes, which are made out of basalt. They weigh about 80 tons. They have a giant lid on them. They're huge boxes, and archaeologists don't know what they were for. They assume that they were coffins, giant basalt coffins for mummified bulls. which they call the Apis bulls. But they only found one of these bulls in one of these boxes. And one of the big mystery of this Arapaeum is not just how they made these things out of basalt and whatnot. I mean, they're perfectly made. Some of them do have hieroglyphs, but they're in these little closets. So you're underground in these tunnels, and there'll just be a little notch off to the side. But how could they move these 80-ton basalt boxes through these tunnels? What mainstream archaeologists are saying, well, you just get so many hundred people pulling on a rope, and you're wearing harnesses and stuff like that, and you're pulling and you're hauling this just with your brute strength, these giant blocks of basalt into these tunnels, but there's no place for these people to stand, and you would have to push these things into these little closets and cubbyholes. So exactly how they would even move these things, again, without having some kind of levitation or anti-gravity, you can't imagine it. And the Egyptians today can't move these boxes at all. One of them is it's actually blocking the main tunnel, but the Egyptians can't move it. So you have to walk around it. And when you're down there, you're just like, what? You can't figure out what's going on or how they would move all these things. Whoops. Here we go. Yeah, that's me and one of the blocks. This is a illustration of how you might make these blocks. I mean, they don't know how they would even make them. You would actually have to use a drill and just drill out the box, the inner container of these basalt boxes. I mean, it's incredible. You're just there, and particularly when you're an engineer or somebody who does this stuff, you're amazed. You're like, wow, who is doing this stuff? There are some hieroglyphs that have been etched into it. Most of them are plain, but there are a few hieroglyphs. But even making these hieroglyphs on these basalt boxes would be difficult. I mean, how would they do that? You would need diamond tip drills, like a dentist drill or something, to etch and cut these hieroglyphs into these basalt. Basalt is so extremely hard. It's probably the most difficult stone to be working. Here's Christopher Dunn inside one of the boxes, and he was able to, he's using precision machining tools to look at the precision of it. And this one thing I learned from him was that when you're using computer-aided, CAD designed tools, and again, you have diamond tools, diamond cutters, and you need electricity and stuff to power these things. But with that kind of technology, everything's going to be perfect. And a computer-aided power tool can do no less than perfectly straight cut and the angles. Inside angles of these things are the most difficult things to do. Mainstream archaeologists are saying, oh, they're just pounding these things out with rock hammers in their hand. They also say that incredibly, mainstream archaeologists are saying the Egyptians did not have iron tools, and all they had were copper chisels. You can't do this with a copper chisel. And in fact, get this. Egyptologists are saying today that, forget working on basalt like this. They wouldn't even really discuss this one, but just to be cutting the granite blocks and statues and whatnot that are in Egypt, if they're using a copper chisel, you can only use it once. You would take literally one blow of that chisel, and it's useless. And so this is what they say. You have an entire line of 500 guys, each with a chisel. And after you take one blow, they hand you another chisel. Take another blow. That's how they built these things. You're just thinking like, wow, this doesn't make any sense. So here we go. More of what's it like inside. You can see the narrow little passageways that these move through. To me, about the closest thing I can think of to moving these things is that great scene in The Empire Strikes Back when Han Solo's frozen in carbonite and the bounty hunter Boba Fett is and it's levitating, right? It's this black carbonite block, and he's just it's levitating. He's just sort of pushing it up this ramp into a spaceship, and it's like floating, and it's just floating itself. He just gives a little push, and it goes. And that must be really about how they moved things at the Serapeum.
Leonardo da Vinci seems to have encrypted the Great Pyramid of Giza into the Vitruvian Man.
Okay, everyone likes me to talk about stone balls.
Mic check, mic check. Can you guys hear me out there? Mic check, mic check. Let me know if you guys can hear me. I should have let that advert play. Did anybody notice that Vitruvian Man on the advert? You don't notice that, right? It just popped up, but I pressed skip. Did anybody see that? All right, cool. I should have let that play. Did anybody notice what was on top of his head? Let me see if anyone paid attention. It's okay if you didn't. It's okay if you didn't. But let me see if you noticed. Hold on a second. Look, I wonder if it'll go back. It had the fucking moon on its head. Will it go back? No, see, I got it here on my 1 second. I got it right here. There we go. Wait there, 1 second. Wow. Ah, man, where's it gone? 1 second. Bear with me a second, please. Look, that's wild, right? Why is the moon on top of his head? I've never seen them do a Vitruvian Man with the moon on top of its head. Has anyone seen that? Or is that the first time you're seeing this? I've never seen that. Can you guys see it? Oh, I need to show you guys. 1 second. Look. You see that now? Never seen that before. They're trying to talk to me. They're talking to me, and I don't even have to talk back. They're just talking to me. Look, I've never seen this one before. Look, Code X, watch now. That is crazy. I don't know what's going on here, but look, they've got a moon on top of the Vitruvian Man's head. I've never seen it like this. That's crazy. Say no more. We're gonna get back into that.
So we'll talk about stone balls now. The main place where we see stone balls and where they're the most famous is Costa Rica. Costa Rica is just north of Panama, south of Nicaragua. And this is in the capital, Costa Rica, called San Jose, which is towards the Pacific side. Most of these balls are found along the Pacific side of Costa Rica. They're various sizes. They're of granite. Archaeologists totally admit and know that these are man-made or alien-made. They're not natural. These are absolutely artificial. Some of them are almost the size of a Volkswagen Bug or something, larger than the stone in the middle. And you find them around. They're in bank lots. There's a museum there where they moved some of them. They're actually found out in the jungle, and the archaeologists have no explanation for these balls, what they were for, how they were made. I'm told that making a perfectly round granite ball is one of the most difficult things to do. And once again, you probably need a CAD, computer-aided design program, and power tools to create perfect granite balls. And again, this is a very hard stone. The mainstream archaeological explanation, essentially, of these stone balls in Costa Rica, anyway, is that they were a sign of nobility and chief. You know, when you had a stone ball, you were the chief. You know, and I mean that's their explanation. And in fact, there we go. This is what they must have been used for, I think. The plugging up the entrances to secret temples, maybe. But yeah, they're saying
That's wild. Would you guys in the chat room think made these spheres? What do you lot think? Do you think they're man-made, or do you think they're just organic? They just was produced like that? It's a bit of both. I don't even know. Part of me thinks man-made, and then the other part thinks possibly came from nature. It's interesting.
Saying in Costa Rica that, and the chiefs, he would be buried with a stone ball. And at the museum, they show you a little burial, they mock a burial, and they put a small stone ball there. Like, yeah, this is the chief stone ball, you know. So they don't have an explanation for it. And to be honest, I don't have a good explanation for stone balls too. So here we are. This is it. The tomb. He's got a stone ball. He's the main man. Gets a stone ball in his tomb. But that's something later. I mean, the Costa Ricans themselves did.
Rule by Saturn saying molten drops, right? It's a rule by Saturn. I tell you this, right? I remember watching a program before, and they was doing some excavation, right? And one of the easiest ways and sufficient ways they was getting rid of their trash, right? They was compressing them into spheres. Right, don't let that go over your head. They was compressing the garbage into spheres shaped like this, and it was dropping out of the back end of the machinery. It goes in at the front, and then it compresses it into a sphere, and it just poops it at the back. And that is how they was keeping their work area clean. You understand? That's how they was doing that, right? And then, well, that's my input for the man's involvement to that, right? They could have came from some type of excavation site where they compress the rubbish that they don't need, and it just, you know, sufficient. But also, right, where we see that we see it in nature, right? Pearls and these things, these oysters, when they make, you know, their sphere-shaped pearls and these things. And even when they make the pearls, right, they almost look metallic. I'm not sure whether they get this whitest color after it's been hit with the air, but they almost look metallic when they come out of the oysters. But they're perfectly round balls. Might have a little detail on it, I don't know, but yeah, that is the only places in nature that I know that makes them. And obviously our eyeballs, but I don't think these are eyeballs. I think this is either waste left over from man or something produced in nature on a macro level, just like we was just like I said with the oysters, right? How they can produce pearls on a micro level. But if things was more macro, then I don't know. I know that's a reach, but hey, let's keep going. Grand old chat room. 420, have you got that?
Didn't know what these stone balls were for. They don't know. And a lot of them were just in the jungle. It's like they were washed up in a big tidal wave up into these mountain jungle hills. And then and in modern times, they brought them to the Capitol and put them in the museum and stuff. Well, let's now have a look at the trolley, the Los Angeles trolley. Now, this was a booklet that was sent to me by somebody, and around 1910 in Los Angeles.
Yeah, tendon balls too. I heard about that. Roger Spurs, yeah, tendon balls too, correct.
Angeles, they wanted to build an electric trolley going through from the coast through Santa Monica, going inland. And this was the souvenir booklet for the trolley. And so an electric trolley with the grade, it can't really go up a steep hill. And there's a bunch of hills in Los Angeles. So they brought out some steam shovels to take out these hills in Los Angeles so that the tracks for the trolley could be pretty much level. And what happened when they started digging into this hill? A bunch of stone balls. So they find, so they go into this hill, and it's got like...
It's going well, Mimsy. Thank you very much. It's going well. Hey, stick around. I want you to jump up and hit this link. Mimsy, after I see you got a channel going on. Let me sub up to your channel. Real Talk with Mimsy, right? All right, cool. I want you to hit the link after Mimsy. Stick around, please. Or you can hit the link now. It's up to you, but you're going to hit the link. Peace. Let's keep going.
30 stone balls in it. At the time, they said, oh, they're dinosaur eggs. Today, we don't know what happened to these stone balls. They ended up in people's gardens and stuff in Los Angeles. They've all kind of disappeared. We don't know where these things are now. But I mean, this is just bizarre, you know. So these stone balls were somehow washed up in Los Angeles.
Who said that? Goat pellets. That was cold. That was cold. Now when I'm looking at it, right, it kind of looks like little, even rabbit droppings, right? Rabbit, goats, you know, they come out round. That's crazy. Yeah, it looks like that. I see what you're saying. Yeah, interesting. Okay, was it dragon balls? Yeah, okay. Barbarian balls, yeah. Because look, even where they're positioned, right, that almost looks like that got hit by the mud flood. Can you just imagine if this is how they was really getting rid of mud flood waste, compressing it into balls, you know, digging the mud out and throwing it into something and just compressing it. And they're just showing us this is the what we did with the mud. We compressed it into balls, and over hundreds of years, they become solid. I don't know.
Angeles covered with dirt, some cataclysm or something, and then, well, then 1910 they uncovered this, dug into this hill, and they found them. All right, let's go to Franz Josef Land in the Russian Arctic. This is up near Spitsbergen, but it's to the east. It's actually part of Russia. So you go up there. Very few people ever get up to Franz Josef Land. Cruise ships cruise up here now and then. And so some tourists get up there. Well, what do you see up there? Bunch of stone balls of granite, like this one on the right. It's cracked, but it's like a perfect stone ball. It's a granite stone ball. What's it? In fact, this is one of the things that the tourists go and take photos of when they're go to St. Franz Josef Land. Is, oh, let's go see the stone balls. And exactly what they're doing. Now, archaeologists and geologists are saying, oh, well, these are not, artificial. They're somehow natural. And to be natural like this, their explanation there is that, okay, some volcano that doesn't exist anymore, spewed out some hot lava, and as it flying through the air, it got spinning, and then it became a ball, and then it cooled, and it landed. I mean, that's kind of their explanation, actually. Or there's somehow glaciers, made this thing. I mean, they don't have a good explanation for it. And they look a lot like the stone balls in Costa Rica. So here's some more. All right. Yep. Another one of the stone balls in Franz Josef Land. And they're granite. We don't know what they're doing up there. And they probably are artificial, but how they would got there. These are some stone balls in Bosnia. And there's this kind of creek ravine, and it's got a bunch of stone balls in it that you can see. There's maybe like 8 or 9 or something like that. So here's more of the Bosnian stone balls here. All right. And now, these ones are in Mexico, Piedras Bolas. They're saying they are natural too, somehow. And that, there are these volcanic bombs, that's what they're saying, that are thrown out. These ones are in Siberia, in Nazarovo, Siberia. This is just a couple of years ago. This was on the internet, and I was like, wow. So they were building this new city up in Siberia or something, and they found these stone balls. And I don't think there's any volcano or anything around this. So again, we don't know what these stone balls are doing here. Here you go.
So they found these balls nearly everywhere. To Europe, I think to the Americas. I wonder if it's been found in the Africas. Do they show Africa? I'm not too sure yet. Let's keep going.
The Moriaki boulders in
New Zealand, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. I've seen these ones actually. I think I've actually done a build on these ones with Roger Spurs, not Roger Spurs. What's his name? Bloody hell, Max Vision. We've done a build on this before, and I've done a build on them separately. But yeah, we covered these ones.
New Zealand. They're on the South Island, on the west side, and they're quite. Any of you who've been to New Zealand or are from New Zealand, you would know about these probably. So there are a bunch of stone balls too. They're said to be some kind of natural formation. Again, they can't really explain it very well. There's about 30 of them or something. And they're all
Bloody hell, they just look like some type of eggs ready to hatch. They remind me of like frog eggs or something, or like from those movies, Aliens, right? When you just see it sitting there and something's waiting to burst out of it. Ugh, creepy.
They're all together, and they're kind of just in the ocean, really. So we've got other stone balls in San Augusto, Italy. Pretty big. I mean, this is not for a catapult or something. Here we go. More stone balls in Italy. These are more of the stone balls in Italy. They got worn. Here's some more. They get piled up. This is in Dubrovnik in Croatia. And I thought this was interesting. I was just walking around Dubrovnik, and there were all these stone balls that were there. These are relatively small in a sense, so perhaps they were for catapults or something like that. We don't know. So here we go. Okay, Gongxi in Hunan, China. This is southern China. Kind of near Hong Kong. And it's this town, and it's famous for its stone balls. And tourists go there, take their pictures. It's one of the stone balls in Guangxi. Now, this doesn't look like granite. This could be a concretion. That's a conglomerate. These are stone balls at Malta. So until Göbekli Tepe was discovered, archaeologists were saying that the ruins on Malta were the oldest in the world. Now they say that Göbekli Tepe is older, but the stone balls there too. One of the ideas is that they use these smaller stone balls for moving megaliths, like sort of marbles or ball bearings underneath some giant slab of rock. I mean, that's not a bad idea. More of the stone blocks and stuff in Malta. Malta also has an obelisk. Okay, now let's go to Easter Island. And what do we find there? A stone ball. And in fact, this is a small one. It's in the museum. It's about the size of a volleyball or maybe a soccer ball, a little bit smaller.
See, hold on now, because that's interesting. Easter Island now, right? Because look where Easter Island is. That is out in the middle of nowhere, near enough. That's out in the middle of nowhere. And it's crazy they even said Easter Island, because I was looking at Easter Island, a day or 2 days ago? And I was looking into the craters, and they have like what would you call it? A bird coat, the Birdman coat over there, the bird coat. All right, so there's a lot of things going on with Easter Island, where it's placed, the craters, even the how would you call it? The big heads, those heads. I forgot the name of those things, those Easter Island heads, right? And then they had the bird coat. They got a bird coat over there, Birdman coat. So that's quite interesting. They found them on Easter Island, and it's in the middle of nowhere, more or less. Easter Island. It's just out in the bloody ocean. Let's keep going.
It's in the museum. But in fact, on the north side of Easter Island is a small pen, and it has a stone ball too, with
Wow.
a couple of other small stone balls on it. And Easter Islanders say that on the entire island, this is the most important thing. More important than all the statues on Easter Island or anything. It's this one stone ball. And archaeologists asked them, well, why is this stone ball so important? No one can say. And the islanders have no explanation either. They just say, oh, this is the most important thing. This is the most sacred thing on the whole island. And it's not natural either. So, I mean, you just got all this mystery. That stone ball is over sort of to the right of this. This is the quarry on Easter Island. It's called Rana Raraku. This is where the giant statues are quarried. This is where they're sitting up to their chests in just dirt and debris along the slopes. Some of them are fallen, some of them are leaning over. But yeah, what you're seeing here with a lot of these statues is that their bodies are deep inside the soil.
Is your agency using WordPress to build websites?
And in fact, according to the Easter Islanders,
Yeah, there we go.
what the statues were meant to do was that after they
See, this is brilliant, because I was actually going to go look into Easter Island, but if he's got it up here now, he's doing my work for me. Salute to this guy.
were quarried in sort of this area right over here called Volcano Ranaraku, the statues then were brought out to the edge of the island, and according to the Easter Islanders, inlaid eyes were put in the statue, and the statues all faced inland, and a power came out of the eyes that they called mana, which is a Sanskrit word, has the same meaning really, of an occult power, mana, almost like a vril power or.
Wow. I've never heard that before. That's crazy. What type of eyes did they place in these stone heads? That's what I want to know. So they're saying they place eyes in these figurines' heads, face them inwards. That is crazy, and stuff would come out of the eyes. Okay.
Or orgone, some kind of you know, this basic energy. And this power came out of the eyes, and it protected the island and kept it from sinking. Because the Easter Islanders say that they were from another continent that they called Hiva. But Hiva is now under the water in the Pacific.
Eva.
And they're saying that Easter Island is the last bit of it. So the Easter Island is, these statues are keeping the island from sinking. That's what the islanders believed. And in fact, they could only walk in a clockwise pattern. They walked. That's what the Easter Islanders said. Or they walked or were like levitated or something. But they had to walk in a clockwise pattern around the island. And in fact, on this northern, well, it would be western area up here at the top, there's a magnetic anomaly. And it's on the maps. They tell you your compass will not work right there. Your compass goes crazy. And back in the early 80s, Jacques Cousteau was there with his famous ship, the Calypso. And his son, Philippe Cousteau, had an ultralight aircraft on the boat. And he wanted to fly it around Easter Island, do an aerial survey. And they told him, they said, well, don't fly near this volcano up over here, because all your instruments will go crazy, like the Bermuda Triangle or something, and it'll be dangerous for you. Well, he ignored that. He flew around there. The instruments on his ultralight did go crazy, and he crashed.
Wow.
And he was almost killed. And he was medevaced back to Santiago, Chile, where they saved his life. So the whole thing is very strange on Easter Island, the giant statues. In my book on the Cam, I explain these statues. They're actually, I believe, statues of Shiva, the Hindu god Shiva. I explain that in my book on the Cam. But here's what's interesting about these statues, and there's a whole bunch of them.
Wow.
Many of them never left the quarry. They were never put around the island. You can see here how some of the statues, how big.
Wow. Look at the size. I had no idea they was that big. I was thinking, I hope they show the sizes comparison, and look what they're doing right now. That is crazy. Look at the size of that. Okay. So I wonder how these were actually getting made. I don't buy that narrative, because what are they going to tell us? Chisels and hammers, sculptures, right? These are near enough like twins, triplets. Everyone's identical. Are you telling me you had one person or one whole team just not off the mark, making everything identical? I don't know about that. I smell technology. I smell higher technology. I don't think hammers and chisels done this, and sandpaper. No way. That's interesting. Let's keep going. Almost there, ladies and gentlemen. Bit more to go.
These statues are, and they had these top knots on their head, which was like a hat. Some of them are kind of different. Like this one guy is kneeling up here, the second one from the top. So he's an unusual statue. The famous Norwegian archaeologist Thor Heyerdahl is the one who uncovered that one. But here we see, this is also from Thor Heyerdahl's expedition, where you can see how there's 40 feet of this statue underground.
Yeah, somewhere in time. I agree with you. I've seen them use high pressure water devices, right, to cut through rock and metals and these type of things, right? But that goes back to my point. If they was using those type of devices, it's technology involved, right? Even though it's just water, the water's coming through some type of device which requires technology. So yeah, that's interesting. But I feel like it's more of some type of 3D printing type of thing. You know, just type in some numbers and the machine just pops them all out.
So it's like it's been there for couple of thousand years, and that much soil has built up around the statue. I mean, they can't explain this, really. There's mainstream archaeologists are saying these statues aren't that old either. They're saying they're from about 1200 AD. That's their explanation. But here you can see how deeply buried under the soil many of these statues are, and you see the lichen, big lichen patches and stuff like that. I mean, the whole Easter Island is amazing. Here's what those inlaid eyes look like. This is in the museum. It was an inlaid ivory and obsidian to these things. What Easter Islanders, they believed the statues were alive. And later during a war, which they called the war between the long ears and the short ears, they wanted to destroy the statues and kill them by tipping them over and breaking their necks. And that would
Because look, they've got all of these statues here, right? But how comes we can never see the tools that they used? How come we've never come across the tools? And researchers say, yeah, this is the tools they used for this piece of work. How come we never get to see the tool? We should be seeing so many blunt chisels, right? Some very old world chisels, right? We should be seeing all of that old world hammers and chisels, right? If they was making this stuff in mass productions, why don't we see old world hammers on these type of locations and old chisels? If they're digging that all up, if they're digging all this stuff up, why can't we ever see the tools that they was using as well? No, I don't know. But look at this. You can see a face in this one. There's an eye and there's a nose. That's interesting. Look, all of that for chisel and hammer. Look, it looks like there's even a nostril, like a cavity. Chisel and hammer done that, yeah. It looks like it's hollow. You can go push your hand right up through there on one side.
And that would kill the statue. This is a very unusual statue on Easter Island, which has only recently been on display. And it's of a woman, but very strange with the long head and everything. There are two breasts here. This is a unique and totally weird statue.
Long head, see? They're getting into the spookism realm. Okay, long head, elongated. Okay, let's keep going.
Looks like some almost extraterrestrial or something. And this is another strange statue found on Easter Island in 1960, but it wasn't put into the museum until about 15 years ago. I mean, they kept this off display for some reason. And he looks also a little bit like an alien or something. Here's that statue now in the museum.
How to open your car door while submerged underwater.
No, thank you. Another time, maybe. Another time. Actually, let's have a look. You never know. One of you guys might be drinking and driving and fall off the bridge. All right, you paying attention? Or you're going to end up like that? All right. No, they ain't going to show us. We got a bloody buy a package. Buy now, 50% discount. They ain't going to show us.
Near the big airport on Easter Island is this site called Vinapu, which sounds a lot like Vimana. And it's just like walls in Peru, perfectly fitted. I mean, it's been cut by power tools. This is granite. You have the big lichen patches. It's a platform. So this one is rather unique just because it's so perfectly made. You can see it again from the corner. So this is just so much like what you see in Peru and Bolivia, stuff like that. Even down to these little notchings and putting a small little block in with these larger blocks. And this is the statue that was uncovered by Thor Heyerdahl that's in the Kuzuo position, this kneeling position with your hands on your knees is your Kuzuo. You're kneeling, you put your hands on your knees. Here he is. Now the Kuzuo position is something also that's found all over the world. This one is in China. So he's also got his hands on his knees, and oftentimes your head is forward. Here's an Egyptian statue in what's called the Kuzuo position. Here's another Shang Chinese dynasty Kuzuo position. He's got one of the Mohawk haircuts on his head. This is at Tiwanaku. They're wearing the turbans and stuff. They're in the Quizuo position too. They're on their knees with their hands on their knees. This is an Olmec statue that's in Mexico. He's in the Quizuo position. This is also made out of granite. He has the same top knot head that you see on Easter Island. This one is at Mohenjo-Daro, which today is in Pakistan. He's in the Quizuo position too. And now back to Easter Island. They have their own language and written language on Easter Island called Rongo Rongo, which no one can read today. But it apparently is the same characters and whatnot from the Indus Valley. And what the characters are it's the way you hold your hands and your arms. Every position is different. In India, that's called what they call mudras. And even the way you hold your hands and your fingers and everything, it all has a special meaning. This is the Rongo Rongo writing, which is written on these tablets. It's written in what they call the Bostafidan pattern, where one line is written to the right, then the next line to the left, right? They say as the ox plows. That's an unusual way of writing. We can't read, no one has been able to translate this, or the Indus Valley writing. And in fact, Doric Greek was written like that. The Hittite inscriptions in Turkey, they're also written in that same manner. All right, let's go to the amazing city of Nanmadol. It's on a Micronesian island called Ponape. It is built out of basalt. Archaeologists believe that 250 million tons of basalt was used to build the walls here in Nanmadol. This is an island that's kind of between Guam and New Guinea. Today it's the capital of the Federated States of Micronesia. So 250 million tons of basalt stacked up in these walls, 100 artificial islands. They're actually in the ocean. A lot of it's underwater. The largest stones are about 80 tons. And according to the islanders there, they say all of these basalt logs were flown through the air, levitated through the air from the other side of the island, and then stacked up into these walls. Some of it's underwater today, and 100 artificial islands, 250 million tons of basalt. And in fact, they don't know even where all this basalt came from. Entire mountains, much of it's underwater, entire mountains would have been dismantled for all this basalt. And in fact, there is one mountain on the other side of the island, and this part of it's a basalt plug. They call this Chicken Shit Mountain. And I mean, there are places on the island where you could get basalt for sure. I mean, it's a volcanic island. But so much material is in this city that entire mountains would be dismantled. I mean, it's the eighth wonder of the world. Giorgio and I are headed there just next month for an Ancient Aliens episode. All right, let's talk about cone heads real briefly. And
cone heads, there you go. Your boy covered this, London covered that. Let's go, let's keep going.
Keep moving here. So, cone heads. We've got, cone heads are all over the world. They're in Malta, they're in Hungary, they're in Iraq, they're in Korea and China, they're in South America. So you have these guys, I mean, they're along the coast of South America, it's so dry. These ones are actually also in Paracas and Ica. So you have these elongated skulls. There are ways to manipulate a child's skull to do this. There's one from Chongos. This is near Paracas. This is an area south of Lima, on the way to Nazca, actually. And so here we have these guys with these heads, and I mean, their craniums are like twice the size of our own. And we don't know why people did this. And the big question, of course, is whether some people, rather than being manipulated into this, that they naturally have these elongated heads.
That's interesting. I mean, like you said, the Tumbu culture, this is what they practice, right? They do they do it from young. they bound the children's heads in a certain shape and form so it comes like this, right? But where do you think they got these teachings from? Or do you think they was emulating somebody? You think they was emulating a civilization before them that naturally had this type of formation? You know, I heard him say, if you've got a big head or a big skull, big brain, you're very intelligent, right? That's what they class that with. I think even Tony's mentioned something about opening another chakra. It increases your cranium size, if I'm correct. So that could be interesting. Maybe it was a learned thing. They was watching somebody who had craniums that was naturally this way. I don't know. It's interesting. Because we are a learned civilization. We like to copy things. But that's interesting.
So here we go. There's an X.
Salutes to Pamela in the building. Salutes to Boy in the building. 420 if you got that. Big dabs and flowers. Let's keep going.
X-ray of these guys. I mean, they are pretty much like normal humans, but they have these strange elongated heads. Now, this is a particularly unusual one of these skulls from Peru, because the idea is when you're a very small child, the plates in your head have not fused yet. So you can actually bind the head and then crush it, and you can force deformation of the skull. We know that can be done. And in fact, it was being done in Vanuatu and in Kurdistan and in Africa until, fairly recently. But the idea is that these sutures in the plates in your head would fuse, but this.
Look at the size of the fucking eye sockets. They look humongous. Look where they're sitting. Look at the orbit to it. That is crazy. Let's keep going.
This guy doesn't have that. He doesn't have this normal fusion of the head, of the plates coming together. And so this is...
Isn't the skull, I could be wrong, but isn't it fused in three ways? Isn't it then like a line in the middle as well? This could be the earlier model of human, this fused this way, but I'm quite sure there's another line down the middle.
Very anomalistic in the sense that it would appear that this whoever's skull this was, that they're not a normal human being, apparently. I mean, we just don't know, really. They're trying to do DNA tests on them. We have these things. But this is not just in South America, as I was saying. This is something going on all over the world. And in fact, this is the daughter of Akhenaten and Nefertiti. Her name is Meritatan. And yeah, she's got an elongated head too. And in fact, Tutankhamun, King Tut, he also has an elongated head. They never really talk about that. And when you see stuff about King Tut on TV, but he also has an elongated head like this too. Now the Anunnaki, they also had in northern Samaria, they also had these elongated heads, and they have what archaeologists call coffee bean eyes. That's what they call the eyes, which are very strange. These are called Ubaid figures. They were found in northern Iraq. They're clay figures, and supposedly they're of the gods, the Anunnaki gods and stuff. So here's other figures of the Ubaid figures. So they look quite strange.
Very strange. But what are they telling? What are they trying to tell us with this? I've even seen these figurines with the baby suckling from the breast. Like, that could be the original mother and child, like the original Madonna. I don't know which one's older, whether it's, man's one or these ones. But has anyone seen that image with the baby suckling on this breast right here? Let's keep going.
And you could certainly easily believe that, yeah, these are some kind of extraterrestrials. They're not normal humans. Perhaps these are what we call the Anunnaki, just strange eyes, the elongated heads. So with the Sumerians and the Assyrians, we have this whole thing of their flying.
Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find that shit. Yeah, that's interesting. Yes, second. There we go. Where did it just go? That one right there. She's got the baby suckling. They never seem to show that one more time. It's just this one by itself. But then you have this one also, like the original Madonna and Child. The great serpent mother, right? Could she have really been a mother? Hey, could she have really been a mother? Hmm? The great serpent mother. Don't let that go over your head, right? You do it different. Let's keep going.
Flying in a flying disc. You see men up here. So you have the, they're talking about flight, Vimanas, flying. These guys are also Anunnaki, those strange hats that they're wearing. That's signifying the Anunnaki. They have beards and mustaches and stuff. Here's one of the Anunnaki now with the wings, like the birdmen and stuff that we were looking at before in Peru. And since we're talking about flying saucers, let's have a look at some UFO photos. This is supposedly one of the oldest UFO photos around. There are a few older, 1929, taken in Ward, Colorado, April 1929. So it appears to be a UFO. This one is a giant cylindrical UFO over New York City in 1950. Taken there, just huge, just cigar-shaped craft just hovering over the city. Here's a close-up of it.
Wow.
Security is everyone's job, but
It's interesting.
Taken Utah, June 10th, 1960. Nice color photo. That craft, and it looks a lot like the Adamski craft that many of you might be familiar with. And also similar to what they called the Honeyboo saucer that allegedly was developed in Germany during World War II. Now, these are really some cool photos you're about to see here. These were taken by a submarine, an American submarine called the USS Trepang in March 1971. And this allegedly took place in the North Atlantic, somewhere near Iceland. These photos were taken in 1971, but they were somehow leaked by someone in the American military, in the US Navy, I guess, to a magazine in Paris in just about 5 years ago. And so this magazine in Paris published these photos, and they're pretty astonishing. So the photos are being taken by a submarine, I guess through the periscope of the submarine, and they're watching this. And what happens is this huge craft begins coming out of the water, nose first. It comes out of the water.
Wow.
It's now coming out of the water. It's got water and steam is coming off it. Perhaps it has some strong electromagnetic field around it that's heating the water and turning it to steam. The craft is now leveling out.
That's crazy. Is this real? What do you guys think? Cigar-shaped object coming out of the ocean. Now it's just there. Look at that. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Or think, rather. That's interesting. Very interesting.
Leveling out over the ocean. You can still see water and steam is coming off of it. And then finally, as the craft it's leveled out, this is because it was photos from a magazine that was like the thing. You can see some lights or something along the edge of the craft. And then finally, the craft is leveling out over the water. It's like a huge cigar-shaped craft. And then here, finally, this big picture of what it looked like there of the water. And then, after this giant UFO came out of the water, another UFO came out afterwards that was a small, kind of triangular or disc-shaped craft, we're not really sure. It came out of the water afterwards, and then it flew off as well. So pretty astonishing photos, allegedly, coming from the U.S. Navy, but they were leaked. I mean, the U.S. Navy, someone who was on that craft, who had access to these photos, they then leaked it to this Paris magazine. Another interesting UFO event happened in New Zealand in December of 1978. It's called the Kaikoura UFO. And what was happening at that time was that a cargo ship airplane was flying back and forth between the North and South Island of New Zealand every night. It was a nightly cargo flight. And what was happening was, in December, they were being followed by a UFO almost every night. So they then put a camera crew onto the cargo airplane they wanted to film the UFO. And that cargo plane, when the UFO showed up again, and they're taking like 16 millimeter film of the UFO. The UFO is flying along, and it's paralleling them as they're flying north from the South Island back to the North Island, and it's flying along. It's a kind of a round-shaped UFO. They see it, and then in this frame over here, it does this, and then after that, it disappeared. This is what it did. The frame of the film is 1/30th of a second. And this UFO was doing this. It was showing off it like knew it was being filmed.
Hold on. Is he saying this thing shapeshift, a UFO shapeshift? Is that what I'm getting from this? Is that what he's trying to say? Or what the hell is he talking? Okay, it's interesting. Dino in the building. Yeah, Dino, that was me. I covered that about the UFOs entering oceans and these things. Yeah, I showed that before. I covered that. What's happening? How you doing? Let's keep going. Actually, let me see what the chat's saying. Okay. Lots of stuff we don't know about officially, but exists. Questions. Is ours via a Black Ops project or okay, Black Ops. Interesting. Perfect cover for human trafficking. Oh shit. I think on the higher echelon, they are connected to the bigger scale of realm. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. These are UAPs, London. Dragons can be plasma. I've seen them, but only a wing. Interesting. I think there was someone else. Who else did I see? Someone else covered that about dragons being plasma. I can't remember who it was. It may have been Arameo or somebody else. It was someone along those lines. I was meant to show you guys actually, but I don't know. It almost looked like some electrical waves they was doing up there, dancing. Crazy. Let's keep going.
Filmed even. And in 1/30th of a second, the UFO suddenly made this figure 8 move to be captured on the camera. And then it went. So in 1/30th of a second, the UFO did that. And it was basically showing off. It was saying, hey, film me, I'm here. Take a picture. Okay, just a couple of years ago, in May 2016, over Dayton, Ohio, which is where Wright-Patterson Airfield is. This is allegedly where Hangar 18 is, and alien bodies are and all that stuff. This is in Ohio, central Ohio. And yeah, people, and so Wright-Patterson is right near Dayton. Dayton's a major city, but you've got this major Air Force base right nearby. And here's this thing, was just hovering in the sky, kind of like an arrowhead. It was just hovering in the sky on broad daylight over the city. And I took these pictures of it, and then it vanished into a cloud. But it just hovered there over the city for like 20 minutes or something like that. So here we go. I mean, it's all kind of strange. You have to wonder, I mean, since Wright-Patterson Airfield is right nearby, you'd almost think this is perhaps coming from the US military, in fact. All right, let's get into Nikola Tesla. I got my Nikola Tesla t-shirt on. Probably the greatest inventor who ever lived. Tesla was born in Croatia. He was a Serbo-Croatian. He then came to London and eventually to New York. He worked for Edison. He's the inventor of alternating current, three-phase motors. What creates alternating AC power is rotating magnetic fields. That's what creates electricity. So Tesla's the inventor of that. Before that, we had direct current power, but we didn't have AC. So Tesla's the inventor of that. Here's Mark Twain in Tesla's laboratory.
This is the reason why I've canceled my doorbell camera subscription.
This brand new subscription-free mini Wi-Fi camera provides more security features than traditional doorbell systems without ever having to pay for expensive installation or monthly fees, making typical doorbell cameras totally outdated. It's called Camtrix and was created by former employees of a doorbell company based in London, United Kingdom. Their innovation completely revolutionized the home security industry, already providing huge savings to delighted homeowners totaling thousands of pounds. So, major doorbell camera companies are doing their best to resist the change. After years of working as technicians for a doorbell camera company in London, Evan and Justin learned that homeowners needed an advanced yet affordable subscription-free surveillance solution. They realized that traditional doorbell cameras were outdated and too expensive. That's when Evan and Justin decided to take action. Blessed with years of
Sorry about that.
Here's Tesla.
Come back just in time.
With this wireless demo. Tesla was really, I mean, such an amazing guy. He's a suppressed person. He's probably the most greatest scientist who ever lived in many ways, but most people don't know who he is. Certain powers have kept him from just being acknowledged in a sense, particularly since after World War II. His student was Guglielmo Marconi. Marconi, unlike Tesla, Tesla was a kind of a man out of time. He was a social misfit. He was a terrible businessman. He had no idea how to run a company or manage money. He never got married. He had all kinds of phobias. I mean, he was really a kind of strange guy. Marconi was quite different. Marconi was a genius, just like Tesla. And Marconi, though, was a great businessman. He knew how to deal with money. He became multimillionaire, lived on a yacht. Marconi supposedly died in 1937, although there are stories that Marconi and a bunch of scientists didn't die, and that right before World War II, they moved to South America. And in fact, the James Bond movie Moonraker is essentially kind of mimicking the story of Marconi's secret city in South America. Albert Einstein. So with Einstein, one of the things Einstein said was, he said that gravity and magnetism and electricity all manifest from the unified field. So the unified field is an energy field that contains gravity and magnetism and electricity. And so just like there would be an equation for electromagnetism, you would have in the unified field, you'd have an equation for electrogravity and for magnetogravity. So you would have, with the unified field, you'd have mathematical equations for these things. And that's what Einstein said, but he never published any documents about the unified field. The whole idea of having plasmas, gyros spinning, you have toroid fluids, you've got a plasma as an electrified gas, all these kind of things This is actually by a British author named Paul Potter. But yeah, you're creating artificial gravity. You have your own gravitational field. That's why these craft can move on a dime. They can suddenly turn any direction because you're within your own gravity field, and the Earth's gravity field isn't really affecting you. So Tesla had a death ray. His death ray, some people think his death ray was a scalar weapon where energy comes in and it's a scalar bottle where the energy waves all come together and then things are destroyed. But only just recently, Princeton University came out with a book on Tesla, and they were the first ones to put in these drawings by Tesla, which were never patented, and that's why people didn't know about this. But his thing was that, yeah, his death ray was a mercury plasma jet, which in the sense that pellets of superheated mercury are shot out of a gun or something like that. And this would actually be like the Star Wars pistols and stuff like that. They're shooting little heated, electrified mercury blasts. Tesla was gonna put up these towers. The FBI tore them down. He was gonna broadcast electricity from these towers. Airships would just pick up the power. These anti-gravity ships, you can see them there. They would have powerful searchlights. Some of them didn't have wings. They were anti-gravity. These towers were just putting out power into the atmosphere, like a TV station or a radio station. So these were drawings from the 1920s of concepts of Tesla's whole idea of these towers. Now, there was a group that was out of Illinois and California called the Lemurian Fellowship, and they maintained that in Atlantis, there was a tower called the Max Tower, which was a giant crystal tower that broadcast power into the atmosphere, just like Tesla's ideas and stuff like that. And it was a giant crystal tower. Well, and in fact, crystal towers like that exist. They're called obelisks.
This simple yet brilliant trick to heat your home in 90 seconds will save thousands of pounds on your heat.
Crystal towers like that exist. They're called obelisks. So here's an obelisk at Karnak Temple in Luxor, Egypt, southern Egypt. So yeah, an obelisk is a monolith. It's granite. It has crystals. Quartz crystals are infused into it. Here's the unfinished obelisk, an old photo of it, how gigantically huge they are. Here's the unfinished obelisk again. The unfinished obelisk weighs about 1,000 tons. Most obelisks only weigh about 500 tons. Egyptologists don't have an explanation for obelisks. They say that they were just meant to be a ray of the sun, to symbolize a ray of the sun. Here's Christopher Dunn. He's inside the trenches of quarrying an obelisk. I mean, it's a massive undertaking to create an obelisk, to lift it up out of its quarry, to move it somewhere, and just to stand it up. Modern Egyptians can't do it today. Here's the Washington Monument in Washington, D.C. being hit by lightning, just as an example. So yeah, in the United States, for the power of Washington, D.C., we've got a giant obelisk. The largest obelisk ever erected was in Ethiopia. And it's not this one stood up. It's this obelisk here. It was standing, and this obelisk was bigger than any obelisk ever erected in Egypt, but it came crashing down onto this other building over here, broke into just pieces.
So why would they do that? Of course, I know why they would do that. If they're saying it's in Ethiopia, they're trying to cover their tracks, because I'm pretty sure, I think Ethiopia is the oldest civilization in Africa. I'm quite sure it is. So obviously they're gonna try and knock down the biggest phallus. Right, they're gonna knock down the biggest phallus and then erect it in Egypt to start over civilization. When it could have been, you know, Ethiopia, if that's the oldest civilization over there. Interesting. Let's keep going.
And in fact, just pieces of this obelisk are huge, you know, megaliths weighing hundreds of tons. I mean, it's quite amazing. And it came down onto this building, which Ethiopians believe had an anti-gravity machine inside of it. They think the Ark of the Covenant is there too. We also have the keystone cuts here. This is all in Aksum. So we're seeing the same keystone cuts. And here's
Yeah, I forgot about that. The Ark of the Covenant, they said as well. They said a few things about Ethiopia. Yes, very interesting.
the clamps that we saw in Peru, that we see in Egypt, in Angkor Wat, in Vietnam. We have the monolithic doors, like we saw at Tiwanaku. This church right here, Ethiopians believe that the Ark of the Covenant is inside that church. And there's a priest there who is guarding it. Now, there are obelisks here in England, and they're in Yorkshire. They're called the Devil's Arrows.
Wow.
And this is the Rudston monolith, which is also in Yorkshire.
Obelisk in UK, Devil's Arrow. I never knew that. Never knew that. Interesting.
Near Scarborough, and it's an obelisk too. This was a strange story from a Canadian named Hugh Cochrane about the Great Lakes, and in it he tells a story of the Presqu'île National Park. And in the early 1800s, there was an obelisk, he says, that was in the lake, and the tip just came out of the lake. And people would row out to it on a Sunday afternoon and anchor their rowboats to it and have a picnic. And they could see the obelisk going down into the water. This is what they said. But then there was a big storm, about 1805, and a ship hit the obelisk and crashed it, and that ship sunk too. So that obelisk isn't there anymore. Let's go briefly to the moon.
Woo!
All these things. There are obelisks on the moon. They're called the Blair Cuspids.
Obelisk on the moon. Wowzers. That knocked me for 6. I wasn't expecting that. What are they doing to London? What are they trying to show London? Is it really a mirrored realm? Could that just be Egypt or another place where they have obelisks? That's interesting.
Cuspids. And here we go. They're photos. You see the shadows and stuff. Here we go. This is what it looks like. It's what the Blair Cuspids on the moon look like. So incredibly, apparently there are obelisks on the moon. And in fact, the moon itself is thought to be hollow by some people. We can talk about that later. There are craters on the moon that are thought to be bottomless, that perhaps go inside the moon. The moon is possibly hollow. And get this, this is also a leaked photo from the Russian Zond 3. This was one of the early Russian probes to the moon. And look on the right side, there's this huge tower over there on the right side of the moon. This thing is 20 miles high. Here it is. So how about that? Apparently there are giant towers on the moon. Another Zond 3 photo, lunar dome. The Russians were always very much open to extraterrestrials. They were, trying to, the communists want to disprove religion and whatnot. So the Russians always saw themselves as very scientific, that there would be structures on the moon. They had no problem with that. While NASA itself has essentially tried to cover up what's on the moon. And these are other things. Let's go quickly to Mars. I'm running out of time. This is the Phobos. There's a monolith on Phobos. It's called the Phobos monolith. It's also some giant tower that's on the moon of Phobos on Mars. Here's some of the structures of it. Mars has another moon called Deimos. This is another Russian photo of this craft moving into the Phobos, a huge cigar-shaped craft. It was then shot out of orbit, the Russian spacecraft. Quickly to Mars, pyramids on Mars, other structures on Mars. And this is called the Mars monolith. So it too is like an obelisk or something also on Mars. And I know that I've run out of time already. I'm going to end my presentation right there. Thank you, everyone.
Good stuff. Brilliant. Thank you, my man. Thank you. Good stuff. I was entertained. Thank you very much. Yeah, that was good. That was good stuff. How you look feeling down there? Where's my here you go. There you go. I hope you enjoyed that one there, man. That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. Good stuff. How you lot feeling? 420 if you got that shit. 420 if you got that shit. With the voice, eh? Ah, okay. You like the word zone. Good stuff. Yeah, Zond was, I think, a spacecraft, if I'm correct, from the Germans. And I'm pretty sure it's another word for a reptile or a form of a lizard. Yeah, interesting. Good stuff, good stuff. So how you lot feeling, man? Happy Tuesday? Is it Tuesday today? Yeah, happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday, man. Anything new? Anything interesting you guys want to share with me? Hit that link, man. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Hit that link. Got another half hour or so to go. Come say hello to your boy. Salute to the grand old chat room. Salute, salute. What's this? Hold on a second. Where's it gone? Oh man, I left it in the other one. Fuck's sake. What's going on, Pam?
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm good. That was an interesting topic. I love seeing that all the craft stuff. It's interesting, though. There's a lot of people seeing that kind of craft and stuff now.
Indeed. Indeed. I've heard a few people say that. I think even Jeebus reckons he sees a few of them around his way. What about yourself? Because you're in like Arizona, right? Is there a lot of crazy activities in the sky? Or not really? Or you're not?
There is actually, and there's actually a YouTuber I follow where people from all around the country and even the world send him pictures of sky phenomena and like craft and stuff. And Arizona is quite the hotbed for that kind of thing.
See, I mean, some of it could be, you know, military stuff, and then some of it could just be beyond military. Some of it could be very beyond military. I mean, I've seen a few of those movies, right, where they show like a higher force, a higher power, higher than the military, always interacting with humanity, but the military or the government, whatever, would make out like it's one of ours or whatever, but it's far from it.
I think it's a combination of both. I think the black triangle craft are the governments, because I don't think they are capable of making anything without some type of angles like that. And, you know, there's fighter jets that resemble that. But I think some of it isn't from here. Now, it could be from the outer lands if that exists, but it's definitely not all one thing. I think it's a combination.
Yeah, combination. I like that. Definitely. And they always seem to incorporate that they managed to locate a crashed alien spacecraft as well. They always say that as well. I'm like, really? I mean, how can some civilizations be so advanced, right, coming from quote unquote millions of miles away or light years away, just to end up to crash on Earth. Were they drink driving or something?
Well, it's the oldest story in the book, though.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they portrayed in what's that movie called? Independence Day, I think. They always I've noticed in those movies, right, when it seems to be aliens involved or something, the government has always got alien artifacts that they recovered a few years back. You understand? Just before this aircraft crashed on the planet, and now they've got to try and figure it out before the planet gets destroyed by aliens, so we've got to use their weapons against them. They always come up with that crap. You know, we've got some type of alien technology hidden away. I mean, it could be true, maybe not, who knows, but they always put it in the movies. I've noticed a lot of things they put in the movie when it seems to be quote unquote myth or far out there.
I've noticed in the movies that generally the aliens are the aggressors and the violent ones, and they try to set up a narrative of fear regarding that.
Yes, that too. Yeah, that too. They do indeed, yeah.
It may come to a point where the aliens thing might be the force that they try to like do some false flag type things to bring people together under the name of freedom or whatever, or, you know, safety.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, on another hand, it could be some type of subspecies that live beside us, or it could be ancestors. Who knows? I mean, like what they were showing with the tribes people in Africa, how they would bound their skull. You know, maybe they got that teaching from their relatives, like a different species of relatives that was a bit more advanced. But I've always said I don't think humans is the end and all being of it. I just think we just been lied to. Like, we told that we're the only ones within the solar system that look like this, and I think there may be other things in the solar system or the universe that looks like us, anatomy, but just probably different faces, different heads, different brains.
I hope we're not the most advanced thing in the system, and I don't think we are by far. That would be kind of pitiful.
She says she hopes. She hopes. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I heard that. We all heard that, Pam. We all heard that. What's happening, Dino?
Hey, good. Thank you, Adrian. Yeah, thanks very much for inviting us up. Yeah, I'm great. Yeah, very interesting topic today. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. I love anything to do with aliens and ETs.
UFOs. Exactly, Pam. How are you today?
Good.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you know, bit of a nutter. Got branded with a nutter when I spoke to somebody, and it was about 1973. I was out doing some duck shooting. I was a keen duck shooter in my day, and so I was out on my own, and I actually got a duck, and I had to go and retrieve it off the pond myself. That means I had to strip off and go and get the bloody thing myself because I didn't have a dog.
Oh.
But anyway, it was I got dressed and I was walking back, and I was just sort of looking at the sky, and it was just on dusk, and I seen this light, and I thought, that's a long way up. That's sort of like, doesn't seem like a plane.
Yeah, what is it? Are you okay?
Yeah. So it didn't seem like a plane. So I thought,
yeah, if you can hear me. Yeah. No.
What's
Yeah.
happening there?
I'm coming now, bro. All right, see you in a bit, bro. Cool, G. Cool.
Mic check. Hey, could you not hear me talking?
Yeah, we could.
Yeah, you got the phone
Oh, my.
call.
Yeah.
So you're telling us you gotta go? Is that what you're saying?
No. It's when my guys downstairs. I got to shoot off and grab something. But okay, I'm muted. Wow. What? Oh shit, that's crazy. Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
So
Sorry,
anyway,
lady.
I've seen this bloody this light speeding across the sky, and actually, it came to a stop, and that was when I thought, something's not right about this. And it sat there for a little bit, and then it just buggered off in another direction altogether. And so then I was left with this feeling, okay, so now I've seen a UFO. Because that was, before that it was, oh yeah, UFOs, rah, rah, rah. But when you see something like that yourself, it's kind of, it kind of brings you back to sort of like questions, you got questions. So yeah, those events that happened in New Zealand, they were quite. Everybody talked about them. I had a friend up north who told me about how he saw UFOs coming out of Mount Oklahoma, and how he said he told me they were greys. That was my first introduction of the greys. But yeah, it's all interesting, that's for sure.
It is indeed. I mean, some of these things go back to like ancient times. You see them on coins and stuff. Like they was really a part of the how would you call it? The
norm.
Civilization.
Everybody knew them. Everybody knew it. Yeah.
That's what it looks like. There was on coins.
You know how I said in the chat there earlier too, Adrian, how someone else showed it, and I think you showed it, but also there was, I'm not sure if it was What the Flock TV or who showed something about UFOs entering the water and how there seemed to be some kind of vortex that they used to travel through the water. So I'm just wondering if the vortex is actually in the craft itself, and it's creating that vortex. Doesn't matter where it's going, whether it's going through the air or through water, right?
Exactly.
But yeah, there seems to be a time when it was normal for people to see this type of stuff. In fact, I mean, I have a feeling that when airship travel was available to us, we had a little bit more understanding of the land around us too, and maybe even the shapes of continents. I mean, they even show a map. There's a map apparently of Antarctica before it was covered in ice. So how did they get to show the coastline without the ice? That's my bloody question, right?
Yeah, very interesting. Tony Taylor in the building. What's going on? Salute. Big up. Yeah, another thing I've noticed as well.
Tony.
With the unidentified aircraft that they were showing, some of them, right? They seem to be orb shaped, and the speed that they was going, right? They was likely to be unmanned, like being controlled or something. But the ones that I was showing, they was like coming in from somewhere, almost like what Dino was saying, like a type of vortex. Remember, we showed some in the ocean and then some that was coming up from in the sky. There was some that was coming from in the sky, right? There was like a vortex opening up and then it shoots through. but they was pretty small. They was like they almost looked like a one-man spacecraft, but like a spare shape, or they would be remote controlled or something. And when I saw that, right, I automatically thought of that movie with Tom Cruise. What's it called again? Oblivion. I think it's called Oblivion. When the world come to an end, and they've got UAPs flying around the barriers of the wasteland, keeping unidentified, things coming into the livable space. So that was quite interesting.
Yeah, I got how you put that too. Yeah. So basically, you can just about say the vortex is like a portal. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's
So
interesting.
like,
I think if some of it could be like regular spacecraft, but the portals and stuff that could be interdimensional like beings and stuff, right?
Possibly, yeah.
It's interesting because I've been
Yeah, I
doing a
see what
lot
you're
of
saying, Kat.
studying.
Yeah.
I've been doing a lot of studying on angels, and there was a lot of people who feel like that the angels the lights and the angels and the orbs they saw were actually extraterrestrials.
Okay.
I've been reading like some accounts from old literature and stuff, and it's that I found online or whatever, and it's pretty interesting.
Hold on, let me see if I can yeah, 1 second, I got it here. Let me see if it shows that part I was talking about though. It probably won't.
I find the portals interesting because there's a lot of phenomena about portals opening up in the forest and people going missing, especially like with some of the missing 411 mysteries.
Whoa, what just happened? Okay, there we are.
The last Super Bowl was played right here. Jason, tell me it was a classic. Classic game. 80,000 people on their team. Seconds left on the clock. So QB throws a Hail Mary. Touchdown! 166, back online. 60 years ago, Earth was attacked. We won the war, but they destroyed half the planet. Everyone's been evacuated. Nothing human remains. We're here for drone repair with a mop-up crew. This is Jack Harper. I'm good to go.
2 more weeks, Jack, and we can finally leave and join the others. Don't take any chances.
I've been watching you, Jack. You're curious. What are you looking for in those books? Do they bring back old memories?
We have an unidentified impact.
Don't ask too many questions.
They are human.
This is ordering you to return to tower.
How do you know my name? They're firing on survivors. Stand there! What have you done?
I can't protect you.
They won't stop till they find me.
If you're looking for the truth, that's where you'll find it.
You need to know what happened.
Why aren't you telling me? Who are you?
Jack, mission is ordering you to stand down.
I'm not gonna do that. This is the only way.
They didn't show you much of the drones that I was talking about, but I suppose just by watching that, you get what I'm talking about, though.
I know which ones you're talking about.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Hey, Mimsy, what's going on? Hit that link, Mimsy. Let's chop it up. I've got some time. Hit that link, girl. Real talk with Mimsy. Let's have some real talk. Come and chop it up with London and Pam. Salute to the Grand Old chat room. Salute. What's that saying? Quick as lightning, Batman heading out myself. Yeah. Yes, sir, indeed. What's going on, TT? Hope all is good, man. Hope all is well.
Always nice to see Tony.
Indeed. Yeah, portals are no joke. You know what's crazy is, right? Look, this is how it's so wild, because I was watching someone else today, right? And they was decoding how portals, right, was beneath the trees and stuff. It was like in some movies and shit. And it's funny how you mentioned the forest as well. Yeah, it was Enter the Stars, that's what it was. Yeah, I was watching him today, and he was talking about portals being underneath trees. I think it was an old upload, but he re-uploaded it again. So yeah, that was quite interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of stories and paranormal accounts of people going missing around national parks, and there's a lot of people say that that there was a portal that mysteriously opened and like their loved one disappeared or whatever. And I don't know. I think it's crazy. There's so many things about this realm that we don't know, that they don't even want us to know. You know, there's a lot of people that say the whole phenomenon of Bigfoot is interdimensional too. So there's, again, a lot of creatures and a lot of things that we don't know about here, you know?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Jen, they covered that one. The portal in Stranger Things, definitely. I think that's where the beast is hide. Well, the beast in that movie was hiding under the trees where the realm is. But the Harry Potter one, Tony, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, Tony knows. Tony knows what I'm talking about with the random staircases and the park rangers.
So what park is this?
There's accounts from all kinds of different places. I believe
Okay.
I've heard accounts like even in the Grand Canyon of stuff like that. There's a whole part of YouTube that has to deal with like portals and abductions and the missing 411, like all the park rangers and all of that. It's crazy to even think about.
Yeah, that's interesting. You know what's crazy, right? Because I was even looking at something and it was like the geography of hell, right? Let me see if I can find it still. Oh, here we are. You see that? Right, the geography of hell, right? It's interesting. In the description as well.
The geography of hell. But who art thou that hast inquired of us? To whom my guide? One that descend with this man, who yet lives, from rock to rock, and show him hell's abyss. Inferno 6, 89-92, trans. K. Map of the earth, showing hell and Mount Purgatory. Commedia di Dante insieme, con uno dialogo circa el sito, former et Monsieur dello Inferno, Florence, Filippo Giunta, 1506. LA, 22, this image not on display. For Dante, hell was a real place, located inside the earth beneath Jerusalem. It was cone-shaped, made up of a vestibule housing the cowardly and 9 layered concentric circles representing 9 levels of sin, whose circumference and depth could be measured. Dante's journey takes place both in space and time. He enters hell on Good Friday and re-emerges at the foot of Mount Purgatory early on Easter Sunday.
On Good Friday. Wow, that's news to me. Is that why they okay, Good Friday. He enters hell on Good Friday. I've never heard that before. That is interesting. Did you know that, Pam?
I've heard something about that.
I knew about the Inferno, Dante's Inferno, but I didn't know it was associated with Good Friday. That is interesting. Let's keep going.
Easter Sunday morning, having traveled through the center of the earth and come out the other side. The fashion for measuring and mapping out hell captivated Renaissance commentators. The study of Dante's cosmology began with the Florentine mathematician and architect Antonio Manetti, 1423 to 1497. His work was developed by later writers, and most notably contradicted by the Sienese scholar Alessandro Vellutello in his Dante edition of 1544. During the winter of 1588, the young Galileo delivered 2 lectures in Florence on the topography of Dante's hell, and judged in favor of Manetti. Please see label captions.
Oh, crazy. Limbo, Gola. So they got different names for the different places. Okay.
Are those different levels of hell or whatever?
That's what it's looking like, yeah.
That's interesting. The church didn't tell me that I was going, what level I was going to get to go to. They just said if I didn't do what they said, I would be going there. They didn't say that hell had levels. I wonder if the top one is where all the weeds at.
I think so. I can see the weed house up top, right? Look right there, weed house right on top.
Nice.
The weed house. What does that say there? I can't even see it on my end. It's a bit Cito. City, that must be city. I can't even see. At the bottom, it says Cito, I think. Cito. That's cold and CITO, I think. I can't even see it. It's blurry on my end. They're just screaming out eyes to me. Optic nerve right here, leading down. Yeah, that's interesting. What did he say? Oh, voice saying it's Italian. Boy, can you speak Italian? You want to come up and translate?
Boy broke out with some Spanish on his show earlier. I was like, what the heck?
Hold on, I think he's drunk. He said Italian, now he's saying Latin. Boy, are you drunk? Seven levels of spirituality. Yeah, okay. Yeah, 7 levels. We spoke about that the other day, actually. Yeah, that's interesting. That's very interesting.
Did you ever get a chance to look at that hell crater thing I sent you?
No, I didn't actually. We can have a look at that now. Where is it? Hold on a second. I got through probably like the first 7-8 minutes, and then I know I got distracted. Hell's from hell. No, that's not it. Oh yeah, here we are. See, that's a great segment into this. So salute to that. What? Clip not available?
Well, see, you're supposed to see that before. Now you know it's true. They done took it down.
Wow. You gonna do me a favor? What, you think you can send that again just to make sure? Or you think it's gone?
Let me see.
Yeah, please. Hold on. I think I might have pressed the wrong thing. Hold on, let me just make sure. No, it's definitely gone from mine. Because I think you sent me the clipped version. it's not letting me go into it. Yeah.
I'm gonna put it in the back. You can see if it works.
Yeah, please. What's going on, Smith? What you got on my 40, homie? No, it's doing the exact same thing. Look, so the clip can be unavailable if it was deleted or the video is based on was removed or edited.
That's interesting. She must have took it down then.
Why would she want to do that, man? Yeah, that's a shame. That's a shame. I wanted to see that because
I'll have to see what I can find. Maybe I can find another source for it because she got her information from somewhere, you know? She didn't come up with that herself.
Yes, of course. Of course, of course. There's a lot of people out here, you know, taking people's work and making it like it's theirs. I see something of, what's their name again? Hold on, let me see if I've got it here actually. Whoops, no, come out of that. Hold on a second. Come on. What? How come it's not? Oh, fucking hell. Something from Demon Slayer I wanted to watch, but I can't even find it now. Like it's. Let's see if this works. Okay, here we go. I think this works now. Okay. Hold on a second.
What channel should people be subscribed to on YouTube?
Semblance of Sanity.
Yeah, I think they're pretty awesome.
What the hell? Oh man, I can't even find it on this one.
I put another link back there.
Say that you put another link back there. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Sicily was considered to
Oh, brilliant. I think that's the same one, Pam.
It is.
Yeah, wicked. Good stuff. Good stuff, Pam. Alright, cool. Which one is it again?
To talk about the gates of hell, several different entryways to hell or the underworld, and a few other things. So enjoy this video. My name is Laura from Shamanic Self at shamanicself.com. And let's just dig into this right now. So the gates of hell is probably something that I've mentioned, I don't know, on and off since what, March, April on other platforms. I had a fewer shorter videos on other social media platforms on it. And basically the gist of it was how the gates of hell actually exist. Now they're in Turkmenistan and they actually are called the gates of hell. What are the gates of hell exactly? So just to kind of read from an article here, it's a fiery crater that has been burning in the Karakum Desert since 1971. And in the hot, expansive Karakum Desert in Turkmenistan, near the 350-person village of Darvaza, there is a hole 230 feet wide that has been on fire for over 50 years. So technically called the Darvaza gas crater, locals know the crater as the gates of hell. Its fiery glow can be seen from miles away, The Gates of Hell crater was created in 1971 when a Soviet drilling rig accidentally punched into a massive underground natural gas cavern, causing the ground to collapse and the entire drilling rig to fall in. Having punctured a pocket of gas, poisonous fumes began leaking at an alarming rate. To head off a potential environmental catastrophe, the Soviets set the hole alight, figuring it would stop burning within a few weeks. Decades later, so right now we're 5 decades later, the fiery pit is still going strong. The Soviet drilling rig is believed to still be down there somewhere on the other side of the Gates of Hell. Despite the crater's foreboding name and ever-present flames, people still trek into the desert to witness the site in all its blazing glory. And it's actually become a popular place for wild camping, all of those things. Now, it does appear that the current president of Turkmenistan wants to actually put the fire out. He announced that in 2022, which from this point is around 2 years ago, because it was like January 2022. But it has not yet happened. And so if we just kind of see everything as a symbol for something, I do think this Gates of Hell is very symbolic of the several different entryways to hell. Turkmenistan is a country that is, I believe, is it right above one of the Irans or Iraqs? Let me just look it up real quick. First, I thought it was somewhere in former Soviet Union. Okay, so it's kind of like right around Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, and Iran. So it's in between Iran, Afghanistan, Uzbekistan. And it's also right next to that lake where Azerbaijan, Georgia, and all those other countries are. So Turkmenistan is a country that's run by a dictator. And at one point, I'm not sure if it was that current dictator or if there was a dictator before this one that they have right now. One of their presidents actually demanded that the people only have white cars. That is exactly the country. If you've heard of that one, that's Turkmenistan. Meaning if you had a different colored car, you had to either get rid of it or turn it into a white car. So there's only white cars in Turkmenistan, at least that's how it used to be. And it's basically just all for show. I mean, I had a friend, so I met this one girl recently. She took a tour in Turkmenistan. You can only obtain a visa to Turkmenistan if you're not a resident or citizen of Turkmenistan, which I've also met a girl who actually came from Turkmenistan, but she lived in one of the Arab countries. I think she lived in Dubai or Oman, one of those two. And she basically would never go back there, from my understanding. But I did meet a different person. I met an American girl who basically went to Turkmenistan recently this year. I think it was March 2023. And you cannot get a visa without a tourist group. So you need to be part of an actual guided tour. You can't do this on your own at all. I mean, you could do it in other countries, but not Turkmenistan. And obviously you have to pay for that. So it's an organized tour. It's going to cost a few $1,000 from my understanding. And on this guided tour, you're only shown what they want to show you. And so with her specifically, I do think they went to the Gates of Hell. I do think they went to this crater. But other than that, she said it was a very eerie experience to be there. Her entire group was around 10 or 15 people, something like that. She says it had just opened up again. So keep in mind, this is like March 2023. I guess they had some restrictions in place beforehand. So they were one of the first tours again to go there. And they did witness a wedding in Turkmenistan. And that was the only authentic thing, she said, that she actually saw on her tour there. Everything else was literally just there for the tourists to get a good impression of the country. Obviously, the image of the dictator or the president was all over. You do have that in other countries too. So you definitely have that in Iran. I'm not sure about Iraq, actually, but you do have that in a lot of these countries that have a dictator, where you have this overblown face, this banner of the president all over, so that people worship them nonstop, or that they're always being reminded of them. So that's pretty much what Turkmenistan was in a nutshell. She said it felt very deserted, almost uncomfortable in one of the larger cities there, because it was pretty much, there's no one there. it was a bit weird the way she described it. It was almost like there was this city where no one really lives, or if they do, they only come there for the tourists so that they can show the tourists, oh yeah, we do live here. But basically everyone's just afraid to speak out. Now there was this one wedding experience where people were happy. It was a celebration, it was a party, and they did drink alcohol and everything. So that was that one experience where she was like, okay, that was more authentic. But yeah, other than that, I guess it was a pretty eerie experience, and I think she was there for about a week. So these are the gates of hell. Why is this important? Because they're already kind of giving you something, right? They're already telling you, oh, the gates of hell exist. And this could be a possible entryway. There are several other entryways, which I want to discuss in this video as well. Entryways to hell, entryways to the underground, entryways to the underworld. But what you have to kind of think about is this supposedly exploded or was formed in 1971, which was also during the same time you had the Cold War and you had all those other things going on. You know, it was exactly during the same time that other places were still occupied. That a whole lot, especially in that area, you know, you had like Cyprus being occupied by Turkey in 1974. And then you had other things happening, such as the Cold War. You had all these things happening right after World War II. And this is the gates of hell was just one of those things. So you have to wonder, did they put us on a timeline from then to now? You know, kind of showing us, okay, the gates of hell are open. Everything that comes thereafter is pretty much on par with what they want to pull out. So you had the things happening in the 80s and the 90s. A lot of the 90s were the Gulf Wars, so kind of like the all around that area, right? Like around Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan. And then obviously you had that again in the 2000s after 9/11. And then what you're having right now is another level to all of that, you know, especially after 2020. So what are some other entryways to hell in addition to this one? And so this is a pretty fascinating one to me personally, because I do want to visit it at one point. I'm just not entirely sure about this entire guided tour thing, because I'm just not a person who really takes guided tours. But in order to see this, sure, perhaps. So there are several different ones, and they're all kind of around a similar area. So you have a few that are actually in Greece and in Italy. From my understanding, Mount Etna in Italy is also another entryway to the underworld, which could be another gates of hell, however you want to call that. You have a few entryways in the Peloponnese island in Greece, or half island, whatever you want to call that. And then I also believe I somewhere read, so Mount Etna on Sicily was considered to be an entryway to hell, especially in the medieval ages. The gates of hell were commonly depicted as jaws forming the hell mouth, which was simultaneously the entrance to hell and the mouth of a huge monster. In China, Fengdu has a long history of being a portal to hell. We already had the Turkmenistan one. The Waipio Valley contains an entrance to the lower world, which is in Hawaii, but it's now concealed with sand. Supposedly Hellam Township near York in Pennsylvania, USA, has been part of an urban legend or whatever, claiming it contains the 7 gates of hell. You have Mount Osori in northern Japan, and it's said to be an entrance to hell. Morgo, which is Tibetan, the Gateway of Darkness, was a caravan stop along Karakoram Pass.
Hey, London, you know that mouth she was talking about just now, the jaw?
It's the valley to the east of Morgo.
I wonder what dragon or what beast that was associated with.
Exactly. Did they say what country it was? I'm sorry, I'm back, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Did they say what country it was?
I didn't catch that. I think she said Chinese.
Okay.
And we've been talking about dragons, and that's why I sent that to you, because I thought that was interesting.
Very interesting. Very good.
Valley to the east of Morgo. It's the furthest west in India. And this is also where the India-Chinese War was in 1962. Once again, around a similar time, you know, the 60s, the 70s, and beyond. Like all of this is right after World War II, right after all these people were traumatized after one of the largest wars ever. And obviously World War II also kind of, it impacted China, Japan, and many other countries. Kenya has a Hell's Gate National Park, which is an
Wow.
actual national park, supposedly because of the intense geothermal activity within its boundaries. And then in Nicaragua, you have Masaya volcano, which is known as another gate of hell, and it's part of the first national park in its country. So yeah, you do have quite a few.
Ain't that in America? Like
There are
Mexico or
many
something?
more, it appears, but these are a few. There's like
sure.
something like St. Patrick's Purgatory in Ireland, the Well to Hell, and all of that. There's one in Greece which actually caught my attention. So this right here, once again, I don't know how you actually pronounce the name. Parisian Cave. It's in the southern slopes of Mount Parnassus, and that's close to Delphi. So that's where the Oracle of Delphi is, and that's kind of what it looks like. So the Corican Cave is supposedly one of those entryways to the underworld, which leads to Hades or Hades, so, and also the god Pan right here, he's depicted as a half god between a goat and a man. So we already had this entire goat thing, right? Like, who's the goat? What's the goats? And how they're using the symbology of goats as a sacrifice, or kind of to reinforce more of their Masonic symbols, their Freemason symbols on us, on the people, but also on key players. And here's a goat. Here's one of the goats that they're using. They're actually using a half god, Pan, as someone who leads these people in this cave in Greece through that, kind of through that cave over this river into the underworld. So very interesting. And Mount Parnassus is close to Delphi, so that's a little bit outside of Athens. I think it's like 2 or 3 hours by car. Speaking about caves, so there are a few different sacred caves, but I was talking about being in a cave reality, which I'll briefly discuss in this video too. I just want to talk about a few sacred caves. So you have a cave in Belize, Aktun Tunichil Muknal, which is the cave of the stone sepulchre. It's nearly a mile underground, and you will reach the resting place of the Crystal Maiden, which is a complete female skeleton that sparkles from eons of crystal calcification. And it also contains Mayan pottery shards. Many are showing the kill hole intended to allow spirits to escape. So they're using a cave for a form of transferring these spirits over into another realm, possibly the Hell realm or another one. You have the Elephanta caves in India on the Garapuri Islands, supposedly from the 5th century. And there's a representation of the creator, preserver, and destroyer aspect that you can find in there of the god Siva, one of the many gods that they have. Longman caves, Dambula cave. So Longman caves is in China, Dambula cave, Sri Lanka, Kurikian cave in Greece, place of worship of the god Pan and the nymphs. The Bronze Age Minoan caves in Crete. This is where Rhea gave birth to Zeus. And the Idaean cave where Rhea hid Zeus from his father Cronus. I want to have a video on Greek mythology, especially after being to those areas, specifically on Aphrodite and a few other ones. So not just Aphrodite, but also Aphrodite and the actual apple, the real apple. St. Paul's Grotto in Malta, which was named after one of the apostles because he was able to do miraculous cures, and the locals viewed him as a...
Why did she mention the real apple? What's the real apple to her? I think I know what the apple is, but I wanted her to say what it was, but I don't think she's touched on it yet. Let's keep going.
God or whatever. St. Michael's Shrine in Italy, Grotte de Font de Gaume in France. Okay, so this is an interesting thing that I personally actually didn't know until I started doing more research on this, but one of the oldest graves, I think it's graves, not caves, but graves, is actually not in the Middle East or it's not somewhere in South America or somewhere in Asia, but the oldest graves are actually in France, in Scotland, and in other parts of the UK somewhere.
Oh, okay.
Also very interesting. So we're
Very.
actually talking about caves where they found, I don't know if they found human remains, but they definitely, I don't know how they determined them to be the oldest, but
Boy, how old is the catacombs in is it France? Is it France? I think it is. Anyone know? It's in Europe somewhere. It might be France. Or is it Rome? Wonder if Boy knows.
I don't know how they determined them to be the oldest, but they were able to do so. So maybe part of a different saga that we want to discuss. Okay, talking about the cave reality we are in. This is one of the many caves. I think it's the Son Doong cave in Vietnam.
Wow.
Don't really know how you pronounce that, so I'm just gonna read it off here as I see it. But I had this one on one of my, I think it was on my TikTok account, where they were basically saying they could see carved in steps in this one. So Hang Sundong, the world's largest cave. Sundong or Sundung is considered to be the largest cave in the world based on volume, and also the biggest cave in Vietnam. It was found by a jungle man in 1990. So it's pretty recent, right? In 2009, Hang Sundung was officially surveyed and measured by a British Vietnam cave expedition team. And they then announced it as the world's largest natural cave with a volume of 38.5 million cubic meters. The measurements were then accepted by a number of geologists and all of that. So they have another large cave with his Mammoth Cave National Park in Kentucky, but Sundong is the largest cave passage. So I guess they're competing still. Now Sundong has a total length of 9 kilometers, and the volume is, as already said, 38.5 million cubic meters, which makes it the largest natural cave on the planet. Whether or not we are on a planet, right? Which I already discussed in other videos. But basically, what's so fascinating about this cave, and I do think it's this particular cave, I can't really show any of the video footage that they have, so you have to look it up yourself. They have like a 40-minute long video on YouTube where they're basically showing how you already have carved in steps in this particular cave. So you just have to imagine, they just recently discovered it over the past 30 plus years or whatever, supposedly. And the moment you go down here, first of all, it's not even that dark, meaning there is still light reaching here. But they have these carved in steps out of nowhere. And then they have, I think there's like flowing water, all these things. The further you go in, the more you just see. So it's kind of like this underground world in an underground world, basically. And this is exactly what I saw when I was kind of reading on where are we exactly in this reality, because it's still about this entire, are we in flat Earth? Are we in globe Earth? Whatever. For me, from my understanding, what I already said in previous videos, we're in this cave reality. So we're kind of like in cave Earth or in a cave world still. Meaning they have several different artificial suns, several different of these artificial moons around us. So whatever moon you see here is not the same moon that you see in Australia, that you see in Europe and all these areas. And the same sun is most likely also not the same sun that you have in other areas throughout the world. Which to me makes a lot of sense, because I do think the sun looks different in certain parts of the world. Let's put it that way. But no matter what, so what did I get? I think we had like 2 or 3 different suns somehow. And it was all these artificials. You kind of have to imagine it like LED lights. Whenever they replaced all our light bulbs from whatever they were before to now the LED, it completely changed everything, right? I personally can notice that because I actually had these really old light bulbs still up until recently. And the moment I started exchanging them, the moment I kind of felt, ooh, it's really disruptive to your system, to your body, to the body organism. It's just completely unnatural too, the way it shines. The other one was warmer, it looked more like a fire almost, kind of like being at a fireplace sometimes. But these newer light bulbs, they're basically just another level of AI that they want in our lives. And I think it's just all part of converting every single aspect of our lives into AI, you know, having to have microphones all over our home with like the cell phones, the laptops, the tablets, everything, being spied on constantly through the Wi-Fi routers, which can also cause cancer because there's actually a cancer warning on most of our Wi-Fi routers, at least the one that I have for sure. All the EMF radiation, all the EMF pollution, radiating us constantly, bombarding us constantly through everywhere, everything, whatever, you know, like I already said in a different video, they're trying to really get to our minds, our thoughts, whatever we create our reality with. And so the light bulbs, I feel, are just another level to all of this. They really belong to this. But also, it made sense seeing how maybe that's what the sun is. The sun is like basically another version of LED light that they kind of exchanged a few decades ago. Because some people are talking about how when they grew up in the 60s, 70s, 80s, or whatever, the sun was very different from what it is now. So maybe they just exchanged a light bulb or switched on a different type of sun. And I do think there are several different suns throughout wherever we are, you know, this cave reality, in my opinion, at least. So that's what I got.
What if these things here, right, like that, they're exactly how it is almost like a portal itself. You know, if you follow it far enough, it'll bring you to somewhere completely different.
Right?
Yeah, completely different. Like how they said that portals under the trees, these could be the type of trees they were describing on the macro level. You walk down far enough, it'll bring you to somewhere completely different. Very interesting.
At least, so that's what I got. So this is just another metaphor or symbol for the cave reality, and they did discover this in Vietnam. So it's absolutely not impossible to live in a cave reality. I don't know, has anyone ever been here? Like, would be interesting to know, because I do know some people go to Vietnam and everything, or is it just like too hard to get to? But yeah, those are a few entryways to hell, entryways to the underworld. I'm sure there are many more. These are just one of the more important ones. What I also wanted to talk about is virtual prison sentences and how they're kind of messing with the perception of time. So let's just briefly discuss that in this video. So there was an article a few years ago, I'm not sure if it was in 2020 or 2021, where they basically want to have a prison sentence somehow through virtual reality. You're putting this virtual reality set on, an entire day goes by, and you basically live through 40 years in prison or through a life sentence in prison,
Wow.
which is like 25 years and up. And so it's like, forget prisons, the future of punishment will be virtual. So just imagine the manipulation of time that they're already implying with this device, because if they're just disclosing it to us right now, obviously they've been having this for a really long time. And even if they're saying this might not yet exist, or that scientists or researchers are still working on it, if they're already mentioning it in a mainstream article, for sure they already have access to that.
There you go.
So basically they wanna, whoever is going to jail for like a lifelong sentence, or like let's say 25 to 40 years, they want to put this virtual reality set on them, or maybe even put you in a certain room. It wasn't really clear how they were going to do that, but kind of put you in this different reality with your head, with the headset. And then in reality, only a few hours have passed, depending on the sentence, right? Or maybe an entire day has passed. But in this virtual reality where you're doing the punishment, because it's virtual, it's basically 40 years or however long it is. And so I feel this is really just another symbol that they're using for time, and how time can be manipulated, right? And how they know that time is really just that, you know, it's like one of the biggest illusions that we have around us. Of course, it's real to a certain extent, but like I said, timing and aging, all of these things are a code. So it's really kind of up to the people to crack that code, or to kind of see through that code. And so they're already showing you how they're doing that on their end, or kind of holding it in front of you, like kind of like holding that carrot in front of your nose, right? It's, oh yeah, let's just do these virtual prison sentences that are really only a day long, but then they come out, they're probably completely aged because they went through this in their head. And I also feel part of aging and part of time in general is really just that, you know, like a lot of worries and everything they put in our head, us thinking we're older than we really are. I mean, if you just kind of imagine maybe you were born like a year or two later than you actually were, and somehow your birth certificate got mixed up or something got mixed up for birth, right? Like it happens to some people. What would your reality be, right? Like, would you actually feel as old as you are? Or I don't know. I mean, for me personally, I actually did think about this when I was a bit younger. I was like, what if I'm actually a year older or younger than I really am? Like, how would I feel about my age? So it's just
Interesting.
another thing to consider, how, you know, all of these things are programs and codes. And yeah, I think I'm going to leave it at that. If you have anything to add, just let me know. Thanks so much for tuning in, and see you in the next video. Subscribe to this channel if you're new, and more videos to come. Until then.
There you go. Yeah, that was good. Thanks, Pam, for resurfacing that again.
Oh, no problem.
It's good. I mean, look, the gates of hell, right? We always hear about this word, hell, gates of hell. And it's quite interesting. They say hell's even got gates, right? Because apparently heaven's got gates as well. You understand?
Right.
Yeah, they both got gates, residents somewhere. So,
well, one's to keep the people in, and one's to keep the certain people out.
Yeah, exactly. But what if they both were just the same place, just different names? You know, just different names. That's something to ponder on. But yeah, I remember when I presented, it might have been in part 6, when I showed the bird head, right? Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Because they were one of the bird heads that I found, the location or the description they gave it was gates of hell, right? That's what they said. Let me see if I can pull it up. 1 second. Come on, hurry up.
It's funny, they don't talk about portals leading to heaven. It's always when people talk about the mysteries, it's always like, oh, gates to hell.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
They're not telling anyone where the gates to heaven is.
There's probably a long queue to get into that.
Although the path to that is within, but that's neither here or there. But
hold on, let me zoom in. 1 second. Snapshot. And come on to here. Open that up. Oh, come on, you're moving slow. What's going on with this? I'll let that load. Come up over here. I need to roll my zoot. That's what I need to do. It's been sitting here waiting for me to roll it. Excuse me 1 second. Just waiting for something to load. Finish rolling this up. Salute to the grand old chat room. Much love. Much love. Hope everybody's well. Open panel, hit that link. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. I see a lot of chatter boxes out there, but you're shy to hit London's link. Chatter boxes. All right, let me see if this is finished loading. No, it's still loading. You know, it's taking forever. I need a new computer, new hard drive, new headset, all of that shit. All of that shit. This is still loading. Come on. All right, take your time. When you're ready, let me know. It's like you're running the show. Stupid computer. Okay, I think we've got action now. Let's have a look. Alright, go to Google Lens and come over here. Hold on a second. Wow, see, they gave it a different name this time. Wowzers. Hold on a second. Is that the right one? They're calling it Copernicus crater now. No way. Hold on. What is it? Hold on. Let me show you guys. If you don't remember my work, right, this bird head that I came across, or this thing that looks like a bird head to me, and the description where it's drawn on ancient maps, boom, it's been right there, right? But when I threw it in the searcher, all of these locations came up here, right? Different craters and just different locations. Let me have a look at something first. Look, it's even got the Jezero crater in Mars, that one right there. Don't know why they got a Mars crater on something I found in Earth. Okay, let's make sure I keep strolling down. 1 second.
Well, they say they mix the truth in with the BS, so.
That's a fact. That's what they say. Okay, so I'm gonna click onto the eye now, see if it brings me up somewhere different. All right, cool. Look, we've got craters now on Mars. Apparently, look, Mars, Copernicus crater. All right, these are all. It's all referencing Mars. Like I said, this is in the Middle East. All right. Oh, they've removed it. It said the gates of hell on one of them. They're all Mars craters. I can't see the gates of hell yet. Oh no, dark dust devil. No, not that one. No, they think they removed it or they've changed it. Oh, it's even got this one. 1 second. Geology of Mars. Oh, I've got to buy it. That's a skank. Yeah, that's interesting. Alright, let's click on the mouth part, see what happens there. Alright, what are they giving me? No. Biblical Mount Hermon today. Okay. No. So why did they call it Gates of Hell and they've removed it now? That was interesting because I knew that was something I was meant to show you. So that was a good thing that you showed me this that video that we just watched, because it sparked memory again to show you guys this. But it's not coming up anymore. They've renamed it or they've removed it.
It's funny how things like that get removed, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, they've removed it. Let's make sure I haven't gone past it.
Nice out on that sweet haze.
Well, Alki's got the sweet haze down there.
Yeah. Why aren't
Good
you
stuff.
serving that in the back at the Rebuttal Bar, London?
Oh shit. Yeah, Alki, light up. Let me light. Hold on, I need to roll my thing, Alki. I got my thing just sitting here, looking at me, vexed. All right, let me. get to work with this real quick. I know Squirrel's probably got one hanging out his mouth right now. Alfie's on his job. Tony's probably got something hanging out his mouth. Dino's probably got something hanging.
I just had a dab, so I'm good.
Had a dab. There you go. Somewhere in town probably got something. Small town girls probably got something hanging. A big one, you know. I know them little girls roll them big spliffs. Them little girls. Big spliffs.
I like my blunts from time to time. I roll the big fat ones.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. All right, where's my lighter? Ritual time. Where's my lighter? Oh, you're heavy, bro. I want to try a pipe. I've never tried a pipe before. They look pretty cool just to have a little smoke with from time to time.
Have you had it in a hookah?
I've had, yes, in Amsterdam.
Nice.
Once.
I love it in a hookah. We break ours out every once in a while and add some weed to it. It's so nice.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Good stuff. What's he saying? He's waiting for his thing to come. All right, say nothing. I hear you. Yeah, fatties are the best. Exactly. To be honest, I need to reload. But tomorrow I should have something there. A bit too late for now. Got the penny banger. They're boasting now. Everyone's got the flavors, huh? Everyone's got flavors. Okay, that's what I like. Everyone's got their own. That's what I like. I like friends who have their own instead of, hey, choose me on that, man. Hey, let me hit that. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Oh,
no kidding.
Have your own, man. Yeah, I like
I
that.
like to get high on my own supply, not someone else's.
Exactly. Do you know what else I wanted to touch on as well, actually? Hold on. That was quite interesting.
Want to spend more time tailoring every trainer? Shopify's tools help you build your brand.
Brain-computer interfaces, or BCIs, are neuroprosthetic devices that collect, analyze, and convert brain signals into actionable responses, allowing a person to control the computer or device with their thoughts. Last week, Elon Musk announced the first human patient has received a Neuralink brain implant, and the procedure was apparently successful.
The first human guinea pig was successful. They're saying it was successful, Pam. Who is this person?
I hope it's better than Chat GPT.
What are they trying to show us or tell us with this stuff here? I wonder if it's going to be like 2 years to come. Maybe there'll be another mudslide, mud flood, whatever you call it. And then the new emergers will have to have this thing installed into them, like mandatory. They'll be like, yeah, it's a part of, experience, living. Like the old world used to have it. Just ask them. Oh, sorry, they're not here to tell you that. But yeah, just take our word for it. Everyone had this in the old world.
Yep, I'll be passing on that. You know how technology is when they first release it? It's like they say it's good, but it really should be an alpha phase of testing because it's glitchy and buggy. No, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Let's keep going.
Said the individual was recovering well, and initial results show promising neuron spike detection. The term brain-computer interface was first introduced by the pioneering neurologist Dr. Jacques J. Vidal in 1973 when they began research at the Brain Research Institute of UCLA. 20 years in, the fundamental groundwork was laid out to move from animal models to the very first BCI prototypes being attached to human brains. Bridging the mind and the machine, BCIs can be broken down into roughly 3 types of devices that collect the brain's electrical signals: non-invasive, semi-invasive, and invasive. Non-invasive models rely on electroencephalography, or EEG, by placing electrodes on the scalp of the user, usually in the form of a skull cap. In 2016, neurologists at UC Irvine were able to help partially restore a paraplegic man's ability to walk with a non-invasive BCI device. An EEG cap monitored his training and translated his mental output into electrical impulses firing into his legs, allowing him to walk a 12-foot course. In semi-invasive BCIs, the electrodes are placed either subdurally or epidurally, either beneath or above one of the protective membranes surrounding the brain and spinal cord, respectively. In 2012, a semi-invasive BCI, known as BrainGate 2, was able to allow a patient to serve herself a cup of coffee with the help of researchers from Brown University. And then there are invasive BCIs, where microelectrodes, thinner than a strand of human hair.
Invasive, that just don't even sit right with me. And this is the one that Musk is pushing. Elon Musk is pushing this one, the invasive one. Oh my gosh, that just sounds wrong on so many levels. That's crazy. Let's keep going.
Yet there's probably a waiting list like a mile long to get it, because the same people that trust to take the pharmacology are the same one that's going to trust old Elon boy.
Yeah, not 206. Let me go back a second, right? Because even when I was thinking about it, right? Look, this one right here, right? Where they said they put the Nero cap on the skull cap and it reads their mind like this, right? Or the waves. But when I kind of when I was doing my reaching, like just I love reaching sometimes, but even when I look at the stars, that's what it reminds me of, like a neural cap been placed on top of us and we're seeing the effects of it.
Yeah, they're trying to artificially like compete with like God or something by doing that. It's crazy because I have a visual disability. My optic nerves are messed up, and they would probably even like market that to me, and I'd be like, nope, no, thank you.
Actually,
there's no way I would take that. Not even if they said it could restore like my optic nerves or vision or bypass it altogether. There'd be no way. I just feel like that would be like selling your soul.
Strand of human hair and possibly smaller than the length of an insect's antenna are inserted directly into the brain tissue. With the size of materials in use, human hands are unable to perform this delicate surgery. In the case of Neuralink, their surgical robot, R1, implanted the N1 Neuralink's BCI in a human being. So aside from being a company run by the world's most prolific hype architect, why is Neuralink's achievement so special? It comes down to spatial resolution and bandwidth. An invasive system increases the fidelity of the signal, and implanted BCIs are capable of recording the action potential of individual neurons, also known as spikes. This means more generalized sets of actions are possible, such as controlling a computer cursor on screen or decoding intended handwriting, allowing an increase in the speed of communication.
Well, you make a good point there, Alki. I don't know whether it takes over the biology of the human body, right? I mean, who knows? Maybe in time, if it's... That's a good question. That's a good question. Maybe in time it will take over you somehow. All they got to do is hit that switch, right? And just reverse it and let it do its true work that it was meant to do. Imagine that. Imagine if they just put it inside you, right? And it's working fine and dandy. Few years you've had it in you, then they just hit that switch and it's like, whoa, okay, kill Illumitomy, It's got you doing different things that you wouldn't normally do. That's wild.
Compared to point and click typing. But does this mean that soon we too can download Kung Fu, or as Musk puts it in 2020,
You could upload, you could basically store your memories as a backup and restore the memories.
Hey, London, have you seen the show Upload on Amazon?
Yeah. That's cold.
I think that's where they're trying to go eventually.
Exactly that. Yeah. Scary when you put it like that, Pam.
Well, if you watch the full, like I haven't watched the newest seasons, but I watched all the season 1 and I couldn't stop watching it because I feel like inherently they would try to do that, the advertising and how they were like serving up ads to people.
Mhm.
That was crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty deep, that movie. They're showing you if you ain't got credit on your account, they're gonna freeze you, literally freeze you in your account. They freeze you. It's interesting.
Well, I mean, think about it. They're making cars now where a lot of them they can be turned off remotely. The kill engines or whatever it is now, the kill switch.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
and they're trying to put the smart meters in the like the HVAC and the electricity. They want to control everything.
Indeed. Yeah. Well, it goes back to what I was saying. It's like they're making this realm highly sophisticated. Like, it seems like they want to make the inhabitants on par with the home. You know, like when they say, welcome to the house of tomorrow. Here you have your fridge that talks to you. Here you have your car that does your washing for you. You know, but it's like they're putting a chip in our head and putting us in the house of tomorrow, or the house of the future, whatever it's called, right? So it's like on a macro level, the realm would be the house of the future, and we're the participants in it that has to get chipped up to be on par with the house. That's what I'm kind of getting from it. Because even when they kind of show through the ancient depictions sometimes of the realm that we live, some of them seem to have like you have like the head that we're living on, right? But it'll seem like advanced. It has like towers in there, gated community, like. But these coins and stuff that I've seen the head on, they're old memorials, and it's like, why have they got a sophisticated city sitting on top of a woman's head? It looks like a futuristic civilization, but these coins are old. You're like, what the fuck? It makes me think of like that movie what I showed you guys the other day in part 10, Guardians of the Galaxy, where they're floating around in that skull head, but it's like a spaceship. It's just technology is just booming on there. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
It makes me think of stuff like that. Yeah, that's crazy. Let's keep going.
Ultimately, you could potentially download them into a new body or into a robot body.
But many in the neurological research community are skeptical of Musk's promises. Dr. Miguel Nicolas, pioneering neurologist and principal investigator of the Nicolas Lab at Duke University, says,
for instance, I can assure you, you are not going to download your brain to a CD-ROM and give it to your mom or to your kids. You are not going to learn French by uploading French grammar directly to your brain. That's what he promised would happen. No, it's not going to happen at all. Information in the brain is embedded in the organic tissue that constitutes the brain. So you cannot extract it. You cannot make juice, memory juice, like he wants to.
Despite the initial rejection, Neuralink was granted FDA approval in May of 2023 to run the human trials that led to last week's news. The original application, though, was rejected by the FDA due to more than 1,500 monkeys, pigs, and sheep that were killed in the development of the N1 BCI.
Damn, okay. Monkeys and pigs was killed in the development of this. They kept that under wraps. Okay. Interesting. Let's keep going.
The company was reportedly under investigation for potential animal welfare violations by the US Department of Agriculture. Musk's demands to speed research allegedly resulted in underprepared and overstressed employees, surgeries riddled with human errors, all leading to death rates higher than necessary. Also, the FDA's own phases of human trials require several years of testing before a product with such high risk can make it to market. But Neuralink is barreling ahead with the next phase of its tests. Musk says the company's first product will be called telepathy, and that the goal is to speed up communication for people who have lost the use of their limbs. For more coverage on BCIs and future tech, tap the subscribe button. Check us out on Engadget.com, and then come back to us here for more news, reviews, and explainers.
Cheers, mate. That wasn't too bad. Very insightful. Yeah, very good. So it seems like they've
What's your
started
thoughts, London? Are you gonna? What do you think about that technology?
Well, I've said this before, Pam, right? I wouldn't get a chip in my head, right? But I wouldn't mind having like a robot arm or a robot leg, but nothing in my brain. But I wouldn't mind having like a robot arm or a robot leg.
Right. As long as it's detachable. I don't want anything invasive. I like technology. I like gadgets. It's just I don't want anything that would invade my persona.
Exactly. Yeah, that's interesting. Very interesting. Salute to the Grand Old chat room. What are they saying down there? Notice the dude's hair. Yeah. No, yeah. There you go. Yeah. It's in the eyes. What was that, Pam?
I said exactly, Tony. He's like, don't get the mark.
Yeah, don't get that. Do not get that. Please don't get that. But I mean, we're saying, I mean, even the biblical scriptures, right? They mention that, but do they mention it? The mark of the beast being affiliated to anything technological? Does anyone know down there in the chat room? That would be good. That would be something to dive into.
I don't think the Bible says it was exactly technological, but it said that everyone would have to have one.
Everyone will have to have one. That's interesting. See, but I mean, all right, let me put it this way. Even when they speak about the real society, right, and they talk about the worm, the eye, and all that stuff, right? Every time we see that being played out, right, or the effects of it, it always seems to be on celebrities and people of high status, right? And King Stephen, right? These type of people. So it's like, I wonder if that's their form of like a mark of the beast, you know, being controlled. Because they say, you know, that real stuff is kind of mind controlling, you know, having the parasite take over you for a while.
Could be.
Yeah, interesting. Mark of the beast. Yeah, it's interesting. Okay.
Did you see what Alchemos said?
No, let's have a look. In the Quran, it says that the infidels will be having a mark on their foreheads. Okay, which only the fidels can see. Okay. Okay. That's interesting. That reminds me of how would you call it? Not infrared, but some type of how do you call it? Heat thermal, you know? Yeah, heat thermal, infrared, whatever you want to call it. You know, only a certain people who's in that spectrum can see it. You know, like when you mark a note with a particular pen to see if it's real or
with
fake.
a current pen. Yeah.
Yeah, when you mark it, right, and when you pull it in a certain light, you see if it's real or fake. That's what that reminds me of. Yeah, only people with.
I find it interesting that the Christian religion and then the Quran, they both talk about this mark or whatever.
So they both talk about it, right?
Yeah. It's interesting how different religions speak about that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Talk about a lot of stuff. All over the world, they were talking about the same things and near enough practicing the same thing, but just calling it a different thing. Different gods, though. That's crazy. But near enough the same animal gods. Whether it's the bird god or the dragon, the great serpent mother, great serpent. Everyone knew about that. Yeah, the bird culture. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to look at.
Have you found any more stuff on the Ziz?
Not really. I got some information, but nothing groundbreaking at this moment. But a few little bits and bobs, yeah. Oh. There was a picture I was looking for. Is it still here? No. I think it's this one. There we go. Yeah, this is what we was looking at earlier with the Easter Island. See the craters? It's fucking humongous.
No kidding. Okay.
Hold on, let me move that off the screen. What do you think they're showing us there, Pam?
That's interesting.
Very interesting. Hold on, take a snapshot. You lot in the chat room, what do you think they're showing us here? What do you lot think that is? It almost looks like a, I want to say bird, but it looks too aquatic type, like fins down here,
I saw the tail at first and I thought mermaid, and then I looked at it and I was like, no, it's not that.
Almost like some type of water creature, but I want to say bird as well, but I don't know. It looks like the bottom half of it at the back reminds me of like a shark tail and the fin and everything down there. Then the top half looks like a type of bird, like wings, but the middle part's got the
Lengthy
serpent.
like a snake, though. Yeah.
Snake, yeah. The middle's got the serpent. Interesting.
Yeah, Jen says it looks like one of those Hydra headed type things.
Okay. Interesting. Rongo. 1 second. Alright. Orongo was a religious town where people celebrated the transitions from winter to summertime. Orongo means messenger place, and it's received that name because of the migrating birds that arrive there every year. Alright, that's what they're saying. But it's also got how would you call it? A cult behind it as well, a bird cult. Excuse me, my throat is going. Yeah, it's got a bird cult behind it. I wonder if anyone's familiar with that. Yeah. Hold on, let me take a snapshot, send that over.
There's a lot of
Oh, you just balked right there. Can you hear me? Mic check.
Yeah.
Oh, then you're borging. Let me sort it out 1 second. See if I can help. Mic check.
How's this sound?
Hold on, put you in the back and bring you back. Mic check, mic check. You still there, Pam? Are you gone silent? I think you muted, didn't it? Have you muted? It's gone silent. All right, this is what I wanted to show as well. The Birdman cult of Easter Island, right? As the Moas had represented the idea of the ancestors' worship, the new Birdman cult was represented by the Tangu Manu Birdman, a human body with the head of a bird. The village of Orongo was built exclusively for ceremonial purposes related to the new religion. It's interesting. Birdman cult. Yeah, very interesting. You guys can hear me? Yeah, that's cool. I think it was Pam. She started to borg for a second. I don't know why. She's normally got good audio. Borg for, or was it only me that could hear it? Could anybody else hear Pam borging, or was it just me? Yeah, I could hear Pam borging. Let me spark something off. So what was we looking at? Oh yeah, go back to that shit. Oops. Told you, it's in the creators. The creators. Look at that. What is that? Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Look at that. Micro to macro, right? X marks the spot. Look at the little X that they put right down here to the right hand side. You see the little X? Interesting. What's that up there? Like a skull up there, a face. Will it let me zoom in? No, it won't even let me zoom in. It's like a face up there. Headquarters, eh? The winding stairs. Ooh, there you go. Plain sight. Told you. Plain sight, right? Look at that. What are they trying to tell you? What's London showing you? Bird, man, the bird. You lot can see the bird, right? I know you lot can see that. Or is it only me that can see it? I'm sure you lot are familiar with these, right? I'm pretty sure. Thoth was a bird-headed god. Indeed, he was the Birdman. Birdman, he came with the knowledge, right? He came with the knowledge. He came with the knowledge. Apparently, he kickstarted civilization, right? Interesting. Hey, Tone, what's that movie with it might even be Nicolas Cage or something. Is he in a movie called Birdman? Is that Nicolas Cage or somebody else I'm thinking of? What's that about? I know there's a movie called Birdman. What's that about? Hmm. Mothman prophecy. Michael Keaton. Thank you, small town girl. Yes, Michael Keaton. There you go. Michael Keaton. Yes. That's crazy, right? Because didn't he play Batman? Now they got him as the Birdman. From Batman to Birdman. That's interesting. There you go, Dino. I like that one. Was it male or female? Maybe it was one of those ones where it's both sexes. What they got here? Where's it center? Yeah. Oh, right in plain sight. Orongo Crater. What was that? Hold on. What was that in the background? It won't let me zoom in. Okay, what's this? Birdman. Competitor, servant, warrior chief, king, reed, float, ceremonial, paddle, islet. Oh yes, okay. Okay, see, Tone. Do you remember the other day when we was going through, where was it? South Africa, Cape Town, and I come across those old pictures and old descriptions of what the islet was the original name of the island. But then do you remember when how we found island, how it was spelled? It was spelled like an I and land, right? The original spelling was EYE, then land, but it derived from islet, and that's what they got up here, right? Islet, isolate, motu, it's like home, island, islet. And look at the big crater, Orongo crater. Look at the big crater there. Islet, island, who knows? Slab house, God. Stone slab. Vulva. What's vulva? What's that? Let me have a look. 1 second. One second, because I need to see what this means. Oops. Wow, hold on. Okay, they're talking about the woman's underneath. Vulva, look, okay. So if they're talking, oh yeah, okay. Cooking, I just remembered, look. See, I knew it, because this was tied in. Hold on a second. All right, hold on a second. Let me see if I got it. Wait there, 1 second. Hold on. Tony, hit that link, my man. Hit that link. Come on, time to cook. We got a job to do. Because like I said, it's tied into the planets, right? This shit is tied into the planets, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. 1 second. Let me cook for you real quick, right? Can I cook real quick? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Tony Taylor in the motherfucking building. What's going on, TT?
What's going on, man? What's going on?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Medea. Yes, man. Welcome, my brother. Welcome.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. How you feeling?
Long
You
time
feeling
listener, first time caller. How are you?
Operator, how can I help you?
Holding.
Yeah. All of that good stuff. All of that good stuff. All
You
right,
got the
hold
chat
on.
fired up down there, man. You got them talking about all kinds of things. That's why I wanted to stay down there. They're being fun.
Yeah. I love the chat room. They're fucking brilliant.
Akimos got me going. I was like, wait, hold on. I got something to say to that. And Boyd say something, then somewhere in time say something. I'm like, ooh, you guys are on it. Thank London.
Facts. They're on it. And that's what I'm here for. I love when they're on it because I'm on it. Right? Now, I want to show you something, right? Because like I said, when I watch this shit with my children, Tone, I'm like, oh, wow. How did I not see this? Or how did, you know what I'm saying? It's encoded in these fucking children's things, right? But
yeah.
Hold on a second. Let me let this advert fucking play. Hey, these adverts. All right. Now, keeping in mind, right, we were just over Easter Island, looking at the bird cult and all of that stuff, right? Oronga crater and everything, right? Now, keeping in mind what I've been saying, that is it possible that some of these places, whether it's craters or lands, is what they're giving the planets their names after these planets, after the craters or the lands, right? That's how they make the planets up in the skies, right? So I was watching something with my children the other day. It was this here, right? Let's have a look. It's got the planets in the order, but let me take this music off first. I want to cook a bit more.
This is a size comparison of objects in our universe. We'll start with the smallest and go to the largest, most well-known objects we know, of course. I am Ceres, I am a dwarf planet. Maki, a dwarf.
Maki, right?
Planet as well, but didn't plan it.
Maki, that's what we want to go to, right? So we're gonna go down here. Maki, right? Put some music for this shit now. Maki.
Which is the silly way to say make twice.
Yes, maker, basically. Right? Okay, hold on. Let me. Come on. Bear with me a sec. Salute to the grand old chat room. Much love. Bear with me a second. She's just loading up. You know. All right, cool. We're here. 1 second. Just edit this a little bit, make it a bit bigger. Save. All right, cool. 1 second. Share my screen now. Now we're looking at Maki, right?
Right.
Where's it gone? Where you just gone? Oh, here we are. Down here, right? Maki. God. Die is dead.
What? Wow.
Mm.
And where does it say Maki Maki is? Doesn't say, does it?
No, it's just a planet in the universe. Like, so it's next to Charis. It's next to Charis. But I thought Charis was a crater on fucking Mercury. Shows how much I fucking know.
Wow.
But that must be another planet they're saying. It's confusing. But now they're saying Maki Maki over here. God, obviously. And they got a planet named after that. It's interesting. Just like with, do you remember when I showed you guys the connection between Allah and Pluto?
Yeah.
There's something happening. Something happening. So that brings me back to what Dino asked in the chat room, right? Then he said, Dino said, my question is it a man or a woman? And then look what we got here, vulva, God. So is it probably a goddess? Bird goddess, like Ma'at was a bird goddess.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's possible that half of these deities were replaced with male forms of the same thing to invert the same principle.
Yeah. I feel you there. I feel you there. I hear you there, bro.
You know, everybody demonizes the pagans, but all they did was worship women.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I think maybe they have a higher connection to deity and source than we do.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, that's fucking interesting.
Yeah, like what if Zeus was a female?
That's different.
I guarantee you change all those stories about someone running around and raping all these people on Earth.
Yeah, completely different.
Yeah, like if you're a god, don't you just have to show up and be like, dude, I'm a god. Don't you want this? And they're like, no, I got to go around raping people. Like, this is weird, man. Why does God need to rape anybody?
Exactly. He's a stud, right?
Telling stories.
Look, right here again. Got this bird thing, then it's got the... What is this thing here, though? Like, this circular thing in the middle. It's like it's being... hold on. Could that... Okay, I think I know what that is now. All right, cool. I needed to see that. All right, I snapshot that. Cool.
Looks kind of like a head with something in the head.
I think it is. I think that's like I said the other day. I said to you guys, I found the Epcot on the moon, right? But it looked like a swallowing something, and I think this is another representation of it.
Wow. See part of a fish there and a bird. That's a trip.
The feathered serpent. That's what I'm going for. That's what I think it is.
Oh, hey, did you see they decoded the Mayan calendar? You know, the one with the face in the middle?
No, who decoded that?
It's a new thing. You've seen the Mayan calendar, right?
Correct.
Okay. In the middle, they've always stated that that was the sun. They have now took apart that image, and they're now saying that the face in the middle is the world.
See? There you go.
And there's a bird around it. If you separate the rings that are right outside the face, it makes a freaking bird.
Told you, the feathered serpent. Yeah. Going around Epcot. Like I said, it's Epcot going around the skull with the told you. What? Have you got that, Tone, or you got to look for that?
I'd have to look for it. It's just crazy, yeah, because they just separated it out and they're like, you know, we initially just thought this is the sun god, the face in the middle's got to be the one they're talking about. No, their sun god was Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. So the face in the middle is actually the representation of Earth itself as a giant face.
Yeah, I want to see that.
And then there's other things that talk about how it was a head, and then to make it into a viable planet, it had to be shaped into like an egg. So that's where you get like the celestial egg versus the skull comparison, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm still kind of confused on it. I don't know if it's like maybe to birth a new entity or maybe to create a new Tiamat. Like maybe this was a good Earth and they're trying to turn it into a bad one by turning into a different kind of seed.
Oh. That's interesting.
Right?
Yeah. You're everywhere. These bird symbols are everywhere.
I kind of wish we had a bird god, then doesn't that mean we can all fly?
Innit, exactly.
Let me fly.
Even with this, right, I think where they're showing us the head part with the big hole right there, I think they're trying to show us that's probably the crater on the Easter Island. Like it's the head part, the skull, the eye.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's what they're trying to show us.
Especially considering there's a staircase going down to that. That's the golden ratio. The old Fibonacci.
Yeah. There it is again.
But if you notice, its head's got a curl in it, almost like it's a tail. It almost looks a little bit like a dragon. I don't know. That's a little strange.
Oh, what, like the head's curling, like looping.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Could be, yeah. I see what you're saying.
You never know. That could be an inverted image of the inside of a dragon's mouth or its face with like the nose with the tongue sticking out.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, that almost looked like nostrils. Now you said that, it looked like nostrils and the tongue slithering out.
That would be something else. That'd be the serpent.
Yeah. Yeah.
I only noticed that because on all the representations I see of St. George killing the dragon, the tail is always in a curled fashion, just like that.
Got you. Yeah. Okay. I feel you.
They want you to see the bird, but maybe you're really looking at the dragon.
Exactly. I think Alchemo sent me something. I got the man them pepper me up with things. All right. You see, we go a day one first and see what day one's saying. All right. Hold on a second.
I got your notification, Akamos. Oh, he went and found it.
That's S. Respect S.
Yeah, so you see the point above the head, the two wings on the side, and the two tails at the bottom are the feathers coming off the back, two wings on the side, and the point at the top is the beak. That's the sun.
Hold on, I see the... Okay, see, let me take a snapshot because I can see the serpent or the Ouroboros, whatever the two serpents going around. Now, where did you say the wings were? Where's the wings?
Okay, look at the center circle in between the face and that other circle.
Yeah.
You'll see 4 squares.
Yeah.
Ignore those.
Yeah.
You'll see a point above the head, 2 round circles on each side that almost looks like a crown and ears.
Yeah.
And then below, you'll see 2 little squares with 5 dots in them. Those are the tail feathers. You take that out, and that is a bird.
Okay. Got you. I think I see you talking now, yeah. I see the tail feather part. Yeah.
Going around the Earth.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's so much symbolism in this. Look at that. Yeah, interesting. There. There. Yeah, I like that. Okay, I had this one.
Wow.
Yeah, you see the little serpent things coming out from the side, the head, yeah. Micro one, then down here, macro.
It's pretty wild. That one depicts a red bearded person.
For real, innit? Yeah. Yeah.
Those were the giants.
Exactly. Yeah, that's interesting. And hold on. Oh shit. That almost looks like, you see the largest rings on the outside, right?
Yeah.
Those little things inside of it kind of remind me of the bird thing that we just seen, but without the loop in the head.
Oh wow. That sure does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Ha.
That is wild.
I think each bird is a representation of each age.
Maybe.
Well, I can't remember if it goes outward or in. I think it goes in. So I think that outward one would be the months. And then it goes into the years, the ages, and then the periods. All the different cycles. Because in some of the Edgar Casey work and the Law of One readings, they basically state that two advanced beings were here, and they basically went and helped one side of the world in India and went and helped the people in South America. Yeah, because remember, all the Mayans disappeared. They can't find their bones.
Yeah. I remember that shit. That's wild.
So maybe they found a gate or a portal and said, F this, they're trying to kill us, and left.
I heard another story about another civilization just disappearing. But the way how they disappeared, like, it was almost like something or someone just came and got them up out of there.
Oh, right. When you see like evidence of everything being left as is, nothing put away, nothing taken with them.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that was rumored to have happened in recent history too, with the city of Roanoke. It was one of the first colonies, cities, and everybody just basically disappeared one day.
That's interesting.
Don't know where they went, no evidence of nothing, just vanished.
Yeah, that's some wild shit.
You never know. They could have found a gate. They could have shifted out.
Yeah.
Who knows, you know? It depends. Like, you go to those places and see whether or not it was turned into a nature preserve. You know, because that ties back to what we were saying about the national forests, that they're like known to have portals in them. And they even tell the guards, like, if you see a random staircase in the middle of the woods, don't go near it. Because the stairs may look like they're going up, but they don't. They go down.
That's it. Yeah, that's wild, man. Even just looking at that, right, that Mayan picture is confirming the Epcot finding that I found, because it's got the serpent going around it again on the macro and micro levels. Look, where was the this one here, right? at the bottom. See, you've got
Yeah.
the two faces, but if you look on the headrest, it's got like the feather or the how would you call it? What the ant's got, the antenna.
Right, right. Oh
Yeah.
wow. Maybe those are like insect people.
Mm. So I'll give up for me. There you go. Yeah, this is the other one. Yeah.
Wow.
Told you it's a body. Has to be.
That's a freaking trip, dude.
Wild. Some type of beast, got 3 eyes.
Oh man, I don't know if you heard about the new revelation of the new NASA photo that was released.
No.
I don't know whether or not to call bullshit on this, but if it is, it's either very compelling or such high bullshit it's laughable. I can't tell which. But
Okay.
supposedly, when they first set the Hubble telescope out, they took an image and hid this image for 20 years because they said they had a picture of heaven.
Wow.
That they
Yeah.
actually found a picture of heaven and then hid the picture, but they're just now releasing it this year.
Mm.
And this is supposedly right out in space. They got this picture.
Huh. In space, yeah.
Supposedly.
Mm. That's interesting. I wonder when they'll release them pictures.
Oh, I got the picture.
Okay. Yeah, when you're ready, bro.
Yeah, give me a sec. I'll shoot it to you.
Oh, wicked.
1 second.
Just gonna get a drink. Bear with me a second.
There you go. Yeah, when he gets back, I'll have him put it up. But this is a very compelling picture, or the cheesiest fake I've ever seen.
Oh, okay, let me see it. I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. Could be fake. Could be something that we're just not used to seeing. I don't know.
Well, I mean, they can shift the image whatever color they want to change it, but I mean, I don't know.
It looks like a land of some type. Is that waterfalls coming down from it or something?
Yeah, it kind of looks like a city. Like a city with waterfalls pouring out of it. Like Garden of Eden, Shambhala type stuff.
Mm. Yeah, that's interesting. 420 that real quick. Yeah, I've never seen this picture before.
Yeah, this just came out like this week.
Mm. You know what else came out this week as well? Hold on. This is, let me show you something. 1 second. Where is it from?
Yeah, they say 2024 is going to be the year of secret revealing.
Secret revealing. Yeah. Someone hit the link, I think. Oh no. Where's this thing just gone? What? Where's it gone? Wait a second. What's been the other file? Oh yeah, here we go.
Big up to the chat down there.
Respect to you. Come on, what's all this crap? Giant
Don't you
model
want to leap
moon
into those
in
savings?
major new exhibitions, right? they've started to put moons inside cathedrals.
Huh. No way.
Yeah, bro. Exhibitions. Mm.
That's weird.
Very weird.
Wonder why they'd be doing that. Have you seen the new addition to the Denver airport?
No.
They put in basically a crater Earth. And then at the center of this Earth, there's a giant pole sticking straight out, goes all the way up to the sky, shows a dome with an arrow pointing back down.
Wow.
It's the trippiest fucking thing. A lady who posted it was already, of course, a flat earther. You know, that's why she kind of noticed the symbolism of what they were throwing out there. But I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, dude. It shows the ice wall and all that shit.
One second. New Denver Memorial. Okay. Oh, what the fuck happened there? No.
Trying to book a tour on the Thames?
I don't know what happened there. But how come it's not coming up on my This just took me to somewhere else. New Denver.
We are watching you.
Exactly. Look, conspiracy, Denver airport conspiracy. No, just bring me like.
It's probably trying to take you back to that old artwork, but they removed
It
that
is.
shit finally.
Have they? It's brought me to
Yeah,
that.
they
though.
took all that down.
No, with the horse, it's got me by the horse for some reason. You remember that? Do you remember that horse?
There's a giant metal horse out there, isn't there? A statue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it won't, I can't see the other one you're talking about.
Oh, it's on the inside. I guess you'd probably
Okay.
call it like new art installation at Denver Airport would probably be what you'd want to search. Because it's new. They just put it down, I think, in the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm. Got you.
Believe in what you do. What's up,
Yo,
guys?
dog.
Yo, dude.
What's up, dude?
I thought I'd just drop in and say hi to my guys. You know.
There you go. What's up? Yeah, that's good stuff.
I just trying to tone down from seeing Jack Talcott. I mean, that's always a very traumatic experience.
More traumatic than Z?
That's a good question, dude. It's similar. It's similar. It's different. Same.
way.
It's same, different. Same.
No way. I'm gonna have to backroom you. Oh shit.
Oh, that's a good question. Tony's got them good questions. He's got some.
Yes.
Oh, shit.
Hilarious.
Thanks, guys. I needed that. That was a good laugh.
So, have they ever been together, Tony?
What's that?
Z and Jack.
I think in the same place together. I don't know. You'd have to ask those two.
But you see them in the same chat room or in the same panel.
Yeah, I was just messing with you. They're not gay.
Okay.
Like there was this one time at the mall, but they weren't holding hands.
Oh gosh. Well,
Just
no,
kidding,
I think
Jack and Z, if you're listening.
I think Jack likes the ladies. He was on a dating show not too long ago. I think he might have a thing for the sisters as well.
Oh wow.
He was on a dating show.
Really?
He was on Kendra G show not too long ago.
This guy totally looks asexual, dude. So, but whether he's into the ladies or the dudes, I mean, I don't. That surprises me anyhow. I think.
Sorry about that, London.
No, you're good, Pam.
There's Pamela again. I just welcomed you on my channel, but what now? Are you stalking me, Pamela?
It's gotta be you, boy.
You're the metaversal diva. I can't stay away. What can I say?
It's that sexy ass dog picture you got.
It's that Spanish you were speaking earlier on your show, boy.
Hey, El Nino.
El Nino. He was killing it with his Espanol, huh? Yeah.
Oh man, hilarious. Speaking of El Nino, anyone seen El Diablo?
No, but I was curious if Tony or Voy saw Jack's appearance on that Kendra G dating show. That was quite funny.
Oh no!
Oh my god,
that was hilarious. That was hilarious. Have I got that? I wonder if I got that anywhere. Let me have a quick look.
Wasn't it the first or second night of the Z show, right?
Yeah, I think you're right. You're totally right. Let me first hold on.
I want to say it was the first.
Jack making moves. Really?
Right?
No, you guys got to see this. This is worth
I want to see that.
First
He's
or
got that
second
convertible,
shot.
man. He's got to be slick.
Okay, first or second shot. Oh, hold on. That's too far.
I'm gonna hold my breath for this one.
What was that, like 7 days ago when Z come back? So that'd be like the third shot. So from that one, okay, let's have a look. Hold on. Is this it? I thought that was it. Huh? Hold on.
That's funny, London. You just made the sound that picture of Voy face just made.
I knew he was gonna say that, when I heard Boy's picture, I thought, he got me. Hold on, I can't see it. Was Rose on there first and second day? Hold on a second.
Yeah, Rose was on that one. I'm looking too, by the way.
Was it first or second one, did you say? It must have been the first stream. I wonder if it was the first stream. Let me have a look on that one. Yes, all right. Hey. Hi. Oh, la, 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 la. All right. We good. Hold on a second.
Hey, single ladies, get ready.
Yep. All you single gals out there. Introducing Mr. Jack Talcott. Where's the volume up there?
Gotta hurry up.
All right, so Rose, prep the audience. Who is Kendra? What is this Kendra
It's
channel?
a single show with millions of people. She's got millions and bajillions. Just look her up on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. Kendra G. I love her so much. Her birthday is May 7th. Mine is May 6th. I totally get her and feel like we're meant to be friends. But since I'm not single, I can't talk to her because it's really just a disruption to the show if people who are not single show up. But anyway, we love Kendra G. She's fucking amazing. It's mostly for Black people, but it's okay for white people to go. Go ahead.
All right, this is a special treat. Hold on, Rose. Let me get somewhere in time here.
I can't believe Jack. Oh God, this is am I in like a fucking simulation? Did I just like manifest my reality? Melanie.
Hold on.
Melanie, I feel like I need to call you right now, Melanie. I'm muting
If
myself.
I restream this broad, am I gonna get like a fucking copyright strike?
No. I don't think I don't think so. I think this is gonna be okay. Honestly.
Right, hold on.
She's so big that she doesn't give a shit.
All right, so Rose, as I'm pulling this up, so your advice to me moving forward is completely ignore.
It's called
the
Kendra
group of
G.
psychotic people
That's
that are.
weird, dude. That sounds like
Oh my God. Yeah, freaking go to Kendra. Who cares about the chat?
Hold on. I'm bringing it up.
Clarity for the people watching the replay. Make it interesting.
Hold on, I'm bringing it up.
Hey, what did you say, boy? Boy, did you say something?
Yeah, I said that. I said that. Kendra G. That spells Kendrag. You know.
Oh my God.
Oh shit. Boy.
I only heard about this channel the day before yesterday. I don't know, but you know, it's just
Kendra.
something to take into account.
What's her name? Rose is so eager for Z to press play. She's like, hurry up, Z, fucking press play.
Come on. Play it. The people watching the replay, make it interesting.
Hold on, I'm bringing it up. Ladies and gentlemen.
Go back in time. You have to go back in time to where he is. You have it queued up? Tell me you got it queued up and I'll shut up.
I do. Hold on, do you see it?
I see it. Just make sure the sound's on, everything. Oh my God, this is gonna be crazy.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Jack
She doesn't wear a wig or
channel that has millions of viewers. So what does she do? She hooks people up, right? She takes single people and she tries to make love connections. Is that the story?
Fucking play it. It's amazing.
All right, hold on.
See, I just fucking play it, Z.
You so man at 50. I don't know. I'm not God. And one thing I do know about God, everybody got their own individual life. Don't you let these people on the internet speak and tell you when something is over. There's so many things I can share when the time is right, and I will. But the biggest thing I would say is, if you are a woman and you know you want to be a mother one day, I highly suggest you freeze your eggs.
What?
Give you that opportunity when
What?
you meet that right person. Or you might do like some other women do. They have a baby.
That's just all she had to say. That's just all it had to say,
They
right?
don't get that daddy no more. Now they doing the rest of the life with this man. They got their child, but they hate the daddy. So yes. So whoever said her eggs are still.
Boy feels threatened now. We've seen another diva on the screen, boy.
My hair's better.
I can't have that. I have to diss her instantly. Instantly, I have to diss her.
Yeah.
Let me go back to my show. I ain't come here to cuss your asses out today. You know I'm trying to be a Christian woman Monday through Wednesday. Okay? I'm trying to be a Christian woman. Okay? That's what I'm trying to do. Jack, show me your room.
Show me your room.
Jack? Yeah, okay. You gotta show me the room, Jack. You gotta show the room so I can make sure.
Gotta throw away all them crunchy socks.
Okay. You ready, Jack?
Why does he look like he's never streamed before? All right,
I can't hear you.
Oh, here it comes.
Yes. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. Someone who cares about me suggested I come over and pay you a visit. So admittedly, I'm coming in a little blind. I am loving your energy and everything I've heard, sister.
Well, thank you, brother. Let me talk to you back. First of all, this is a dating show. So are you single?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you are.
She gave him the brother like he's a redneck. Hey, brother. Oh shit! Let's keep going.
First timer cousins. The comment section and my supporters are called the cousins. My cousins don't hold nothing back. They will say whatever's on their mind in the comment section. So just, you got to have tough skin. So I'm going to ask you a list of questions that I ask every guest. If a woman, you're here for women, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. If a woman likes you, she will.
No! Oh my God! How did anyone miss that? She
Did
asked him, is he here for women?
We heard that right, London.
Oh my
We heard
God!
that right.
You're here for the girls, right?
We heard that right. Yeah,
No.
just rewind it. Just rewind it 10 seconds.
Wow, hold on a second.
She trying to crush his ego before he starts.
Make sure he didn't have to pause and think for a second.
Honestly, it was the cardigan.
We ask this question every day.
I'm taking it back. Oh,
every day.
I'm gonna pause it.
The comment section, my supporters are called the cousins. My cousins don't hold nothing back. They will say whatever's on their mind in the comment section. So just, you got to have tough skin. So I'm going to ask you a list of questions that I ask every guest. If a woman, you're here for women.
Did she say every gay or every day? Oh my God! No way!
No, she's
No
not hiding
way.
it. She's
That's
alluding
a Freudian
to it.
slip.
And no,
No
she's
way.
not hiding it. She's alluding to it, like with all words, similar to that in all the 3 sentences that she said before. And then she just does it like it's nothing. And he just steps over it like he should. Because, he's in the closet or whatever. I don't know what that kind is. That's why I hate him with a passion.
You know what Jack should have said? Is that your real hair?
Oh, she said every gay. I thought she said every day, but then I thought, hold on, she's not on every day, so she can't mean every day. That's fucking crazy.
Do it again. Just do
I
it
can't
again.
believe it.
Because she does it. She does it so well.
Gosh,
she does it so well.
That was crazy. Let's keep going.
Ask every guest. If a woman,
Yes, ma'am.
yes. If a woman likes
Yes, ma'am.
you, she will then DM you after, and then you see what happens.
Oh.
Wow.
You
Fabulous.
You ready
Okay.
for the ride?
He
Yes,
said
ma'am.
fabulous. I wouldn't have said fabulous.
He's playing into the character. Oh,
wow, dude.
That is fabulous.
Oh shit, that's mind control. Ken just got mind control, boy. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Keep going.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's do it. Jack, where you calling me from?
Spokane, Washington.
Okay.
I mean, I'm going to tell you, it even has an effect on me. I'm sitting here like with my mouth open. My jaw is dropped to the floor. I think that's the effect that they want, right? Like,
You might call him, right? Snag him up.
What you doing later?
man, amazing.
He probably ain't dated no diva before.
Hey boy, what's that thing you used to say? With the cheeks up.
Cheeks up movement. I'm sleeping with the cheeks up tonight, right? Cheeks up tonight.
Oh my fucking god, cheeks up! Oh my boy, dog.
Yeah, I told it.
Oh shit!
I'm not proud of that.
Shit.
Yeah, I'm going to hell.
Let's keep going. Oh shit!
Definitely every gay. Definitely.
50 last summer.
Last summer. Okay, you're 50.
Oh,
And your
shit.
name is Jack, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
I'm a full-time activist.
Full time.
Does that count as a living, Rose?
Okay.
It depends on what he's getting paid.
Now, I'm ignorant. Activists get paid?
I don't. Some do. I have not yet. But I'm just getting.
Bro, I don't know what's funnier, Z's laughing or what she's saying.
I've worked hard in my past.
What she's saying.
And,
No, dude, Z's laugh is better, dude.
but admittedly, I have huge goals, and
Huge what?
my goal is to help
I think
end
goals.
wars.
Goals. Okay.
Reform to the money system. To be
Your
honest,
goal is to help who? I missed it.
to my hope and goal is to find a way to end wars, to help end wars, right? And in doing so, I want to confront the corporate money system as well. So
Okay, so you want a woman that understands your vision. Fair enough.
yes,
Jack Washington, 50. Do you have any kids?
Oh, man.
one. Well, yes, I do. I've got a 21-year-old son.
Okay. Have you ever been
Nervous.
married?
Yes,
Okay. When did you get divorced?
2006, I think.
Oh, a long time ago. Okay. And what do you believe in zodiac signs?
Yes,
What's your zodiac sign?
I'm a Leo.
A Leo. All right. So we got Zach Washington, 50. He's a Leo, a full-time activist. And he has a 21-year-old son. He was
You know what's funny? She was gonna call him Zach, right? Like, if she still carry on the gay narrative, like Zach. Oh no, sorry, Jack. Like Zachariah or something. Zach. Let's keep going. Oh
married
man.
one time?
Twice, but one was one.
Why the second one didn't count?
Oh my God.
We tried it and we agreed it wasn't.
Rose, is this the
it
worst
wasn't
one
worth
you've ever seen?
continuing,
Be
so
honest.
I don't know if it really counted.
Good one.
Well, how long were you married for?
Oh, like I think it was a year and a half, maybe.
Well, that counts. But okay, I understand. Let's do it. Now that we're here, what kind of woman are you looking for?
A passionate woman with big visions.
Is that what they call them these days? Visions?
You should know.
With big visions. Oh my God, he's hilarious. This guy, you know, this guy is hilarious. Oh my God.
I like to climb 2 big mountains and go through 1 deep valley.
What? Oh, believe it. Oh my gosh, Jack, you are fucking hilarious.
Myself too.
I like it. Yeah, this is good stuff.
Okay, that's it.
Well, and I prefer short and petite. I'm only 5'8", I'm a big dude. So, beyond that, I
A
don't
short
know.
petite woman. What about what are your deal breakers? Things you will not accept.
I'm a very kind and compassionate man, but bitterness and closed-mindedness is something I don't know if we could work.
Okay, she got to be open-minded.
Mhm.
Okay, now does she got to look a certain way, Jack?
Zach.
Yeah.
Not really.
Does she
No.
be any? Do you have an ethnicity preference?
No, I love women.
Rose, hold on. We're gonna have to
honestly.
give some commentary here. We have to give some commentary,
Right.
or else it's not good. I don't think he's doing very well. Here's the thing. Here's my take. All his attributes, they're not really like panty dropping type of attributes, Rose. Like none of the things that Jack is about is really going to be getting a lot of these women out there, you know, kind of wet in the fucking drawers. You know, he doesn't make any money. He said he's an activist. The first thing she says, does that make money? He says no. She asked him, does he have a preference? He basically didn't say anything other than like petite. I do think it's endearing that Jack is just coming up being Jack, but like this, what is a female watching Kendra going to take out of this? And is it possible that he's going to get any takers? I don't think he's going to get any DMs. Your thoughts?
I won't be able to answer until the end of the clip, but so far his answers are not long enough. He should be more specific and more open about his feelings. I'm very disappointed that so far he hasn't said how good God is, and gone off and talking about like God and things like that is always entertaining to me. So I think we need to see if she gets more information out of him or if she's just trying to move on to the next person.
Okay. And before I start, in your estimation, this lady Kendra that you're watching, do you feel like she's a good matchmaker? Like, is she legit?
Well, she doesn't do anything after this to help them. He just gives his information out, and people will be sending him an instant message on like email or Instagram or whatever information he provides.
Gotcha. All right, let's continue.
You could be black, you could be Latino, you could be Asian, you could be Caucasian. Oh, okay. Sam Major sent me $10 to ask you this question. He said, "What ethnicity are your two ex-wives?"
They were both Caucasian.
They were both
white.
Caucasian. Have you ever dated a black woman, Jack?
Dated, well,
He told me
dated, no.
he fucked a black
Dated.
chick. He told me that before,
slept
Rose.
with?
No.
Yeah.
Ladies, nah, man, I'm mad at some black women that slept with you because you married black women. They shouldn't let you sleep with them. You wasn't even that
Shit. Please don't assume. I think she used me more than I used her.
Did you hear that, boy?
Ice cold burn, dude. Ice cold burn. Like it's nothing. He burned her like he wasn't burned at all. It's like ice.
Yeah, he hit her with that one. He's ice cold. He's feeling comfortable now. You see when it's getting to the more adult section.
I mean,
he's
she liked it too. She liked it. I
know.
Right? That he hit him so hard. That he hit her so hard. Like what?
Don't
I would have
judge me.
started out
saying
with that.
Don't judge me saying that the Kendra G, she made a video about it, like a single video about Jack, and don't judge me with saying the comments to that were hilarious.
Oh shit! We have to look at that.
For sex. It happens. Adults do that.
In more reality.
He said, don't assume she used him more than he Okay, I'm gonna let that one go.
We enjoyed each other, and it was just a very short relationship. So I guess I misspoke. Yes, I have had a relationship with a black woman.
Okay. Now, does this woman that you date next have to make a certain amount of money?
No.
No. All right, Jack. Now this is called the Kendrick Game.
All right, Zach.
Stand up. Let me see your whole body. We gotta just get it. We gotta get a gauge of you.
Yeah.
I mean, Jack looks like the kind that, like, once he got his thing, you know, he's just going out and he's goodbye. It's been nice with you.
We got out of the Kendrick Game.
That's fine. You gave us the height, so that's good. All right, Jack. What was your last relationship?
It was I think 2017.
I think Jack actually got his fix and he wants to say goodbye. You know, he wants to
Last time he was intimate with someone.
go to the bathroom, but you know,
I think that was 2018.
Let him go to the bathroom.
You haven't had sex since 2018?
Oh no.
Or
2020.
2020. So 4 years ago.
You forgot about the black hooker.
The active life keeps you busy, huh?
Well, I'm on a very interesting path, and it's become an amazing adventure.
Yes, you are,
and I'm
Jack.
trying to find someone amazing to join me in it.
Okay, so are you celibate until marriage or a relationship?
I don't know. I've never had any rules for myself, and just
So in the 4 years, you just haven't met anybody worth sleeping with?
pretty much.
Okay, Jack said you got to earn this. He ain't giving it out for free. The last girl got him. You ain't gonna get it. You ain't gonna get his good stuff this time around. All right, Jack. All right, Jack. What are 3 things you have to work on when it comes to a relationship?
I was considering that. Clearly, cleanliness, organization, and I don't know. I've improved.
Rose, your current thoughts.
He just said that he needs to work on cleanliness. That's really bad, Jack. Don't say when you're on a dating show that one of the things you have to work on is your cleanliness. But hey, at least you're putting it out there, and maybe someone else who's really freaking dirty will want to go on a journey with you.
Right, because here's what he's communicated to all the lovely ladies out there: that he's filthy, he has no money, no ambition to get money, and basically has no standards whatsoever. It's fucking, oh my god!
That is what he said.
Just smaller than him.
Oh,
No,
fucking
Jack.
believe it.
Jack could probably meet, and we'll see where this goes. But I'm hoping that this could actually maybe get him some traffic to his channel. Even though I don't want to, go against the rules of Kendra, but this could lead into a beneficial direction in some way. I don't know. The universe is just telling me that it's not a cruel joke, like DeFreak is saying. He's saying that this is like a cruel joke and cruel intentions. I never once advertised this as something that was going to empower Jack. I advertised it as something that was going to be funny, that Melanie was going to pay him to do. So I think that my intentions and what this was clear. What do you say, Z?
Wait, I think I have Talcott. Are you in the back? Hold on, I have Talcott in the back.
Yeah, Talcott, come and watch it with us.
Hold on. DeFreak, you're on panel. Do you have anything to say about this historic moment here?
He's the one that was saying that I was having bad intentions.
Yeah, he's on the panel. DeFreak,
Yeah.
go on, speak up. What's wrong with you?
Talk.
Pretty amazing. I gotta say. Wow.
All right, so here's the thing, Jack. We're gonna watch this with you, Jack. You know I love you, and here's what I'm gonna say, Rose. As I'm watching Jack, I'm fucking relating with it. He's like, he hasn't gotten laid in X amount of time. He's fucking a quote unquote activist. I don't consider myself. It's like when I listen to Jack give his attributes and none of them would be sexually attractive to the opposite sex. I'm like, fuck, I'm in the same position. No wonder why I'm digging Jack so much right now. We're both in the same fucked up position, man. Rose, is this going to be weird to watch this with Jack at the same time, or what should we do here?
Dude, it sounds like Zetetic needs a little bit more.
Sorry.
Yeah.
First, now that he's here, let's bring him up, see what he has to say. What is most important is let's find out how Jack is feeling. Of course, I want to see the rest of this clip so bad, but it's not going to come down. I can always finish it watching it later, as anyone else can. Let's see how Jack feels about the fact that I told him to do this. Let's see how he feels after the interview and how he feels about our commentary so far.
All right, Rose. Jack, welcome back to the show. Man of the hour.
Hi, Jack. Are you mad at me?
No, Rose, I love you. Melanie, I love you. Z, I love you. Hey, let's watch the rest. I want to see what you have to say.
Okay, but tell us to pause it if you have anything to say, okay?
Hey, there's already signs, so let's see where this goes.
Jack, before have you been DM'd yet? And if so, how many have you gotten?
Wow. At least one. I've gotten a bunch of friend requests, and Instagram's got a bunch of notifications.
That's wonderful. You deserve it. You deserve exposure and to share your message with whoever will listen, just like all of us.
So one last thing before we start, Jack, what is your take on my commentary where I basically categorized you and I in some weird position that, like, upon inspection, like, is really not very alluring to the opposite sex? What is your thoughts on that? Did you realize that about yourself as you were doing it or afterwards?
No, but you described it so accurately and so perfectly. And it's no wonder, dude.
How do you think you're doing so far?
We're in spots where from the outside appearance, it may not appear desirable, but I figure Z, you and I are a lot alike. We're like hidden gems waiting to be discovered.
Ooh, I appreciate that. I'm gonna start thinking of myself as a hidden gem. That's probably gonna be a little bit better for me, dude. I like that attitude, and I agree with it. You know, here's the thing, Jack, and younger men might not get this as you and I probably do. You've been there, Jack. You've gotten laid a bunch of times. You were married. You had a kid. You raised a kid. You had a career. You know, similar thing with me, man.
Tony, you predicted it. Like, who's worse?
Like, that's what I'm at. And I agree. It's like,
Jack or Z? I'm going to find out. This is the moment when I'm going to find out. This is
towards basically building attributes that are going to necessarily attract like the opposite sex. I get it. We're on to other things. If somebody comes into our life and they fit nice, that's great. But we're not living our lives for that. And maybe that's something that comes with maturity, Jack. So, all All right, let's play this thing. Let's play this. This is 2 gold.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see the rest of it.
Yeah.
Improved and grown a ton since my last relationship. And so I'm excited to see what it'll be like. Besides my cleanliness and clutter, I think I'm doing pretty good. The last relationship, rather than let her break me, she inspired me to improve. And so I've been improving ever since then. So
Now, how does she inspire you to improve? What does she do?
she showed me love. She accepted me at the lowest point where I was, and her care, her compassion, and her love, it inspired me to become better. And it was originally for her, but then turned out she wasn't the one. So I just kept improving, and I'm still improving. I clean up better than this, by the way, quite a bit better. For the right one, I look pretty.
For the right one, he gotta look pretty for you. Jack, what's the age range you would date? You're 50.
I don't know. I think anything below 30 might feel weird. Might not be comfortable. I don't know. And even that's
You would go to 30 though?
That's pushing it. I don't know.
He wants 30.
I don't know.
All right. Could the woman have kids already?
Now he knows.
Certainly.
Jack, you would
Okay.
hold on. Jack,
why would a woman be lucky to be
pause
with
this.
you, Jack?
Jack, I'm giving you permission to date a 31-year-old.
Me too, Jack.
Thank you.
Jack, if you're telling me if the right 27-year-old came on, you wouldn't entertain that? Is that just really, or were you just being politically correct to your answers to this wonderful black lady?
I was well, I don't know. I think objectively I'll hold myself to some sort of standard, but it depends on what opportunities come forth. I'm certainly not searching for young girls or anything, though.
It's so weird to have you here as we're watching you. That's so
Yeah,
weird.
Jack, I just want to tell you something, Jack. There are some people who click on this StreamYard link. They wait around every single day for her to go live. And sometimes people wait for years to be on her show. And I can't fucking believe that you just walked over there and she picked you right away. There's even t-shirts that say, I can't believe you picked me. You know what I mean? So I just want you to know that little fact.
Thank you. See, that's God. There's something divine. It was inspired from Melanie, her care and support, her love. And she asked, you don't have to pay me to do that.
It's also just like DeFreak is here to hold me accountable. Full disclosure, we want the best for you. We want you to find love, but we also knew that if you got on this show, that it would be so gratifying and entertaining for us too. So mutually beneficial.
I know. Enjoy it. Here, I can step out or just shut the cam off, whatever.
Jack, did you Jack, no, hold on. Did you that black chick, was she the last chick that you were with in 2020? Was it the black? Because you told me about the black chick months ago and I never forgot it. Because I don't know, for some reason it piqued my interest. Because I've never gone down that road. I just, just never happened. So that was the last chick you were with. And if I recall, she was there was a let's just say like a financial agreement with this person. Was that this chick or all right, you don't have to answer that question.
There was finances, but the intimacy was not part of the deal.
Okay.
Hey, I got $10. We see Tarek on there later or tomorrow.
Much love. All right, let's let this play out. By the way, Rose, she's pretty, and she's older. Black women tend to stay relatively attractive as they age.
I know. All Black people have the most beautiful skin, and she's gorgeous. I love her so much.
Yeah, she's pretty, and she holds herself well. It's like I've never been able to make it work with a. Anyway, it's not about me.
She's got
This
her
is
ring
about.
light. She recently moved to LA. You see the windows behind her. She's on a sky rise over LA, and she moved from I think she moved from Chicago like last year. So she is doing so well. I bet her apartment is at least like 10 grand a month.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right, let's continue.
I am a special man, not
You
arrogantly or egoically, humbly. There's something special happening. So with all of us. So there you go. I'm special like everyone's special. They'd be lucky to be with me.
Okay. Do you want to get married again?
I would certainly be committed again.
Marriage is not important to you, though.
It would be. I'm kind of opposed to the state governance and licensing of everything too.
Here's what I'll say, Rose. And again, this might not be the best to get random trim, but if Jack is really looking for like, let's say like a life partner or, the proverbial soulmate, even though I don't believe that, he's being honest. And that's what I think is endearing, is like, he's just fucking being Jack. Like, I probably would be different. Like, Rose, I'd probably go up there and I would just fall into the trap. Like, I would just probably like, you know what I mean? Like, I'd probably pander more than Jack is. He's being authentic. I salute you.
Yeah. Take this as of course, I really want you to go on Kendra too. And
no way. No.
How long is this continuing, London? Because I don't know how long I can stand an Italian man from Sicily and a Jewish woman talking about this fucking Netflix situation that we're looking at. Like black woman, white guy, confused white guy, powerful black woman, Jewish woman with a fucking Sicilian guy talking about the whole situation. It's pretty ridiculous. But it's it's just a question. Like, how long does this take?
All that for just a question, yeah.
Yeah.
Tell us how you really feel, boy.
It's just, how do I really feel? Yeah, it's just one question.
Oh shit! Fucking hilarious, boy.
Yeah.
How many bears now, boy?
I think I lost a couple of subs there. That's okay.
Oh shit! Let's keep going.
do it. It's a sealed deal. You won't change your mind ever.
I don't know. I won't be able to top this fucking moment we have here. So I.
Yes, you can try. It's always good to have goals and aspirations.
All right, here's the thing though, Rose. If I'm going on, I have to like comb my hair, not wear the beanie, get a better camera angle so it's not all forehead. Like Jack backs off the camera. I shove my fucking face real close. And it's all forehead if I don't have the beanie on. So I'd have to get the right camera angle. I'd have to put the Guido gel in the hair.
Yeah,
I'd have to do
ready
the whole
for the Kendra cam. So you stand up, show your legs.
Okay, I could do that. I don't mind that. I've been like working out and stuff lately. That's one of the reasons I stopped doing morning shows, because I work out in the morning, and I always did. You know what happened, Rose? When I was doing my morning show, I would do the morning show, then I'd go out and do whatever I have to do for the fucking day, and then it come the sisters, and he probably is a little nervous. I don't know, Jack. I don't want to speak.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Regardless, everyone knows he has good intentions, and that's what matters. But we're really picking it apart here.
Oh, we're going all in on this. I mean, obviously, I get nervous talking to black women. Man, I'm highly intimidated by the melanated women. I'll admit it. I don't care. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The first sister I heard.
I probably could have been more aware of the sister with a black woman, but I call people brothers and sisters all the time.
Right. If anyone goes to his YouTube channel, they'll see that you do, Jack. You really do. It just makes the whole situation even more funny. If you were saying it for that reason, but you weren't. It's just you. This is how you are.
It's just me. I've realized I'm humorous, man.
Oh my god! All right, let's finish this out. This is crazy. Jack, you got balls. I wouldn't do this. There's no way, Rose. There's zero chance I'm doing this. Zero.
Yes, you
All
will.
Singles Live dating app dropping pretty soon as well too. So make sure you continue to support Jack.
Much love.
And I hope you find someone. Now, if you find someone, you call me back and give me the update.
Will do. Thank you, sister. God
All
bless.
right, bye, brother.
Okay, so
Did you notice
that brother was like a redneck brother? Like, hey, brother.
Brother.
He said brother. She didn't say brother.
Yeah.
I think that's a very well culturally appropriated, by her. That's how we speak. That's how we white people speak, London man. We say brother. You people
No,
say
we don't.
Cheers, Tone. He had me
No,
fooled
we
there for a
don't.
second.
I call my brother brother. I call my friend brother.
Yeah.
I'll show you my fucking text messages to other white people I know.
Yeah, that was fun. Zach's got balls to do that. He's got guts. He's got glory. He's got courage. I couldn't do that. No way.
Maybe she took that sister comment the wrong way.
Yeah.
Where she's like, okay, brother.
Yeah, you know that. Yeah, I bet she's probably thinking, why am I calling him brother? Because I know he's gay.
Did he just call me sister?
She wanted to say sister. Yeah, all right, sister. That was hilarious.
She pulled his black card.
No, but Tone, she pulled that card. I say this to all my gays. I was like, what? Did she just say that? Like, what the fuck? I say this to all the gays. I can't believe it. No
Well, you
way.
got to admit though, if I don't know, someone not wearing a cardigan that looks like an English teacher would have come up, she probably wouldn't have asked the gay question.
English teacher.
It does.
An English teacher.
I think that was a different day, and he had the same cardigan or hoodie on that he had on before.
Hilarious. Yeah, the substitute teacher look. I like that look on Jack. Yeah.
Hey, if I was going on a dating game, the last thing I'm going to do is tell them what the things I look up are. I'd be like, no, I like boating, camping, and fishing, and hiking. You're like, no, do you know the history of hermetism and the esoterics and word magic? They're going to be like, get the fuck away from me.
Yeah.
What got me was his responses on things he needs to work on. And he said cleanliness. And as a woman, if I was single and I heard that, like, oh, no, not so much.
Exactly.
There's good times, there's good times to be honest. And sometimes you should just be a bit more veily, you should just veil it.
Right.
Oh, but hey, Jack, Sherelle hit on the head. Jack's definitely living without fear. That's a fact. He just said everything that I wouldn't say, boy. He's living without fear, but I swear down.
Like, I'm pretty clean, but my feet smell like death.
Oh, shit. Oh, man. Yeah, that was class. That was class.
That'd be like if I ever heard a girl say that she needs to work on chewing with her mouth open. I'd be like, nope, bye, see ya.
Yeah, that was hilarious, man. I wonder if Jack's gonna make another appearance on there anytime soon. Anytime soon.
Dude, if he came on there with a black girl in the background, dude, I would die.
Pimpin'.
Yeah, this is my girl over right now. Say hi.
I come to show off. Imagine he come to show off. Like, hey, Kenjo, what's up, hon? What up, babe? Look at that guy.
Oh, yeah. Love to see Jack with some braids.
Ooh, cool roll, Jack. Can you imagine that? Gee, I can imagine that. Yeah. Go on, Jack. Go on. He's already got the drop top. I see him in the drop top in Disneyland. Was it Disneyland? Where was he in the drop top?
No, that was Las Vegas, wasn't it?
There you go. He was out
Cruising
there.
around. He's just winking at all them ladies. He took them regular librarian glasses off, threw on the Ray-Bans.
Dude, I'm trying to picture here, okay? I'm in a really relaxed mood. I'm trying to picture Jack in a pimp mode, but all I can picture is just pimps with a photoshopped Jack picture upon their face. You know, that's all I can see. Jack Talcott photoshopped on a pimp's picture. I can't see Jack pimping whatsoever.
Nah, I bet you get a few drinks in that guy, and he probably loosens up.
He absolutely is unable to do it. It's like an oxymoron, dude. You cannot say Jack pimping. No, Jack Talcott pimping. How? When? Where? Where's the video? It's not gonna happen. Not even in my fantasy, dude.
Hey,
No.
man, all you need is a pair of Ray-Bans and a silk shirt.
Stop
You'll be
hating.
fine.
Stop hating. Yeah, that's good advice, Melanie. I'm gonna stop hating on it. Well, I've always acknowledged this. I hate Jack with a passion.
Why though, boy? Tell me why.
Just not
Right.
in his face. Well, because of the vastness of the emptiness of his words and the echo thereof. That's even worse. The echo of the emptiness and the vastness of that emptiness of his words. It's quite voluminous, right? There it is. That's why I hate him so much.
Interesting.
Is it kind of like singing that song that goes on and on? This is a song that goes on and on.
This
Interesting.
is the song
Hey,
that
1
never
second.
ends.
There we go.
It goes on and on.
Where's that thing gone?
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, I don't play those games over here, Jonathan. You're gonna have to take that games over to Mr. Paul on Slave or Tommy. Right. I don't like those type of games you're playing. Right. So with
What
that
the
being
fuck?
said,
What the fuck's wrong with people? I've never paid attention to a masculine or whatever, a male that acts like that. Never.
Wow.
it's
I was
crazy.
just saying, like, the masculine in my life was super goddamn respectful. It was none of this lame shit that I see in the chat sometimes from these people. It's crazy.
Well, you go to a party, you occasionally get a turd in the punch bowl.
That's true.
That's where you scoop it out and tell everybody else that they can have as much as they want.
Let me get into this real quick. Since creeps want to be creeps, let's go. DJ Pamela in the building, lock and load. This one's dedicated to all the creeps out there.
I second that.
Freaks and ones that are obsessed and ones that are playing with their goddamn gonads as they're watching this, saying that they're all woman and putting double X in their name when they're not double X, they're XY. They're XY. Okay? They were assigned a gender. Assigned. 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 Yes, I agree with that, Raven. That is what it boils down to. Whole identity is wrapped up in those gonads. I mean, that's what it is. I wonder if they're extra large gonads or if they're raisins. I don't know. I don't even want to think about that, to be honest. I don't want to think about the size of those gonads. The size of that beast is already, extra large. But that's all they can talk about. They were assigned a gender. Assigned. They were assigned a gender. sign. They were assigned a gender. A sign. They were assigned a gender. A sign. And you know what I wondered, and again, I wondered that months ago, what's the obsession, the total obsession with gender, genitals? And there you go. Now you understand what it is. Mystery solved. Mystery solved. Case closed. It's proven. It makes sense now, doesn't it? They've been obsessed with the genitals since birth. Over 50 years.
Cream of the crop.
All they could talk about is the genitals and me, exactly. But listen, freak. They were assigned a gender. Assigned. 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 If you're listening to this right now, listen, freak. You're never going to have a sausage and meatballs like mine. Never. Never. And you're never going to have me. And you're never going to have a man like me. And as MC Hammer saying, can't touch this. Can't touch this. They were assigned a gender. Assigned.
Yeah, London McLovin, whenever you want to unsub and move on, you go right on. You go right ahead, friend. You can just unsub and forget about this channel. It is no big deal. All right.
I love this part.
1 minute and we'll get right to this story.
Me too.
Stop interrupting me when I'm cleaning my room.
Yeah, that's the one, T.
Assigned. They were assigned a gender. Assigned.
Yeah, it'd be better if London McLovin and many of y'all just move right along. Not the place for you. Go back to the Earth is a giant bug's eye or something. That's going to be helpful. All right, 1 second here. Here we go.
They were assigned a gender. Assigned. They were assigned a gender.
All right. I think I got a little bit of the hanger too. So again, I'd just like to apologize once again to all the truthers, London McLovin, believers, non-believers. You guys got it all on. Panelists, doing great. Super productive, entertaining. God, I mean, just couldn't imagine better programming out here. And that was just the hanger speaking, and I'm sorry. I blew off the handle there, and I said some things I didn't mean. And you guys forgive everything else, just forgive this. Oh, no. Now listen, JJ. Have fun down there, but don't start taking shots at truth or cop.
They were assigned a gender. Assigned. Can't touch this. You can't touch this. They love sickos. I don't care how long ago it was that he committed that crime. I'm calling out the guilty.
There you go, Jonathan. Calling out the guilty.
In this whole goddamn realm.
Hey, in this whole goddamn realm. Woo. You can stay here and fucking rap. Hey, you can stay here and fucking rap. Cold. In this whole goddamn realm. Hey, in this whole goddamn realm. Cold.
You want to be cruel and mean to me, it's going to come back at you. Freak. Fucking freak show. How about that? In this whole goddamn realm. In this whole goddamn realm. in this whole goddamn
Damn
realm.
realm. Cold. Pam's just mixing it up, boy. Cold. Brilliant production, Pam.
It's like ain't nobody got time for that remix.
More or less. For real, though.
Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time.
Yes, these BPD demons get sexually obsessed with me. They really do.
They really do.
These creepy creatures. These creepy demonic creatures.
Okay. What else, Steve?
And I've been trying to keep them away from me.
Anything else?
Saying, stay away from me.
Okay.
I don't want them near me. They're obsessed. They're stalkers. They can't have me. You can't touch this. Da-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na. I like it to be fresh around.
Yeah.
Ain't
Yeah,
nobody
let
wants
me
to
get my
touch that.
fix. I want to hear Mr. DJ Tone
Opening your
Deaf.
legs up and it smells
Da-lulu.
They're extremely lame. They're bored. They're boring. To my kingdom. They want to come over here to my kingdom. That's what's happening. They want to come over here to my kingdom. Absolutely. I would rock the place. I'd rock the house. I'd bring it down.
If she ain't 380, it ain't gravy.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love teasing the demon. I am taking all of your women away from you.
Big business. Any more,
I'm
Steve?
taking everything away from you, demons. Everything. You're losing. I love it. I love taking their women.
Oh shit, he means business, yo. Oh, God. You lot better run for the hills.
Using chloroform doesn't count.
Exactly. Exactly. Uh-oh, producer Moose in the building. Squanah Moose. Oh, I swear I just see a message from Moose that shot up quick. Where the fuck did that just go to? I swear I just seen it in the building. What the fuck?
He was here earlier.
It was just flashing up on my screen saying he just popped in. That must have been the old one. Ah, there it was. Sugar mama. Yeah, me too. I hope he finds love. I hope he finds love. Opposite sex, hopefully.
Whatever makes him happy.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah. Interesting. I don't know. Maybe Kendra saw something in him that we ain't seen yet. Who knows? Jack.
Well, maybe next time Jack comes over here, we'll have to ask him about how it's been going since his appearance, since he's famous now.
Yeah,
He
he's
could
famous.
say, ask Kendra. No, I'm just kidding.
Do you know what? He's probably the famous person in the community at this moment.
Right, he gets all the talk of the town.
Yeah, talk of the town. Indeed. Yeah, funny stuff, Jack. Jack's hilarious. That's hilarious. Is he live?
Tell him to come to KC. I'll take him out, find him a sister.
Or maybe you can link up with Voy and Voy can show him a night on the town.
Yeah, Boy would like roofie him and leave him in an alley somewhere. Like, I don't know, he just left the bar.
Yeah. Boy will probably leave him cheeks up somewhere. That's what you get. That's what you get.
Ass up with a pack of cigarettes in your back pocket.
Oh man. Uh-oh. Taco Express is in the building.
What the fuck, you talking shit about me? What the fuck? What's going on here?
You want me to?
You've got the Talco Express in the building, boy. Maybe you want to express how you feel to the Talco Express, and that the news might get back to him.
Project it onto him.
Didn't I say enough already?
That was pretty harsh.
Rewind.
Yeah, if you start out with fucking hate and then go on after that, yeah, I'd say you set it in stone there, King Arthur.
Oh shit! No
Or as we say
way.
around here, laid it on the table.
Oh shit! He said he started off with all fucking white and then laid out in Stone King Arthur.
Here, we'll just go ahead and seal this for eternity.
Oh shit! Live without fair, brothers.
Let he who is worthy grab that from the stone.
Oh shit! Oh my gosh, that is wild. Oh shit!
I'm just trying to eat a hamburger here, guys. Come on.
Are you eating it or choking on it?
It's a hot dog. He's lying.
You're not alive, boy. It's okay.
Yeah, right. You know, boy, he eats hot dogs from the side just because it bothers him that much.
I'm just trying to look like a little old Steven, you know.
I eat it from the middle out, I swear.
Yeah.
Oh god. Oh shit. Oh man. That should have been finished 15 minutes ago, boy. You're taking your time for some reason, eh? Oh gosh. He's taking his time.
I don't only have my diva time on panel, you know. I do other things in between, you know. Just come on, just leave me.
Oh, with the hot dog, yeah. You know what that reminds me of?
Oh my god, I'm bawling.
No, I know what boy does. He went out and got a dog that's ugly, named it Jack, and he beats it.
Oh shit. Boy, you're killing me, boy. Oh shit. Oh man. I need some tissue. 1 second. I just tearing up, boy. Oh shit. Oh, I'm back. Oh man. That picture is fucking crazy. Hold on, let me see if I got something to match that. Hopefully I got the perfect thing for that.
I can't even speak, dude. I can't even speak. I can't
Is that a hot dog in your mouth, boy?
Oh God.
Hold on. I'll see where we're going with this.
I ain't even gonna comment on that. It's too easy.
Hold on. Let's stick that right there. And then we go boom.
Oh no, that kind of makes Homer Simpson look like Brad Pitt.
Hold on. Oh shit. Yeah, we stick that right there for a second. Oh, you say Homer look like Brad Pitt? That's wild. Oh man. No, I've got to give him full screen. He deserves it. Oh man.
He wins. He wins. He wins.
That's so gross.
He wins.
This was hey, this was this is who Homer's based on. This was the real one. You just see where they got the idea from. That's where they got the idea from.
Mine was just an imitation. I mean, this is the real thing. Even he's looking at Van Gogh like, dude, you know, you really failed. Let me do this for you.
It has to be because Homer Simpson worked at a nuclear power plant, and this would show the real effects of what your eyes look like being around nuclear material.
Yeah, for real. But who's his friend? Let me say hello to his friend. Yo, Gingy, what's going on?
Either that or he wears a Batman mask at night and cosplays and doesn't know how to wash off the eye makeup.
Yeah. Hey, London McLoser. We meet again. It's me, Gingy. Go fuck yourself. Oh, shit.
Oh, believe me, he's working on that. He's working on that.
Yeah, he's gonna get us, boy. We're blocked. We're blocked, boy.
I think I'm gonna have to attack him with my actual account instead of my stock account. You know.
Oh shit. It's who you're looking at. You're looking at the blueprint. The heliocentric model. Oh shit, that scared me. Oh,
yeah, damn.
That's a picture of his father, you know. It's a very rare picture. You can hardly find this on the internet anymore.
His father, who is also his uncle and his cousin.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Which is clearly traceable, you know, in genetic material that we can see here. Yeah.
That scared me, boy. I don't know where that came from.
Surprises, surprises.
Surprise. Oh shit.
That ain't even fair.
It's not fair.
Yeah, God doesn't like you.
Fucking hilarious. You know? I think we did another one of those what do you call it? The hold on. Oh no, I don't want to do that. What's going on here? Council. I want to go to.
Okay, let's keep it like this.
Okay.
Let's keep it a bit neutral.
Where is? Is this the one? Yeah, fancy hearing that one before we get out of it. All right. Where are we? Let's go, DJ Pam.
Ya no puedo caminar.
Oh, look.
I know this song.
79 Smith. This dummy's back. Look at this.
Gemini, different ass niggas. Just be on my
You
shit.
can't stay away, can you? What's your problem, dude?
All kind of shit.
Why do you keep coming here and you never participate on my channel, but you just want to come on here and talk?
So I came on here yesterday. I thought we had a decent conversation.
I do something different out here. You already know.
I asked you a question. Why don't you answer it?
I'm answering your question. You blocked me yesterday before I went on the panel, so then I commented from another account.
Top down. Follow with the top down.
Still didn't answer the question. Why do you
I
want to
always
come on
say,
here?
I always say to people, show me a YouTube community, and I'll show you a cult.
Follow with the top down.
This goes out to Smithy. Are you home now watching this?
Top down. With my niggas and your bitch. Follow with the top down.
Did you miss it the first time, dumbass?
See me wrong with the top down. With my niggas and your bitch. You ain't got no idea.
Did you miss that somehow?
I gotta teach you. Top down to the streets here. You think she ain't on a leash here? Baby, you know what it is.
Did you not see the video earlier?
Sleeper, but you know they love a creeper. Don't be shy with your features.
You're just a loser. Your shit isn't interesting at all. You're just a loser. Your shit isn't interesting at all. You're just a loser. Your shit isn't interesting at all. You're just a loser. Your shit isn't interesting at all. You're just a loser. Your shit isn't interesting at all. You're just a loser.
See me wrong with the top down.
You're just a loser. You're a loser. So you are banned from backstage now.
Get up like a dog.
Completely banned. Completely banned. Completely
In the
banned.
bin.
That was Yeti in the bin.
Not just blocked, but you can't even come backstage now. So go fuck yourself.
Never let the scene choose you. Never met a man since school.
Go hang out somewhere else where you belong. Go find one of the trash channels where you came from. See if they have a live stream running tonight. Go hang out with trash. That's where you belong. Bye-bye, piece of shit. You're just a loser. Your shit isn't interesting at all. You're just a loser. Your shit isn't interesting at all. You're just a loser. Your shit isn't interesting at all. You're just a loser. You're just a loser. Your shit isn't interesting at all. Oh, you're calling my channel a cult. You bashed somebody that
I
is a
just
friend of
did.
mine.
I just did. Yes, I did.
Hey, you're being a loser. You're being rude.
What's the
You're
issue,
being a piece
Puppet
of
Man?
shit.
You got me blocked like you're fucking afraid. Like, I didn't come here attacking you. What the fuck's your problem? You look weak. You
You're
look
a
like
rude.
you're jealous that my shit's interesting.
You're a rude piece of shit. Okay,
You rude.
Drink yourself. Get drunk, cucaracha. All right? Go get wasted. Deal with it that way. Go kiss your Jesus' dirty feet, dummy.
La cucaracha, ya no puede caminar, porque no tiene, porque le falta.
So you are banned from backstage now.
Oh man, there you go.
So
Black shirt only.
So
Nice
painful,
work.
it's so funny.
Yeah.
So am I the only one here that hasn't been blocked yet on his channel?
Yeah.
I think so.
I would
think
have to
so.
go over there first to get blocked, so I would be an exclusion there.
I think that must be because you have such great visions. Right?
Yes. And he probably wouldn't like my shit because it seems like he likes examining people's shit and seeing whose shit is good. Sounds kind of weird, but
Yeah.
It's
you know,
wild.
he can have fun looking at buttholes. That's what he likes.
Hey, what boy? Did you notice how someone got chucked in the bin? That was Yeti from the other night when Yeti was over there, and he put him in the recycling bin. Anybody remember that night?
I remember.
Yeah.
But you know, it's pretty much the same routine with everybody that tries to join the show or tries to have a conversation. I did have a nice conversation on this channel.
I
with-
heard it. I remember
Yeah.
that boy.
And it was actually a nice conversation until he joined the room, and then it pretty much turned to shit.
Until who joined the room?
Steven himself.
Well, I thought you were on his panel like a long time ago, right around when him and Bex was having problems or something, right? And you were like nice to him, and he got all mad.
Well, I was actually having a conversation with him first, and you know, for 2 seconds, and then I was in the room with, I think, Lani or Lakey,
Yeah.
something like it. No, Kelly. And that was a nice conversation. You know, we had a good, conversation. And then he re-entered the room after 20 or 30 minutes, and it was like, oh, it got all divisive and black and white, and within no time I was banned. I think I don't remember very well, but yeah. But you were there, you saw that, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
And
pretty
you were
much-
like, you were nice too. Like you didn't do anything that was bannable or anything. You weren't even passive aggressive or anything like that. You were pleasant.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, but you know, he knows to make a problem out of anything. Oh, you're just being rude. I'm gonna call you a bitch, and I'm just gonna put you in the bin, okay? If you don't want to be in the bin, you can still be in the bin because I'm just gonna put you there. It's just so stupid.
Well, considering he won't even tell us how to get out of the bin, so it's
Right.
not like he really cares.
Let's go.
Jack Talcott in the house.
Someone just hit that link.
What's up, Jack?
Man
You
of
just
the
hit that
hour.
link. Hey, JT in the building. What's going on? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Big
What's up,
how you
pimpin'?
doing?
Blessings and love.
You're making me shy, Jack. You're making me blush. Just entering the room.
Whatever.
Jack, your appearance on the Kendra G show made its debut here tonight.
I saw. I was eating some dinner, and I had you guys on in the back. Yeah, I appreciate it. It was interesting.
Oh yeah. Okay, so in that case, are you saying the Talcott Express got round to you?
What's that?
The Talcott Express, because the Talcott Express came through the chat room and we sent for you. We said, go and tell Jack to join us. Clearly the message got back to you.
No, I missed that part. No, I didn't hear that. But, yeah, my energy on my stream, I don't know, it turned within, and I had to just step away for a little bit. I'm feeling better now.
Nice. How was the show today? Was it above the belt, below the belt, funny characters, cool characters?
It was good. There were some wonderful people who joined. It wasn't real chaos. I think there was some good conversations for the most part. But I was not satisfied. So it was my own judgment, and I needed to review and consider. So.
Interesting. Any feedback from the Kendra G show?
Yeah, there's been a lot, but
nice.
There's a few that caught my eyes, and I've had a few conversations, several conversations actually. Ladies around the world.
Oh, nice.
Do you think any of them are interested in living without fear like you are?
That's yet to be shown, yet to be seen. There's one who we really resonated, just beautiful energy. Her profession, education, is in relationship healing, right? Counseling relationships. And I was so excited. I was like, oh, have I got some people for you to meet? Please join my stream. She hasn't been able to join yet, but she's checked it out. There's been a few people who've connected. I don't know. But nothing that my heart sings for yet.
Yeah.
Well,
you got to take your time.
You'll find her when the time's right, Jack.
That's what I realized. That's been the patterns of my past. The women I've been with actually picked me.
Interesting.
Yeah.
How many people can actually say that? Who can say that? Salutes to you, my man. Salute to you. I'm glad you said that here.
I've never asked a girl out.
How many, Tone? Very few. You're one of them.
I've never asked a girl out. I've only been asked out.
Wow.
That's funny. I have never and will never ask a man out.
There you go.
Maybe I'm easy to approach. I don't know.
I've asked out many, and I've pursued many, but the ones who, the one I married and the one who really changed me, they picked me.
Oh yeah.
Did they die from Florida?
To be fair, I think he finished writing that comment before you even finish your sentence. So I don't think it was directed to you. Landed pretty good with what you were saying.
Fuck my life. Stop.
Oh shit.
Oh, it's perfect.
Oh,
life
man.
is a trip. Life really is a trip. One day at a time.
Indeed. I, Mr. Talcott, I tell you what was hilarious, right? For some reason, Kendra G, I think she thought you was batting for the other team.
I heard that. I didn't catch it when I was there.
I know. It's crazy. No one caught it until today. We just caught that. We was like, what the fuck? Did we just hear that?
I think she pulled your black card too, because she's like, "What's later, brother?"
I know.
You know she doesn't say brother like that.
No, I'm sure she doesn't. And yeah, I could have done a few things differently, but you know what? Whatever.
Yeah, I thought it was great. I just don't think she probably realizes that you say that to everybody.
No.
So maybe when you randomly say it to a sister,
Right?
she might be thinking you're being a little condescending.
I know. That's what I realized after the fact is,
Right.
yeah, I'm a little blind and naive at times, I admit.
Hey, that's a good thing. That means you're not a conniver.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed, TT. Wicked.
Not like, oh no, I'm just fine. Hey, smell this. Does this smell like chloroform to you?
Yeah.
Oh shit. I was warned about you guys. Nah, you're innocent, Jack, so you gotta find someone that matches that innocent energy who ain't gonna take advantage of you.
Yeah, find someone with pure intentions.
Yeah.
Hey, Jack, would you ever consider dating like continental, like off your continent?
I'd consider it, but I wouldn't want that to be a long-term thing.
Would you move for a relationship?
At this point, I'll move for my goals. If the relationship is in line with the goals, possibly.
Got you. That makes sense.
Good answer.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You've been practicing, Jack.
For round 2 of Kendra. Yeah, I see you, boy. I see you.
Hey, check me up again, man.
I see you. Next time, you got to possibly ask Tarek if he can borrow you that hat that he was wearing, the sideways hat.
It's like an application. What are you supposed to do? Like sit there and brag about yourself? So then all you just say is what you do, like an application at work. Like, I do this, I go home, this is what I have. You know, what are you supposed to say? Oh, I'm the most charming motherfucker you've ever met, and you won't believe until you meet me. You know, like, how are you supposed to approach that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You told Jack, we were saying, right, you actually are doing what you're saying, living without fear, because half of us wouldn't even do that, bro. We wouldn't even do that shit what you just did.
I wouldn't have done it several years ago.
Actually, without fear or without, any
no fear,
Shut up,
boy.
boy.
Believe it is fair. Shut up, boy.
No fear. Okay, without fear. Okay, without.
Be quiet.
Boy.
Yes, I got lost in translation there.
I knew what you was gonna say. That's why I told you to be quiet.
Yeah, thank you for calling me out there. I almost got
It's all good. It's all good. That's what I'm here for.
Oh my god!
I will be the Mylanta to this upset stomach.
Well, and the more crazy it was when the idea came up, I felt the idea came from someone who cares about me, and initially it was kind of joked around, but I thought, you know what? Why not? Let's see where this goes. I'm trying to grow anyway, and see how this helps. And then so it was kind of just a spur of the moment. I left Z's platform, went over there, and as many viewers as she has, and as I understand, many people do try to get on her show. And I came up, and when I first tried to join, the panel was full. As someone left, I joined, and I was brought right up. able to return back to Z's stream. It was like, it was perfectly aligned.
Yeah. Definitely.
I'm telling you, there's something about life. It can just happen. And I guess in good and bad ways, because I could be taken wrong on that stream too.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's always someone looking through the bushes with nefarious intent.
Yes, there are.
Yeah, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. I wanted to actually show something. Let's get cracking.
Man, a crater boy. Man, a crater boy. Yo, what's going on? Who thinks they can take London? Step right up. Give me your motherfucking money. I brought my son with me. Say hello, Roro. Hey, if I make this shot, Christos, you a bitch. Lay low.
I got ketamine, meth, MDMA, Adderall, bromo dragonfly, heroin, coke, crack, codeine, oxys, perps, Vikes, PCP, LSD, Dilaudid, mescaline, mushrooms, bath salts, cortisone, Toradol. I got Molly, I got her sister Sandra, I got Big Frank, I got birth control, I got Plan B, I got that morphine from China that took off the market. Shit to make your dick hard, shit to make your dick soft, shit'll find your dick. That shit there's from Kenya. It's supposed to be a scurvy cure, silverback gorillas, but
Is there lipstick on that giraffe?
did I say crack? Because I got one of that too. I got some ibuprofen, aspirin. I got Flintstone gummies if you want.
Either that or he likes Cheetos and it got transferred indirectly.
Someone else's live stream, because then there's no pressure, and I also don't have to watch my language as much like I do here, and I can just kind of let loose more and fire away. It's just, I don't know, it's different. It's just different, and I don't mind 2 versus me, 3 versus me, 4, 5, 6, 7 versus me at one. I don't mind. It's unfair. I know that they're outmatched. If you know what I'm saying, I know a lot of them. They just can't keep up. They don't know what I'm going to say next. I can be very unpredictable, but I can be. Well, some people say that I can be witty, but I can be. I have some good comeback lines and say things off the cuff, and I can shock them and just put them on the spot, have them answering questions, have them nervous, fiddling, and all that stuff. I enjoy all of it. Putting the heat on them about being felons, ones that have been in jail, all this stuff. I mean, it all ends up.
As much as I like to live in London, I do have nightmares.
You know, for me, it really is. I get enjoyment out of that. I get enjoyment out of doing it. Good morning, Sarah. It's good to see you.
Makes your eyes burn like onions.
So if Team Evil's lurking and watching, it seems like everybody in the chat room is a woman. And it seems like no women like your channels and like you Team Evil demons, you demons, you dorky, nerdy, virgin demons. You're not liked by the ladies.
Oh.
Just be honest, demons. Why don't you just be honest?
Today I'm going to try a little bit of a different approach.
You know, he cupcaked it for a bit, resonated for a bit, screamed on the women. We got to some good game, and then we took it full circle, right?
I have to put my hand over the fanny pack.
I'm bringing you clarity. I'm working with you. I'm tolerating your abuse up front and behind the scenes. I'm dealing with your chronic dysfunction, not the other way around. Get it right.
The ladies don't like you, and that's part of why you're angry and envious and hateful little demons lurking.
I got
Love on my lips, a man on my hips, and me tighter than my dairy on jeans. Acting up, drinking my cup, I can care less what you think. I need no permission, did I mention? Don't pay him any attention.
I just, like I said it before, I just go put a big fucking billboard up in your face.
Miss me, 'cause if you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. Don't be mad what you see that he want it. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it.
You think you're gonna hold me back and hold me down the way that I do what I do, talking about what I talk about, which is needed so much at this time? Because you got an algorithm? Are you kidding?
Previously on Desperate Housewives.
We got someone!
This is an average American family.
I already know.
And so is this. And so are these.
Lou, did you not hear me and Paul just
Every
talk to each other
family is
about it?
different. But some families are more different than others.
The thing is,
It's hideous.
It's horrible.
It's home.
Is that really as tight as you can make it?
Hello.
We'll leave that there for now. Oh man, 420 if you got that. Salutes to Paul. I ain't got a problem with Paul. Paul's my dog, man. You know, we just shoot the shit like this. Salute to the Unslavia camp. Much love, much love. Salute to the grand old chat room. Much love, much love. And to be honest, Jack, we was meant to even follow up on an email that went back and forth with me and you about bridging the gap, but we haven't even got around to that. You know, we've been busy, I suppose. I've been hella busy over here. I know you've been busy trying to save the world to some degree. You know, things will fall into place, man. They'll fall into place. Sure of it.
I think it's all coming together one way or another.
Indeed. Indeed. Most definite. Most definite. I'm yet to have Mr. Unslavia over here. I've had him on the McLovin channel, but I don't think I've had him over here yet. Has Paul been over here? Anyone can remember?
No.
No.
Hey, I was wondering, do you guys know what happened with Z today? He didn't do his stuff.
You know what? I completely fucking forgot about Z Goes Live in the evening. Oh shit! Do you know what? I knew there was something in the back of my mind, like something's missing tonight. What am I missing?
Yeah.
And it was Z. Oh yes, he changed his fucking slots. I knew there was. Yeah.
He didn't show up today, and I didn't catch yesterday, so I don't know if he had made an announcement or something.
Let's have a look.
Yeah. I'm none to the wiser.
And you know what's crazy? We was fucking watching the Kendra G on Z show, and I didn't even put two together. That's mental. Yeah, he's not live.
See what happened? You're around Steven too long.
I know. Let's see. Okay, look. No Z show today due to prior engagements. I'll be back tomorrow. Let's give him a thumbs up for that.
Oh, was there a post? All right.
Yeah.
See that.
Well, I see it. Just
that came
See
to
there?
mind. Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Salute, Z.
See, Dean saw it too. There was lipstick on the giraffe.
The giraffe. Oh man.
Like I said, it was either that or Cheeto dust.
You know what? I don't even know who's famous now, the giraffe or Mr. Jack Talcott.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a wild. It's a toss-up. I'll tell you that much. It's a toss-up.
I guess you'll find out if someone calls PETA on Christos.
Uh-oh. I hope they don't. You know, I'm pretty sure he's taking care of that. Who said that?
Me.
It's like a gnome or something in the background.
Don't touch me. Why are you doing that to my neck?
Yeah, they're hilarious. I saw a flow state down in the building. Ah, Salaam alaikum, Rakamatullah, Brother Makatu. Tarek in the building. How you doing? How you doing, Tarek? Salute. Good to see you down there. Yeah.
When you mentioned Paul hadn't stopped by, that's what made me think about Z too. And there's Tarek. Sorry, go ahead, man. I'll shut up.
No, that's good. No. Hold on. That's good. I'm glad you said that. Because to be honest, I've done that a few times. When I thought of Z, I thought of Paul, and the other way around.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that's it's crazy. That's mental. So I'm glad you said that. I'm not the only one. Okay, cool. Maybe that's meant for something. Maybe.
Yeah, I think the two of you should get a room together. Come on, just.
No, you can't mix Paul and Z, otherwise you get a palsy.
Right? Yeah.
Palsy syndrome. That's crazy. All right, let's keep going. Oh, the sound's gone. Sound's gone. Why is the sound
Two of
gone
you
on
should
there?
book a room together at the Hotel California. Come on.
California. Hey, you're
Why
awake
not
now.
Holiday Inn?
Oh yeah, then we could listen to that one album by the Red Hot Chili Peppers called Californication.
They're coming out. Coming out. Any more? You got any more, boy? I know you got some more. Fuck. It's fucking
Hey,
hilarious.
salute out there to all the knuckle draggers like Paul.
Yeah, no, Paul's a cool guy. He's a cool guy. Some people just don't understand him as how I understand him, how Jack understands him. Correct, Jack?
That's true, and I learned not to stare him in the eyes and don't get too close or he'll charge you.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with Paul. His panel's just a bit rough for me.
Yeah. Got the boys over there. Got Mr. Brian No Brain.
Yeah.
There is
that rap you were playing of his the other night, London.
Oh shit, that was hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, that was hilarious. Let me see if I can find out. Hold on a second.
There was not sadness. Sadness.
So, jeez, yo, do you remember that one, boy? Yo, hold on.
It was snap.
Yeah, cold.
Staffer's got some talent, boy.
Yeah, but
telling
you know,
you.
because he burned his balls off and his nutsack and his whole dingaling. That's why he made this song called Sadness.
Everywhere. Cold.
Gotta get the pliers out.
Hold on, I'm going for that right now. Hold on a second. What is it?
Hey, Jack, Melanie's asking you something in the chat.
I see that. I don't know what that means. Can you tell us if I have any deal breakers from Kendra?
Yeah,
Deal
like the wig, you know, maybe the wig is.
Oh, yeah. You know, I don't know.
Have you ever been with a woman that wears a wig?
No, I have not.
So that, how would you feel about a woman wearing?
Well, that's not true. I was with a woman. She wasn't wearing a wig, but I know that she does wear wigs.
So that's not a deal breaker, okay?
No, not necessarily.
Come on, where is this? I need to find this.
I'm a pretty laid back, very easygoing guy, but in the past, I've allowed my standards. I've allowed myself to settle.
I agree with you, Jack, and I think you should just keep talking the same way you are because I think it's kind of slick. Because you may not realize it seems like you unintentionally throw sexual innuendo into everything you say. I don't know how to
Ain't
fucking
that the
keep doing
truth?
that, but like, oh, I'm really laid back, and I just want to ease it in, and oh, I'm real easy going. You're like, bro, what are you saying? Like, you're just sitting there charming somebody, and they don't even realize, like, oh my god, maybe this guy is awesome.
He's saying he needs to get laid.
Let me just put it this way: I'm a really deep guy.
Right. I guess it's coming through.
See, there you go again.
He doesn't even try. He's just so. I wish. It makes me wish that I was more susceptible to it.
Now we're gonna hear backdoor comments.
I put Blitz. That's more G. This is the filler
No, we
one.
want to hear the hit song of Snafu on this rap fame.
On this app, yeah, this was the #1 on this app. It's funny.
Here we go.
Because people can feel it.
Listen to this, Lubas. We'll be able to fucking really
Turn it up.
Yeah.
OTW, like blast it.
Blast it.
all the way.
No snafu. Let's go.
I know I'm not alone. I'm not alone. Sadness is like a virus, like COVID. Well, COVID's fake, but it's real.
Okay.
But I'll tell
Hey,
you
London, we can hear it, but we cannot see it. Is that?
Okay. 1 second. Sadness.
all right.
Sadness. Sadness.
Okay. Okay. Is that how you're coming, my guy? Is that how you're coming? Okay. Okay. All right. You hit us there. Okay. It was different. I wasn't expecting that. I give it to you there. Let's keep going. I'm liking it already, to be honest. It's different. I like different. So let's keep going.
Pain that you see, the sadness floating everywhere, fucking indeed. I fucking know that I fucking got flow. I know that I fucking smoke hydro. I know when times are rough, yo. But
Yeah.
it's time to tell you the story that I gotta say about the sadness that won't go away. Fuck the shit, it ain't legit. My life is fucked. What up with it? Sadness, everywhere.
Okay.
Sadness,
Sadness.
I don't care.
Uh-huh.
Sadness.
Uh-huh.
Go for me. Sadness. Just let me be. I'm gonna tell you who I am. I'm snapping snap on the mic. Fucking doing what I spit. Fucking saying it from my heart. Alright. Sadness is what I spit. Pain's what I see. Those tears drop from my cheeks. Fucking it's indeed. I feel that sadness. Do you feel the pain? Sadness.
Sadness.
Insane. The shit that you feel, things that you want. The sadness takes over. That's up front. Let me tell you fucking what I do and what I gotta say. I bust out the mic about my sadness today. Sadness. Sadness.
Sadness.
Everyone, the pain and sadness is real. It ain't no fucking pill. It ain't no thrill. It ain't even chill.
It ain't even chill.
They stopped it. That's Snafu Snaps, ladies and gentlemen. Debut single, Sadness. Go and cop that. It's in them stores. It's in them stores. Going like hotcakes. We got one. Told you. This community is full of them. Brilliant stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. Yeah, that was interesting. That was interesting. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that. It's different. It's different. Oh man. Someone thinks different though. Someone don't like the song that we just played.
We lost Tony though. I don't like that.
Yeah, he had to go and handle with some business. He just put a message in the chat room, in the private chat. Interesting.
Have you met Rant yet?
No, I've never met them before. Oh, hold on. Okay. When you said Rant, I'm thinking I've seen the name Rant before, but I've never seen this. Okay.
Yep.
I think I've seen them on your panel.
Possibly. Machine Lies and mine. He's an interesting character. He's got a lot of opinions.
Okay. So does Voy. Voy, you met Rant before?
Yeah, I think so.
Fancy having a chin wag with him for 5 or 10 minutes?
Sorry?
You fancy having a chin wag with Rant?
Yeah, I mean, I'm already trying to deal with Jack Talcott, so. And that's, I mean, we're getting along quite well, you know, without bothering each other too much. So maybe.
Oh my gosh.
Well, you know me.
It's fucking hilarious.
You get,
Oh my
you know, what you see is what you get. So, yeah, no, just bring him on, dude. I mean,
Rant, come and say hello to my friend.
come and say hello to my little friend.
Yeah. I actually like Rant, and Tarek says he's made some shorts. I know I've seen shorts with Rant, and I can't remember who made them. They are pretty. Rant's pretty funny. He's got a sense of humor on
What,
it.
can we have a look? Where is it? On your channel?
No,
he's
not
in
mine.
He's in my chat room, so I can have a look there. Let me have a look. Hold on.
He runs a whole network, television network, dude. You know.
What? He's got a network chat room, so I can have a look
He runs
there.
a
Let me
whole
have a look.
television network.
In the title.
Did someone just hit the link?
Sound like it.
Okay, there you go.
There he is.
Rant in the
Hello?
building.
I got 5
Of the
minutes.
devil.
All right. I got 5 minutes.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe 10.
There you go.
It really depends. You know what I mean? But no more than 20. No more than 20.
Hey. Wicked. Niceness. So, Mr. Rant, where are you hailing from? The US?
Yo, I'm out here in the Ozarks. You know what I'm saying? A little town called Eminence. You know what I mean?
I know Ozark.
Yeah. We out here in Missouri. You know what I mean? God country, gun country. You know what I'm saying?
Interesting.
It's a good place.
I used to watch the series, the episodes, Ozark. That was fucking quality.
That's like Lake of the Ozarks. I'm in the real deep woods. That's like that's like the tourist area like of the Ozarks. I live in the deep woods.
So
It's
you're like
so
out in
little.
the country and stuff?
I'm up in the mountains, like in the hills, like in the woods.
Nice.
We have like, you know, you can leave here and get to like the country where there's cows and grass, you know what I mean? But we're like we're in the sticks, you know what I mean? Up in the natural scenic riverways and whatnot.
There's a lot of good fishing up that way. I'm from Oklahoma originally, and we used to go out to Missouri, Arkansas, all in that area to go fishing and stuff.
We got nice stuff, you know, some of the most protected areas. But yeah, man.
What's up, London?
How you doing, Tarek?
Hey,
I'm
Tarek.
good. Hey, how are you,
Salute.
Pablo? Salute. Hey, you haven't seen Rant's shorts? They're fucking hilarious.
No, maybe we can get to see them.
If Jack is okay, he makes the best Jack shorts. I'm sorry, if Jack is okay with it, there's like fucking 3 of them that are fucking. I mean, you can't stop laughing.
It's like if Picasso and Michelangelo had a baby that was autistic that made memes, that'd be me. You know what I mean?
Shorts. Okay, let's have a look. Shorts.
Oh yeah, go to the jacking off one with the dry powder. That was fucking hilarious.
Dry powder.
It was the jacking off with talcum powder.
Oh, wow.
Because he's
Let's
Jack
see it.
Talcott, you know what I mean? He was jacking off with
Okay,
talcum
yeah.
powder.
Okay, I see it. All right, cool.
I was saying, I don't want to give away the punchline, you know.
Where's it gone? Oh, here we are. This one
Jack's
here, right?
making all kinds of debuts tonight on the rebuttal bar.
My goodness.
Jack is famous.
You haven't seen these, Jack? They're so
No,
good.
I
Oh,
haven't.
there's so many. Talcum powder. Would it be a dry hand job?
I'd assume so.
Well, that's exactly what your words are like. It's just like a dry hand job. And you're the jack off with the talcum powder. If you were to jack off with talcum powder, would it be a dry hand job?
I'd assume so.
Well, that's exactly what your words are like. It's just like a dry hand job. And you're
Where's the other one? You got more?
oh yeah, there's all my shorts are basically Jack and Flow State.
Normal behavior apparently offends.
Normal behavior is just magical signals with your hands.
You're
above
not
your
even on
shoulder.
camera though. At least he's on.
Look at him! Look at him! Look at him! Look at him! He can't even stop doing it.
Is that
That's
more?
it, bro.
Pick
Look,
up.
he's back, and he's doing the wizard beard again.
Oh, that Talcott is using the Masonic hand symbol.
Tell us, Talcott. After you do your Masonic symbol, real quick over the lips, just to lie real quick. Tell us. Stroke the beard.
You
Tell
know,
us.
I'm wondering. I have noticed. I mean, here, this life for me in front of a camera, it's kind of new. I'm figuring out what is me. Serious. Rant, you're living in a dream, dude. Like my just normal behavior apparently offends. There is power in the mudras, as I've heard, as I've learned.
I've heard, I've learned, I've studied,
not
I
a-
use them. Okay, I use them on camera.
My
You're not leading women. You recognize that, right?
I'm sorry, Flow State.
I was
don't
talking to
argue
you,
with-
Rant.
I
Rant.
don't argue with women. You're
Okay,
gonna
but-
have to take a back seat on this one.
oh, so now you're calling Flo a woman?
What's wrong with you, Ray?
Look, any man that's gonna sit there and play with a shake weight is absolutely a woman. He's practicing.
I'm just comfortable with my sexuality. I want to know why you're so fixated on the shake weight.
I mean, I can see you're comfortable with your sexuality. I just don't know what sexuality it is. That's what's really in question here at the moment.
You don't care if somebody listens to you. What's the point of talking? Because I was just about to say.
No.
I don't, think
care
that
if
your
you
point is-
listen to me because
he demonstrates a lack of judgment that makes me think he does not have the truth. Saying you don't want to listen to women, not knowing when to talk, and not
Flow
knowing how
State,
to
you
present
play with a
yourself in
shake
way that
weight,
doesn't
and you're
come
talking
across
about
as
judgment. Flow State icon should be a giant tampon for the state of your flow.
You can do better than that.
All right, host state hashtag.
Not leading.
And is
What
the head of
quote is
woman.
it? What quote
You know-
is it, and where can I find it at in the Bible?
Oh, look it up. It's that
Okay, where can I find it at in the
the head
Bible?
of woman is the man.
Just chill, dude. Seriously.
The head of man is Jesus Christ, and the head of Christ is God.
Okay, and so I know you're bringing in this. I see where you're. Here, tell you what it seems to me you're doing is leading us on the Old Testament idea that the man is above the woman. Is that the case you're trying to walk me into?
All I'm
God,
saying
then
is-
God, then man, then woman.
All I'm
Is that
saying
what
is
you're trying to get
if
me
you
to?
believe in this, right?
Is that where you're trying to get me to?
What I'm saying is if you believe in this, and I'm going to go right into where I'm getting you to if you just let me.
Go ahead.
If you believe in this, then why do you relinquish your authority to women?
Why do you accuse that of happening? Why do you suggest that is what is happening?
So is this your show or is this Cynthia's show?
Do you know what? I think I remember this one. This is where I remember that name. When you said Rant, I was like, I remember that name for a reason. It was this show I remembered. It was this show I remembered. This brought back memories. This was the one I remember. Yes. Okay. Here we go. Let's keep going.
And if these people didn't burn down the police station, right, and they all just took a pacifist approach and was like, it's going to get better and we're just going to all talk it out, right, they'd probably still be getting murdered.
Ooh, that's the hard truth, baby.
You know what I'm saying? So, I'm just saying, sometimes you got people out here that might seem a little too aggressive. I agree. But then you got other people out here preaching hope of me, right? Putting people to sleep, letting them just doze off into this false sense of security, and then bang, they got hit with another fucking mask mandate, and you got to get fucking 9 jabs, and now you're a fucking cyborg.
You know what I mean? This is the problem. Hopefully. Give them that hope of me, bro.
I'm gonna write that shit down. I'm spell that too.
Hey, actually, I'm noticing the time. We're about 3
He said he noticed in the time. That's wrap up. He's wrapping up. He's like, damn, how do I get out of it?
Starting to
That was
feel
an unedited
old.
clip, by the way. That was just straight linear, bro.
Yeah, that was funny. I like that. Let's keep going.
This is about some important
You guys
shit. You
want
know
to
what I mean?
talk? Then
Hold
hang
on,
on, I'm
wait.
talking to a real man.
Come on, London. Don't play with me. Why is it this one?
And if this is about some important
You guys
shit. You
want
know
to
what I mean?
talk? Then
Hold
hang
on,
on, I'm
wait.
talking to a real man. Okay.
Body's getting offended, fucking flaking out, bro. We're supposed to be men, and
I'm not getting
honestly,
offended that you dislike women or that you live in this patriarchal society. What I'm letting you, granting you,
hey
know,
Cynthia,
you're.
why don't you yell at her when she interrupts me? That's sexual bias, all right?
Dude,
I'm offended.
Oh.
Yo, my flake is all melted, bro. I only got 3 points left on it. I'm gonna go have to hop in the freezer real quick to get back to
Cynthia.
equilibrium.
You're saying that you're telling the truth, but yet you're hiding. So
You came in here yelling at me and didn't even introduce yourself. That's rude.
That one, hey, that was cold. Rant was bringing the heat there, and then he clipped over to Jack drinking, like cooling the situation down. That was fucking hilarious. Oh man, let's keep going.
Oh, this is just my town responding to BLM threats.
Okay.
And Antifa.
Oh, so that's the Ozarks.
Yeah, I mean, somebody threatened. It was like
shit.
Antifa and BLM was saying they were going to come burn down our courthouse for some shit that happened like fucking 30 years ago that has nothing to do with our fucking town. You know what I mean? And we're just like, you know what I mean? We're like 600 people, and we were just like, well, we're not going to just let you burn down our town. We ain't got nothing to do with that. But, you know what I mean?
Neighboring towns came along too.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's just fucking protecting our town. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
It's America.
That's called community.
Everybody should
Yeah.
protect their town, bro. You know what I mean?
But I mean, you guys can do it, you know, with deadly force. If we do it, we got to conceal our deadly force. You guys can just walk around with it.
Nobody was injured on that day. You feel me?
Nope.
Not one person. You know what I mean? Like, it sounds crazy, but like, you would think that more guns would be bad. It's not true. More guns actually is a deterrent to violence.
Agreed.
Did you see anyone acting violent in that peaceful protest?
Mm-mm.
You know what I'm saying? Honestly, you go to some of the places where guns are illegal and they're literally burning the city down, and you got to have SWAT teams deployed, and it costs money. We just did that shit for free. That was all civilians. There was like maybe 5 sheriffs there. The rest was civilians.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I'm glad here's open carry.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm from New York the majority of my life, right? And it's way more dangerous in New York than it is in the Ozarks with all the guns out here. And there's, you know, they just made guns able to be purchased in New York recently. My whole life, guns were illegal, and it was super dangerous because only criminals had them, you know? And then if you want to protect yourself, now you're a criminal. So, like in the Ozarks, little old ladies have like big ass 45s in their purse, and someone try to mug them, and they get shot in the face, and then you don't have crime anymore because that guy's not even coming back out of the jail system
That's right. If he survives.
if he survives.
If I leave this house, I'm strapped.
Yeah. I mean, I've literally got some type of deadly weapon within arm's reach at all
Me
times.
too. Like right here in my desk, I got my 9.
I've got a shotgun hanging above my computer screen.
Oh shit!
Nice.
Yeah, I've got the best friends in the world, man. Yeah, buddy. Oh,
I think I got a
shit.
9 in the drawer next to here.
You do.
That's what I
Guns
have.
all over the place, bro.
And beans, bullets, and
Your
band-aids.
son's got a
for
BB gun
year.
right next to his bed.
My son's got a BB gun, bro. He'll plink you in the eye, bro, if you
Yeah.
come around here.
Bella's got bow and arrows.
My daughter's got a bow and arrow, bro. They're armed, bro.
Yeah, we
See,
ready.
London, it's a country thing.
I know. I'm feeling the vibe. Mm.
But they're not taught to be violent. You know what I mean? They're taught to
They're right.
protect themselves.
Yeah, it depends though what country you're in. I'm
Hunting.
pro gun. Don't get me wrong. I'm pro gun, but like back home, I'm from Lebanon, so back home, there was a guy that used to work at night, and this guy kept on fucking putting the generator all the time when he's trying to sleep. You know, back home they're crazy. He got an M16 and shot up the whole house, fucked
Right.
up the whole generator. Some people are crazy. Yeah.
But I mean, just as easily, he could have put like gasoline in a beer bottle, put a rag in it, and threw it over the fence. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he didn't hurt him. He just fucking popped the whole. It was just funny. It was live. I seen it. It was just like from fucking 5 stories, just shooting the whole generator.
The reality is, an intelligent person trained in sabotage can use the environment as a weapon.
Yeah.
You just have no idea the capability of a human being. You know what I mean? That's the reality. So to be scared of the guns is just really due to a lack of education on, warfare, you know what I mean? Weapons in
No,
general.
I agree with you. Yeah, we should have guns. No, I absolutely correct. Yeah, I'm pro gun for sure.
At the end of the day, the government, you know what I mean, like doesn't want people to have guns, and they say like, oh, well, we can't go to war with them because we have they have guns and we have planes. But the reality is, even if they have planes, as you can see in any war, right? Afghanistan, Vietnam, they still have to get boots on the ground and go and secure it. And you can bomb the infrastructure all you want, but the people are still going to be there, and the people are going to have more guns by the time you bomb them. I'm just saying.
No, I agree with you, especially if
You
there's
kill
mountains in the
people,
country.
someone else just picks the gun up. We have more guns in the United States than people.
Yeah.
Oh
That's a
yeah, I
fact.
know that for a fact, which is good actually.
Yeah.
Hold on, did you say that is good actually? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, if you think about it, it is because there's going to be less laws passed on us because there's going to be a lot of people here that won't allow it. They won't even try certain things because they know that everyone has guns.
Hey, let me ask you a question, London.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think is the single most strongest factor preventing the New World Order from taking over the world entirely, putting us all in a complete tyrannical under the boot system?
Folks with the straps.
American gun ownership.
Yeah.
As a fact.
I see my guns like I see home insurance. I hope I never need it, but I'm really glad I have it,
People don't understand. The American population, right, is not captured. The American government has been captured and is participating with the world global system. But the American population is waking up more and more daily. And with enough effort and enough destruction of lies, right, we can actually turn this around, possibly.
And enough cooperation.
I don't think we could fully fix the world. See, people don't understand. We can't actually fully fix the world. That's impossible. We live in a
But you
physical
can
reality.
send some guns this way.
What we can do, it's not even about sending guns. What we can do is we can start to essentially reduce the power that's being exerted over us as the population with the majority actual power.
But do you think people want to do that? Because it seems to me the asses of the masses are still pretty complacent and pretty happy to be ignorant about what's going on. There's a few people waking up, but not for the proportion that would need to be for like real change, unfortunately.
Here's the thing. The masses are going to soon experience a reality that they couldn't even imagine in a fiction. And once that happens, we're going to have a crossroads where humanity is going to take one of two directions. It's either going to go totally into the control system, or it's going to completely be essentially liberated from it. And it is up to humanity to do so. The transfer of information is going to be severed shortly. And so right now is the most crucial point in time to destroy the lie and put out the truth. And that's what I aim to do in my daily life.
Yeah, and I agree with you there, Rand, because I think it's both sides are gonna manifest, right? We're not gonna stop their movement, and their movement is not gonna stop our movement.
This is why I am diametrically opposed, right, to the dopamine that is being produced on the internet. And I do understand, look, don't get it wrong, okay? If you get too negative, right, that emotionally can damage you, right? It can stress you out. It can make you make bad decisions. But if you're too positive, right, this can also have negative effects. So by being positive, you can turn that into a negative. And at the end of the day, you have to realize the reality you are actually in. You have to basically wake up sometimes and analyze the environment, right? If you were to imagine a fictional world where we had people who were in literally hell, and then you had a small little group of people inside this hell, and they're all in the corner just being positive about it. You know, well, at least the fire doesn't burn too bad. You know, like I'm getting a good tan over here. You know what I'm saying?
Cold.
You know what I'm saying? At least we're not cold. They're being positive in hell. They're essentially, right, putting themselves in a false reality where they're starting to accept the hell they're in with positivity instead of fighting the hell to get to what's really positive in truth. Because the reality is the hell they're in is negative. By creating an artificial bubble of positivity, they're not breaking free from that negativity. They're not changing anything. They're just leaning into the slavery and accepting it and learning how to be happy slaves.
It sounds like trauma.
Yeah. It's trauma. And then essentially after you've been traumatized, right, you either do the trauma, right, or you seek that same trauma, or you break free from it.
But that's also the solace that lies in there, right? Oh, everybody here is traumatized. Oh, so we're all the same. We're all slaves here.
It's programming. Programming is programmed into you by trauma. This is why, like, Disney movies will kill the mom, in Bambi, right before they start to throw in the info. It's to cause trauma, right? The trauma makes the human mind build a wall, right? Creates a compartment, and then boom, they shove the programming in the compartment. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay. Now they bring up that trauma. Whenever that trauma is brought up, boom, runs the program.
Yep.
Okay. It's very simple. Human mind is like a computer. We can be programmed. This is the knowledge they found in Solomon's temple, and they've been carrying out through all civilizations, controlling society through this. This is the knowledge of the devil. You know what I mean?
And this is why it's so important to decompress and deconstruct with the children, because they are just being programmed. And if we do not, as the parent and as the adults, go with them and break those negative experiences and reprogram them to better ones, then you're just going to have rinse and repeats of shitty people.
And sadly, most parents are all too willing to let their children sit in front of those hypnotizing black boxes and just allow their children to be programmed away. And then they ship them off to schools where they get the same thing.
There are people that would look at the way that I raised my children, and they would say, oh, that's terrible, right? But at the end of the day, I've raised my children in reality with the truth. We have educated our children with real knowledge, not the lies of society. You know what I'm saying?
So, Rant, I got a question for you. This is the question I think will come down to it, like in the USA and other countries, maybe, to slave everybody. What are you going to do when they shut the electricity down and cut the food on people?
I'm going to be honest with you. I've been telling people this for years. You know, I'm positioned just for that situation. The way that I exist, I don't rely on electricity. I have a wood-fired stove. We live in the woods. We cut wood. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's not going to be easy, but I'm not going to die.
Yeah, you're not going to freak out.
No, we have a natural lake that's literally down my driveway. We have fishing. We have wild game, deer running all
We have
over the
natural
property.
springs coming out of the ground.
We have natural springs. We don't have to worry about water.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? It's really, we have prepared ourselves for this, but we started 10 years ago. I'm out here on the internet trying to tell people that we're literally on the cusp. I'm talking, this is going to begin April 8th. It's not going to just fully hit you like a freight train, but it's going to start on that day, and it's not going to stop.
Have you had success in getting people to prepare though? Because I become a prepper myself 2 years ago, and getting other people to realize that something's going to happen is, they just want to sit and watch TV, to be quite frank.
At the end of the day, it requires you to shatter their reality. And there's a lot of people that are not willing to do that. You understand? They're not essentially willing to come on here and just straight up tell somebody what it is because they're afraid of the rebuttal.
A lot of people are also just generally afraid of being
Conflict.
uncomfortable. Not just being uncomfortable.
People don't like conflict.
If they don't like to be uncomfortable, then they don't like conflict. And if they don't like to be uncomfortable, then the idea of letting go of your internet, just the idea of letting go of the internet alone, right? Or even letting go of the Wi-Fi is such a burden on people's minds.
Is it 420 time?
Yes, it is 420 time. It's such a burden that people would have a difficult time really coming to the realization that shit is actually hitting the fan.
65466 is the area code you could type in if you want to pull it up.
Yeah, my internet went out. My internet went out 10 minutes ago, and I didn't know what I was going to do. I can't imagine what would happen if shit hit the fan.
Where you at, right?
Here's my question for Rand. I got another question.
65466 is the area code.
I wouldn't even know. You talking
It's
to
to
an
the
Englishman.
it's to the left. It's to the left. So in Google up there, just type 65466. It'll pull it up in Google search.
Yeah, six what?
65466.
That's 3 times 666. That's enough, Rand.
Well, it's not in a row though. You know what I mean?
No, it was very subtle.
So yeah, I mean, as you can see, I'm just dead ass in the woods. You know what I mean? This is called Find Outsville.
Find Outville, did you say?
Yeah, but it's Find Outsville. You know what I mean?
It's what people want. It's where people go and they fuck around and they find out.
Like
FAAFO.
You gotta understand, this is some of the most like inhabitable lands in the United States. I live in a terrain of mountainous rocks.
Yeah, it's
with
not easy.
Poisonous snakes, venomous scorpions.
Venomous snakes.
We've got mountain lions, bears, cougars. We've got coyotes. We've got
bears.
We've got like 5 different types of venomous snakes.
Yes,
and
What about the mountain lions?
Yeah, we've got mountain lions, coyotes, cougars,
Bobcats.
Yeah, bobcats.
Bobcats, that's the one.
All sorts of lovely
We've got
things.
black bear.
Black
you know,
bear, wow.
Yeah, we've got water snakes with neurotoxins, cottonmouths,
Rattlesnakes.
pygmy rattlers that don't even have rattles to let you know that they're there.
It's true.
Copperheads under every piece of wood.
Yep.
Those are all venomous.
You have cottonmouths that like to swim and aggressively swim at your canoes as you're floating down the river.
We've got clear scorpions that'll paralyze you if they hit you. And
Hey, my man TT used to live out there.
It's a good place.
You know Edwards?
No, I don't know that specific area. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really leave my area. I'm just here.
Got you.
We go and get like groceries once in a while, and that's it. You know, I do my work. I leave the house for work, but I don't leave the area.
Yeah, it's not much to see. More times you can see everything from your screen.
It's all green, bro.
If you
Yeah,
like
it's a
to
beautiful
live,
area.
if you
It
like to
is.
live a life of luxuries, right? Then this is not the place for you. If you like to live a comfortable life where your feet are always nice and warm and fuzzy and this is not the place for you. It's
a hard life.
This is not an easy life. At times, you know, the water pump breaks and it freezes and you don't have water for fucking 2 weeks at a time and you are carrying water back and forth up and down hills in freezing temperatures. It's like it's things are not so easy here.
It's 91 million gallons of fresh water come out of that a day. We're not running out of water. You know what I mean?
Which is good.
That's all natural
there's-
spring water,
There's
bro.
caves that we can go and hide in if need be.
That is the spring behind that mill there, and they used to use
that's
that.
Alley Springs Mill.
Yeah, they used to use that spring. It's actually on a quarter.
It is on the 2017 quarter.
And they used to use that mill to process grains. People would bring their grain there and give them like a portion of the grain, and they would process it using the water power. The water comes out of that back pool behind that dam. 91 million gallons a day of fresh spring water. You can drink it right out of there.
You don't want to kill king snakes. King snakes are very good. They actually eat and attack venomous snakes.
Yeah, there's some snakes we got to leave them alive.
Yeah.
You should leave all of them alive.
My main point was that like this is the best place as far as when the grid goes down, and at the end of the day, you don't want to try to get here once the elements start taken into account. If you come in the heat, it's bad. If you come in the cold, it's bad.
Yeah.
Even if you're prepared to live here, it's bad. You know what I mean? Like we're ready for it, it's bad. If you're just coming into this from another place, like a city, you're dead. You're going to die. Just the elements will kill you.
It's really
And
rough. Yeah.
That's what it is.
Like if you don't, so like fun facts, right? I spent 6 months in Florida, having my baby. And when I came back, I weighed 155 pounds. Okay. That's the most I've ever weighed in my life. And within 6 months of being back, I've made it back I'm under my original weight before I even got pregnant. It's like 115, like 110. And that's just because now we've got 4 kids and I'm walking up and down hills.
Yo,
and
you
it's
want
like,
heat
it's
in the
laborious
winter?
shit.
You want heat in the winter, bro? Get an 8-pound sledgehammer with an axe head on it and go chop it up. You know what I'm saying? You want to feed your fire all night and be warm? Better be lifting them logs and throwing them in there.
What do they call that exercise?
CrossFit. This is
Is it
CrossFit.
CrossFit?
This is CrossFit life. Okay.
What are these in the
Those are the little caves along the paths inside Alley Springs. You can go in them, but they're not deep. They're just like little cave pockets. And that thing is a path. Like you can go around the spring, take a little tour. You know what I mean? It's nothing crazy. Those
It's
are
like
just
a mile
little
hike.
They're little caves along the side. But you got to be careful. You could fall off to the right. Kids like to go in them and take pictures and shit.
It looks beautiful, Rant.
Almost was like a face looking at me.
It's some of the most beautiful like land, I would say, I've ever seen.
The water comes out naturally, just like super duper blue.
Yeah, and then when it hits oxygen, it turns kind of back to the natural, just translucent color.
So, Rant, I'm sorry. I have another question, follow-up question for you. Like,
That's the Story Creek schoolhouse that they moved over there. That's the old school. That was the original school of this town, and they had it along a creek, and they brought it here as like a historic thing that you can go and look through that window in the front.
Gotcha.
It's a really old school. Like that was the whole school for the whole town, bro. That little ass building.
On the bricks, it reminds me of some of the houses in Jamaica, just rested on the bricks.
My house is on blocks, just like that. My house is off the side of a hill, and it's bigger than that building, but not that much bigger. It's 40 by 16, bro. It's a big cabin with lofts.
Nice.
We bought a
not
shell.
question, Tarek.
No, I'll wait. Go ahead, I'll wait.
No, go on. You got it.
No, I just want to bring something to reality because, I know, a lot of people are not prepared just in case they, put the grid down and cut the food down, right? And my parents and a lot of my family members still live back home. I haven't been back for 40 years, but they all still live back home. Now, because of the war back home, for example, they're not even getting electricity now for 18 hours. They only get it for 4 hours. And, food is still available and stuff like that, but it's already hard. Here's my question to you, though. When they cut the grid off and electricity off, just because you have food, the people that don't have food may come to your town. That's the other problem.
Ooh.
I'm telling you, when this shit hits the fan, when people panic, and I've seen this back home, they will go everywhere. They'll start stealing everything, putting shit on fire. They don't give a fuck. They'll break shit down. It's a chaos. And in Lebanon is a very small country to import, compared to the USA. I mean, super small. I can't imagine if this shit hits the fan here, what would happen.
It's also awesome.
Yeah.
If you get into a cave in Missouri, right, at any time of the year, if you get inside the cave, it's going to be an average of 57 degrees.
Yeah, I know that.
All year round. It's not exactly warm, but I think actually maybe 47 degrees. I think it's in between 47 and 57. I can't remember the exact number, but I believe it's livable.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't do it unless it's an emergency.
Yeah.
Because you'll kill the bats. The bats will wake up and they die. But yeah, because they're not supposed to be awake and they can't get any food. And by them waking up, they lose all their fat storage for the hibernation cycle. And when they go back to sleep, they can't wake back up. They didn't get any food when they woke up because it was still winter. But you woke them up because you changed the temperature of the inside of the cave.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? It's weird, but yeah. Unless it's an emergency, don't go in caves.
Yeah, no. I back home there's caves and a lot of stuff like that. I've been in nature, so I know it's dangerous.
I mean, especially in the winter.
At least
Yeah. It looks beautiful though. I'm glad you live in an area like that. It's nice.
It's absolutely beautiful, bro.
Yeah.
People come down to this area just to jump in our river and take canoes and riverboat and like float down in tubes. It's like spring break on the water.
People get baptized in the river all the time.
Weddings. I mean, you'll see some crazy stuff on the rivers. You'll see naked people, bro. Just insane.
People
things.
jumping off bluffs.
People getting drunk. I seen a guy with a whole boat full of beer.
You guys get
here in Arizona too.
crocodiles or alligators? Did you say?
No, the only thing we have in the river is cottonmouth snakes.
And cottonmouths, copperheads.
But they don't really bother
water
you.
snakes.
You just got to stay away from them because they'll swim on top of the water.
Okay, yeah, you can see them coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. This water in this part here looks very drinkable. This part here, right here, it's very drinkable.
Oh yeah, it is. I'm drinking directly out of the lower
Yeah,
part.
you can. Yeah. It looks
Scoop
like
it out
it.
with your hand. There's other springs though. They look just as good as that, and I've gotten sick from drinking out of them. So you got to be careful. This one you can drink out of. Other ones are poisoned.
Don't they have like test rand where you can check them, like the pH and everything else? You just dump it in the water. I forgot what it's called.
Yeah, I take a sip, and if it makes me sick, I eat ivermectin and don't drink out of there again.
I got you. Yeah, there's ways to do it.
You know what I'm saying? You can test it, but I just do natural tests when I go on little journeys with my family or whatever.
Yeah.
And, I'm willing to get Gardilla to test the spring. It ain't no big deal.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just water.
Yeah.
It's not going to kill you.
You get Montezuma's revenge, bro. If you feel anything, you got to just eat an anti-parasitic and you'll be okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's ways to do it. Yeah. You can even eat charcoal. There's a lot of ways to get out of your system.
Charcoal, did you say?
Yeah, charcoal, like the stuff that's not the charcoal that you get, like you burn stuff with chemicals. The regular charcoal that you buy from CVS, or you can buy and put it in. Yep. That will take anything out of your system if it's sick.
I take an anti-parasitic every 6 months just in case. It makes you feel good, bro.
Good.
We build up parasites that we don't even know we have because they're like single cell parasites and little hydras. There's all kinds of stuff going on.
I'm on. Hey, that's. I've been talking about the hydras. These serpent things inside of us, especially inside of our eye. These things appear to be in our eyes as well.
Yeah, and if you take anti-parasitics, right, once every like 6 months, this is what they give to animals to deworm them, right? You could, find your own shit. I don't want to give any information, you know what I mean? But anti-parasitics every 6 months, is definitely going to make you feel better. I mean, I just noticed I feel way better. You know what I'm saying? Like I start to get bogged down and I start to feel like heavy and I'm like, what the fuck? You know? I can't explain it, bro. Might just be the food that I'm eating. They put stuff in the food, you know what I mean? But I get fucked up after a while, so I take antiparasitics every like 6 months, and it's been making me feel a lot better. I don't get sick, you know? It keeps my body from breaking down.
I feel a lot better since I started canning and preserving and making most of my food, like sauces and like everything I can at home, because what's in the stuff at the stores is not good for us at all.
You're right.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And you know, you've been looking into the Hydra, so you already know what I'm talking about. I can't even get it deep into it, but you know, there's people that want to make everybody sick, but not like they don't want to make you die. They just want to slow you down and make you feel like shit all the time. So you go and get medicine. And what I'm saying is they've been hiding the antiparasitics, and that's why they freaked out when everyone found out about it. It had nothing to do with.
That's why they villainized that one during the pandemic.
Yeah, because they didn't want you to know about it. It's been a big secret. And now, I mean, that's what I'm using. And basically, every 6 months, it gets rid of whatever those little creatures are inside of me. You know? I feel great.
So you should keep doing what you're doing, man.
Also, iodine. People don't realize it's not about iodine deficiency vitamin shit. It's, you know what I'm saying? Iodine is an antiparasitic. People put iodine in water to purify it, right? When you put it in your body, what do you think it does to everything in your body? You know what I mean? You got to get real iodine, though, not that bullshit in the salt. That's just poison. You need to
Where could one get real iodine from? Where do you get yours from?
Lugol solution. It's so in order for your body to absorb iodine, potassium iodide, you need potassium, like I think iodide. So there's a solution. It's called Lugols. There was a scientist that made it up, and it has everything you need to absorb it. It's like, hold on, where's the bottle? I don't want to give you the wrong info. All right, so this is 2% Lugol solution, which contains 4% potassium iodide and 2% iodine, right? And it's a mixture. So if you only have the iodine, you won't absorb it. Doesn't work right. You got to have Lugol solution with both of it, and they work together. You know what I mean? And you put like 2 or 3 drops under your tongue every day or every couple of days, and you will feel amazing. We are all iodine deficient because it has been taken out of our diet. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And unless you have like a high diet of shellfish and shit, I mean, I don't know if you ever ate like a bunch of crabs, you feel great. It's the iodine.
Okay, that's interesting. Iodine. I have to look into that.
I'll swear by it. I've had all kinds of health issues until I came upon the iodine, and slowly, little by little, I'm figuring them all out. You know, you don't need a doctor. You just need to pay attention to your body and start to figure out what it's missing to do what it does naturally amazing.
I hadn't been to the doctor in forever. I try to steer clear of that myself.
They don't help. They just make everything worse. It's a fact.
For real, hey, this isn't medical advice. We're just shooting the shit over here. This isn't medical advice. Anyone listening, this isn't medical advice.
I'm only speaking on my personal experiences. You know what I mean?
There you go.
And I'm not giving any advice to nobody.
Exactly.
But yeah, I don't want to get too deep into that. You know what I mean? It gets hairy.
You know, I mean, there's other ways you can get into it. You know how to get. You know how when we really want to cook on these situations, we can choose the words we say carefully. You know.
Yeah, I've been trying to do that. You know, it gets rough though. I heard you playing. I heard you playing rap earlier, bro. That was trash. That was what originally got me up here.
I thought it was kind of different. What's his name? Snafu. Oh my gosh.
No, I'm not saying any other reason other than like it's not even a personal bias. I'm a rapper. I rap. I make rap. That was trash. Like as far as rap goes, I'm from New York City, right, where rap was created, and you know what I'm saying. I have that real underground flow, and I'm gonna be real. The bars was whack. The delivery was weak.
It sounds like he wants to rap off with Snafu.
He wouldn't even have a rap off because it wouldn't even be fair. If you've heard my music, it's not even a competition.
Okay. Have you got something I can hear?
Oh, of course. Go to soundcloud.com/grimchemist.
Hold on.
I've actually got an album releasing tomorrow on
Can you put it in the back chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, respect.
All free, bro, just because I like to put out the truth. This is part of one of my other mechanics on putting out truth.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yo. Yeah, this will be good.
Let me just make sure which song you play before you play it so that you don't play one that's gonna say the wrong words for the channel. You know what I mean? Like there's some trigger words in some of those songs.
You gotta YouTube approve it.
There's one in the back chat now. Is that one approved? Have you approved of this one in the back chat?
That is the channel. So just when you pull it up, just pause it real quick and we'll find the song on the screen. I'm trying to think of the lyrics to all of them really quick to see which ones have crazy words in them.
Let me bring the screen up so you can see. Hold on. Put that there. Like that. So we got Psalms, Stove, and Out the Box. Okay. Oh, there's another one. There's a few of them. I thought you said 3. There's what? You got a few of them, bro. Okay.
Maybe Psalms 55:11. You might be all right with that.
All right. Oh, let me look this up.
It's hard. I can't remember the lyrics to all of them. It's blending together in my head right now, to be honest.
Okay, because I used to do music as well.
I know Lead Standard has trigger words in it. Do not play Lead Standard.
Is that in this one as well? Where is that?
And just remember what I said has some trigger words in it too. I'm pretty sure.
Let's go. Rants, everybody.
Individuals handicapped by coming face to face with a conspiracy so monstrous that they cannot believe it exists. That's part of what's happening here. The biggest lie we've ever been involved with.
This one I think has words too in it. Yeah. Okay. I just remembered that one also has
the words. Okay.
Yeah, that one's like real
that
graphic
one's got
with it.
words.
Shit.
Which one?
Maybe we'll be good with Mystery of the Sphinx. That's more like a mysterious esoteric type of song. That's not really gets into the medical shit too much or the
It's
other
not
shit.
words.
That one's I think better. Yeah, that should be good.
All right, let's get into this.
Which suggests that we're descendants of an unknown earlier civilization, an advanced culture capable of incredible technological feats. I will examine this evidence to see if man's early history needs to be rewritten, with the legends of Atlantis be true.
Babylon, got these bitches walking around like a Decepticon. No, I don't identify as a robot among the populace, but you can still call me optimist. Though I'm not an optimist, cause 81% of our population's inoculated and indoctrinated, intoxicated on wine, indebted and enslaved. They devoured by the Sphinx, cause they couldn't solve the riddle. What goes on 4 in the morning, and then 2 feet in the middle, and then 3 late in the evening. That's the riddle of the Sphinx, and it's far from what you think. As a child, we are crawling. As a man, we are supported by our own 2 feet in efforts and the knowledge we collected. Then we age into an elder supported by the staff, a symbol of the wisdom hidden by the past, even though it's written in every scripture of every current major world religion. In the garden, man got knowledge, but the serpent had the wisdom, and he used it in his magic wand to make him an illusion, to trick him. You see, the Lucifer's a luminary falling from heaven. He bears light, but it's false light, only reflection of a real reality that is only in heaven. Though the hologram does bear a strong resemblance to created perfection, it hides devices that are awful and treacherous. The campaign of deception is nothing new under the sun. The devil is a weapon that is forged before the earth begun. The artificial intelligence in charge of hindering the actions of any good individual while distributing out rewards for every evil and criminal. It is hard to see the infectious disease our society has been infected with, just like it's hard to see the precision that the pyramids of Giza were erected with. Some will burn, some will sink, some will drown up in the drink, in the belly of the beast, cause they couldn't solve the riddle. What goes on 4 in the morning, and then 2 feet in the middle, and then 3 late in the evening, that's the riddle of the Sphinx, and it's far from what you think. As a child we are crawling, as a man we are supported by our own 2 feet in efforts and the knowledge we collected. Then we age into an elder supported by the staff, a symbol of the wisdom hidden by the past, even though it's written in every scripture of every current major world religion. I'm no mathematician, but the data suggests that we're headed for world major economic collapse. I'm no historian, but the history that we've been fed isn't holding water, boat sinking, and I'm off the ship. No biologist, evidence shows that the world population has been experimented on. Why do we riot for police violence and not mass heart attacks caused by vaccine side effect myocarditis? Ain't no astrophysicist, no UFO.
Fuck, my bad.
Coming from Pluto, ain't no world cartographer, but I know they're hiding something down under the ice in Antarctica. Ain't no 33-degree of Freemason, but I know they praying to the east and worship Satan. Ain't no fan of the Christian papacy, but I still rock with Jesus based on how much evil hates him. As a child we are crawling, as a man we are supported by our own 2 feet in efforts and the knowledge we collected. Then we age into an elder supported by the staff, a symbol of the wisdom hidden by the past, even though it's written in every scripture of every current major world religion.
Okay, I see you, Rant. I see you. Okay, I see you. That was cool. I like that shit still. I like that. I like the direction you came and the energy you put on that. That was dope. I like that. I like that. And any more like that, or you saying you got a...
Well, my bad for the trigger word in there, but...
What trigger word?
Never mind then.
Never mind then.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, I mean, you could probably get away with... Fuck. I mean, any of the other ones, that was probably the worst trigger word you're going to find. Shit. Maybe Psalm 55:11. I don't know. I don't remember.
They're all really fantastic.
Out the box is more of like a not. That's more of like a personal one, I guess, like on a snafu personal level. You know what I mean?
Got ahead, man. Now you said I got to hear that. All right,
you can hear that one. That probably don't have any trigger words, but it's kind of like something.
You're super talented.
I appreciate that, but I try not to take compliments. It gets to my head.
Hey, someone's got to take them. Let's keep going.
I do it to honestly just try to spread the truth. You know what I mean? I've been called a demon by Christians for teaching the scripture. Devil to your false god, fuck your religion, call me deceiver. Till I lead your ass into the real Jesus hung on a tree. Bet you never hear that from your preacher. Listen to the message that is coming from your speakers. These bars is hot as fire, cold as ice and from the ether. And I ain't taking credit for the words that's written either. Oh, glory to my maker, the almighty creator. And I am only man, a simple fan up in the bleachers. I put this rap shit down, I picked it up to reach the masses. I'm masked up kids, cause their spirit looking half past 6. Flaccid. I ain't standing down for these bastards that would have my offspring in caskets. Fuck your pepper spray, I'ma let off with a Mac 10. I will never submit to the vaccination. It's just an evolution of mass enslavement. Welcome to the matrix where all they pump is fakeness and censor all the truth till your hashtag brain dead. That's why we lost our language and communicating faces. They rather you both genders and identify as raceless. Called the demon by Christians for teaching the scripture. Devil to your false god, fuck your religion, call me deceiver. Till I lead your ass into the real Jesus hung on a tree.
Bet you never hear that from your preacher. I've been put in a box, I've been lied to a lot. I've been kicked in the balls, I've been stomped on the rocks. I've had my heart broken, I've been steady smoking, I've been steady coping. My third eye's been open, I've seen through the curtain. The devil steady lurking at every fucking turn. Damn, I've been putting work in, I've been blessed with a curse. I've been cursed with a blessing, I've been lost in the desert. I've fallen from heaven, I've risen from earth. I'm created in the image, Father formed it from dirt. I'm nourished from the tree of knowledge, orphaned from birth. That's before I was learned, that's before I got hurt. That's before my enemies got the beatings they earned. These demons in the street, I can see them at work. I seen some things that I shouldn't have saw. I seen behind the door, behind the door, behind the door, behind the door, behind the door. I've lost myself and I've lost my mind. I've lost brain cells and I've lost some time. But I ain't lost love and I ain't lost sight of my maker. He the only Al Shaddai, my maker. My maker. My maker. My maker, he the only Al Shaddai.
Cold. Hold on. That was cold, bro. I like that.
I like
shit.
that one.
That
Yeah,
was
that's
cold.
awesome.
Yeah, that was cold. Yeah. That was cold. I fought with that
Now,
one, definitely.
now on your own time with your own personal ears, right? I Mimsy Limbs recommend you listen to Just Remember What I Said.
Whoa. Slow down. Wait there, 1 second. At the
Okay.
same Mimsy that's in the chat.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I just sometimes I need to say things and I can't get like 2 words in the mic, so I just kind of like jump over his shoulders and like start typing on my own,
Cold.
you know.
I didn't know you
Nice.
came as a pair. I thought you were 2 different people. I'm like, what the
We
fuck?
are.
Hold on. Yeah.
We
Yeah,
are
that's
2 different
cold.
people.
I know, but in the same place, obviously.
Yes.
Correct? Yeah,
Yes.
wicked.
This is my love.
Yeah. I had no idea. No, I'm so slow.
Well, your love is very talented.
I agree. Thank you.
Wicked. Nice.
With that being said, London man, it's way past my bedtime. A great time. I'm gonna have to get up in about 5 hours though. But it's been fun. Have a good
Yeah,
have the good rest of the show.
Good night.
Hey, respect, Pam. It's been a pleasure as always, man. Appreciate you.
Infinite love,
Much
y'all.
love. Infinite love. Infinite love. Yeah, I think I am past my my limit actually. I was meant to close down 2 hours ago, and I said half an hour. I kept it
Yo, I
going
said I
because
was
of
only
you
going to
guys.
be on 5 minutes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. That's cold. That's cold. I like it though. That's
But
cold.
yo, we got caught up in the reality, you know what I'm saying? And that's what it's really about. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to promote on YouTube, is that more people bring it back to what's really going on instead of that, you know, that false artificial bubble of positivity.
I agree.
Because sometimes, yo, the direction I'm going is positive, but I must be negative about the reality in order for people to see that this is not perfection. We need to move towards that positivity. You can't just have it without any work. You can't just create it in your mind. You know what I mean?
Facts. Yeah, I feel you there. No, it's been a pleasure, my man. And Mims, Rants and Mims, yeah, it's been a pleasure. Hey, wicked. That's cold. I like that shit.
Hey, thanks for having us. You know what I'm saying? And you personally, check out my other shit. I think you will like it. You know what I mean? And that's why I said, yo, Snafu's trash. You know what I mean? Just that's the main point of this whole thing.
Yo, give it to you. You got it, Rants. I'll give it to you. You got it.
Thank you for having us. I appreciate you.
No doubt. I appreciate both of you, man. Wicked.
Thank you,
Thanks
bro.
for joining.
You have a great night or whatever time it is over there. I don't know. You know what I mean?
3 in the morning. 3 in the morning. Got to be up for school run in a few hours.
Hey, respect and God bless. You know what I mean?
No doubt. Back at you, bro. And sis. Wicked. Imagine that. Huh? Imagine that. I was all gonna shut it down. I was gonna shut it down a few hours back. Remember, I said half an hour left. That was like 2 hours ago, right? Or something like that. That's why. Because we attract good folks, I suppose, right? We attract the good folks. I gotta keep remembering sometimes you lot are on different time zones, so I gotta do these sacrifices to catch up with some good people, I suppose, right? That was cold. That was fun. That was fun. I enjoyed that shit from start to finish. From start to finish. Yeah, what's the chat room saying? There you go. Good mix. That was a good mix. Definitely. Definitely. The G saying fire, fire. TT saying fire. Jeez. Money man in the building. Jimmy in the building. Jimmy Shively. Good day, Shively. You spare us any tuppence, please, Mr. Shively? Spare us any tuppence. Good on your day, Shively. Big up, Shively. You got Dom in the building. Yeah. Mims, no doubt, no doubt. Big up, big up. Michael Exposure in the building. Alcohol still in the building, my brother. Pretty ugly down there. My man Lani down there. Good folks, good folks. Hey, no doubt. It's a pleasure, my pleasure. 420 if you got that real quick. Smoke out with my people before we jump off this. Someone got to tell Snafu he's got to come with a whole new game plan now. Rant saying throw it out the window. Rant saying get rid of that shit, Snafu. What we gonna tell Snafu now? Void liked it. I liked it. Rant is saying throw that shit in the garbage. I don't know. We need something different from you, Snap. I wonder if Tommy's got bars. Anybody know if Tommy's got bars? Tommy rap? Anyone know Tommy's got bars? I know Paul and Slave's got bars. Paul and Slave's got bars. I know Paul's got bars. Paul can rap. I heard Paul rap. All right, Paul. I'll give it to you. You can rap. I heard you spit your bars. You got it. You got it. You got it. I know you got it. I've heard you. You got it. I've heard you a few times actually. I was impressed. I was like, whoa, yo, Paul, okay. Even the other day when I heard you and the guys rapping on OTW, right? I heard Paul just do some comical rap, fucking hilarious, and he wasn't even trying. He wasn't even trying, right? It was good shit. So I know who can rap. I know who's got bars in this community. Don't you worry. I know who's got bars. I know who can go toe to toe with London. Yeah, I know. Fly shit. Hold on.
Oh, you could join as a guest, Sarah. This is Time by Pink Floyd. Ticking away, the moments that make up a dull day. You fritter and waste the hours in an offhand way, kicking around on a piece of ground in your hometown, waiting for someone or something to show you the way. Tired of lying in the sunshine, staying home to watch the rain. And you are young and life is long, and there is time to kill today. And then one day you find 10 years have got behind you. No one told you when to run. You missed the starting gun. Let's see here. Jumping ahead. Every year is getting shorter. Never seem to find the time. Plans that either come to naught or half a page of scribbled lines. Hanging on in quiet desperation is the English way. The time is gone. The song is over. Thought I'd something more to say. Home, home again. I like to be here when I can. When I come home, cold and tired, it's good to warm my bones beside the fire. Far away, across the field, the tolling of the iron bell calls the faithful to their knees to hear the softly spoken magic spells.
Mm. Brilliantly done, Stephen. Oh, excuse me, King Stephen. Brilliantly done. Brilliantly done. Hats off, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure. I've been your host, London McLovin, London Man, London Spielberg, James Terrell, all of that good stuff, right? Did someone mention Lullaby? Did someone mention Lullaby? Okay. Till next time, lay low, look after yourself. London, much love.
Last one a few hours ago. I haven't been able to sleep. But here we go. Let's go. Let's go. I was singing in the last one. I'm not sure if anyone was here for that, but I was singing some songs. The last live stream. The last live stream was 144 hours. If you can believe it. 144 hours over 6 days. Nobody does that. No one else does that. No one else can come close. So I'm going to sing like the sheep do to their creator. They sing Silent Night, the Christmas Carol. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. That